Channel Awesome personalities.
I know someone posted a pro GamerGate video, but it was a newbie, and I don't know if he's still on the site or not. I've heard that he got, reprimanded for it. I've heard he got booted. I've heard nothing happened. I have no idea.
Do you know his name?
Let me look it up real quick.
What I would love to have
What?
one of our opponents answer publicly is what their win state is. I already feel that GamerGate is beyond the win state, which was simply to exist. And really, the only power we ever had was to smear people who had been naughty, and we've far exceeded that. So, what are they actually looking for out of this that makes it so uncomfortable for them not to? Let's be honest. That's the one thing I would like to know.
Okay, here is the video. I'm pretty sure this is right. No.
You got a link to blast out.
Yeah, this is the one. So I got confused for a second because I haven't been on that guy with the glasses in a while. I go to the page and then it has completely changed.
What? What do you mean it's complete? Let me see.
Just look. Okay, it's still up, which is surprising.
Wow, they actually updated the website. I am shocked.
I know, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Channel Awesome is that their website was released in 2007 and looked like it was dated by 2004. It may have been 2008, not 100% sure, but no, it was 2007. And for the past 7 years, it never updated. And the owner of the website, who's, by my experience, an incompetent businessman, he kept on claiming that, oh, we're going to update the website. We're going to update the website. It took you long enough. But I really after what happened, after that video with Professor Sock Puppet, I've lost any remaining respect for that company whatsoever.
Hopefully, Brooke's gonna come on. I sent her the link.
All right. So, what topics did you want to talk about tonight?
Well, I have the ones on in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I would also like to get into the rules of engagement against SJW, whilst on Twitter, seeming as there are a bunch of trolls everywhere, and people on the anti-side are trying to give the trolls glorified spotlights, and no.
I love what this guy just said. The core arguments are not only important, but they needed to be addressed sooner or later.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check. I can maybe put one more.
Yeah, this guy's view is more neutral, but he also states that the arguments that we are raising really need to be talked about.
What are you talking about?
The Channel Awesome video I was just talking about.
So essentially, he gave a nuanced response, and they did they reprimand him for it? Or...
I don't know. I've heard rumors. I'm legitimately surprised it's still up on the site.
Well, if they took it down, it would look very bad upon them, and then they don't want to get more. I don't believe they want to get more involved than they already have.
Yeah.
So that is probably the reason why it hasn't been taken down. I wouldn't be surprised if behind the scenes, however, they did actually reprimand him. It might be in our interest to actually reach out to contact the guy to see exactly what happened.
Yeah, his name is Tiger, Tyger.
Okay. I'll look into that later.
All right. I'm looking at this tweet I just got. Patreon, I choose you. Patreon face directly out of Okay, real quick, I don't know, just something that's a little bit more for fun. Have you guys seen the exploitable that 8chan created of full Macintosh that's been going around?
Yep.
Oh man, I had to
pretty
have
good.
some fun with that thing. I had to have some fun with that thing.
What, Joshua McIntosh?
I was gonna say Mac and Josh.
Yeah, Macintosh.
Mr. Josh. Our friend Josh.
Oh, friend Josh.
So I tried to
Rational
make one-
bites instead of radical bites.
Yeah, my boyfriend tried to make one crack at him, like, hey, it's Drake and Josh. I go, don't you ever insult Drake Bell like that again. Because I seriously, probably not now, but like in the past year or so, I see, and Encyclopedia Dramatica even thinks this, funny enough, that Drake Bell was a B-tard. All things considered, it wouldn't surprise me.
It's quite possible.
Okay, that's the one I made, the meme thingy. And it took me forever to find that fucking Pikachu cat picture.
We should do one with him pouring the blue paint on free BSD girl's dog.
Yeah. Do we want to talk about the last stream before we actually do something with
I
it?
would like to kind of address that.
Yeah, let's not discuss it, but it would be humorous to have the exploitable.
So what's the first topic we'll be getting into?
I don't know which one you want to start with.
Actually, let's bring up the one that Mike brought up first. How to engage with the opposition on Twitter.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Okay. My opinion is don't, as a general rule. There's exceptions, but generally, no. Just don't do it. Not on Twitter. Like, do it in a place where you can make your points concise and clear, and you're not limited by your character count.
And what if you could do it under 160 or 140?
If you can be as brief as possible and avoid personal attacks, avoid name calling, avoid avoid fallacies, stick with the points and don't stick with the points. Make one point, make your case concise and clear, and that might actually get an aggro off your back, because at that point there's nothing they can really do if you actually give them a solid argument that's irrefutable.
Alright, there we go. It's that simple.
Yeah,
Pretty
I would say just in addition to that, only pay attention to you can't talk to extremists of any stripe. You're not going to convince them. Their heads are too far crammed up their own asses. But pay attention, since Twitter is a public forum of the people who are watching and not saying anything, and always take the opportunity to educate, and ask questions. I've been shut down by aggros, just like blocked, muted, whatever, right off the bat, just for asking them, poking holes in their assertions, just asking questions, not even attacking, not any bad words or anything.
Can I ask what the point
Trigger
is?
warning question.
What the
Can
what?
I ask what the point is in asking a question to the aggros?
To get their point of view.
But their point of view is inherently irrational. I mean, if they're like the things that we stand for isn't anything that a normal sane human being would disagree with at this point. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong.
I don't ever go fishing for them. It usually is a response to one of them just like poking the GamerGate hashtag and asking some dumbass loaded question.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to get at. When they attack us, the general modus operandi of what they do is concern trolling. For instance, the way you're doing what you're doing is wrong, essentially, and that form of attack isn't really an attack at all. It's agreement, and it's something that's hard to put into words. But essentially, what they're doing is they're trying to get us to slip and fall and basically sow tension, divisions between us, and that's all they're trying to do. And really, the methods that we have, the reason why they do attack the methods that we use is because they've been effective. They've had a lot of impact, and that really upsets them.
Well, not only that, a few things we've done is taken straight from them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they like seeing their own tactics used against them.
No, they don't. But the thing is,
come up with words like denialism and and
Internalized misogyny.
And then Josh tells us we need training by, or we need education by trained feminists.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he was quoted as something like something a trained feminist should be able to debunk for you, and I'm like, really,
What?
a trained feminist, like an indoctrinated feminist?
What the fuck is a trained feminist?
it sounds like Josh.
Feminism.
Feminist boot camp.
Feminist pets.
You know what?
Yesterday, sorry.
I think I would rather go swallow a light bulb.
Yesterday there where there was a screenshot of Laurie Penny, like this girl. She was saved by Ryan Gosling and then threw shit fit over it. In one of her interviews, it said that she is a professional feminist, and everyone was like, "How can you be a professional feminist?" Somebody got to feel
Well,
weird.
everybody who gets their degree in gender studies is automatically a professional feminist.
Oh my god.
I thought for a second now it was.
Harder, I would gouge my own eyeballs out right now.
I thought it was professional victim or something. She.
Victim, feminist, same thing.
Basically.
Okay, let's talk a bit about what happening like the last few days after that rather entertaining stream we got.
Honestly, nothing's really happened on my end other than my fucking follower count going up and saying, "Hey, good job." That's about it.
Last night I get into the GamerGate 2014 Facebook group, and Rogue is in there, and he just posted something saying that he has gotten names of a couple of Focus sock puppets, and one of them happened to be in the group, and Rogue was trying to tell Elizabeth, hey, look, this guy's gonna start trouble. It would be best to just kind of kick him out before he does. And she was like, I don't know. And I go, no, Rogue is right. He's just going to start trouble. And then I posted the link to the second stream we did. I'm like, look, here's proof right here. This is what's going to happen if he says he's going to try and start trouble. And I don't want to see that happen. You got enough on your plate as is.
Yeah, he made some posts to... Well, there's 3 Facebook groups. I know of 4 actually, but 3 are called GamerGate. And he posted to 3 of them, all 3 of them, various blah blah bullshits. My response to it was saying, yeah, this is this For Shergaris guy, he was on the stream. I advised him politely to stop spreading so much shit. He obviously hasn't listened. But seems to have nipped a lot of it in the bud, as well as other people intervening.
Right.
Yeah, he does appear to be a person on large, just causing shit at the moment.
Oh, that whole thing about him being owner of revenge porn and having a rap sheet full of charges, a dozy, man. Fucking hell. Like, it seems like GamerGate always attract people with the most interesting background, for better or for worse, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, depending on what happens, I mean, you can always tell if someone's in to like try and clear their shit up, or if someone's in to fucking keep causing shit.
I'll talk about causing shit. When I woke up this morning to see people like railing on Free BDS girl about how she abused her pet by dyeing it blue, it's kind of struck a nerve for me because it's all like with John said in the beginning, like do not touch the poop and everything. It felt like we are literally digging for the poop so that we can throw at the other side. That struck me as a little bit petty.
What I'm
Yeah.
noticing in the GamerGate community is there's a lot of lulls in the marathon we're running, essentially. And a lot of times we want to pick up on whatever we can find. For instance, Randy dyed her dog's hair blue. I'm not going to comment on that simply because I don't want to encourage more discussion on it. Unless you guys want to talk about it here, that's fine. I'm not trying to bar anyone from bringing it up now, but it's really not important. It's not really a part of Gamergate. It's just part of the drama with certain aggros. It's not in any way something we should be focusing our attention to, at least in my opinion.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is very annoying to see people like, oh, PETA bitch the fuck out FreeBSD here. I'm like, do you even know that PETA actually kill 80% of their rescue animals? Do you realize
Yeah.
that?
PETA's fucking horrible.
Christ.
Also, I would agree with, not only don't touch the poop, but go as far away from the poop as you can. And it's fun whenever like the big ones, make stupid shit, make stupid statements up. And we all have a laugh at that, and it's all well and good, but at the same time, I don't want to be I don't want there to be people that are going and digging and looking for it.
We didn't look for it last time.
Yeah, I know. It's just, and actually, because I've done a lot of research on this, because I wanna stand up for all the rainbow-haired people who aren't complete and total assholes. There are those of us
Yeah.
out there with blue hair who are not crazy.
I had purple
Um,
dreads a few years back, so
Yeah. So like, just don't hate on all of us. I mean, hate on San Francisco, sure, but not the rainbow-haired people. But that if she used like manic panic, all that is vegetable dye. Unless the dog got into it and ate a whole gallon of it, then they would probably just like shit purple. But
On the bright side, I mean, she didn't do what apparently is a big thing in China right now and dye her dog to look either like a tiger or a panda.
if
It's adorable, but yeah. Don't get me wrong, it's cute as shit, but
I
just
had
like
a dog with that fuzzy like poodle, where you could tease it and make like an afro out of it.
Oh my god.
And if it was already naturally white, I don't want to have to bleach my dog. But if it was already naturally white, of course I would color it. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
That poor dog would be all colors of the rainbow.
Oh yeah. Aqua Pendulum also mentioned about the Gamergate red fake that was like going on.
Huh?
Like apparently there was someone who is writing erotica fiction about the whole Five Guys saga thing.
Oh
And
my
yeah.
god.
Yeah,
What?
it was probably nice. It was probably sexier than the actual happenings.
Well, what happened is this. What happened is this. Somebody wrote that and they published it on Amazon, and then he or she got dogpiled by aggro because apparently it was like demean to Zoe and such, and later on that someone who apparently the author went into Kotaku in action and clarified that basically no, the erotica doesn't have anything to do with Gamergate. The author just heard a story about some game developer sleeping with five guys in a burger joint or something, and Anti-GG thought it was a rape story and blamed Gamergate.
Sleeping with five guys in a burger joint. Can you just imagine them just all together sliding around in the lard and
Oh man.
Ew, that is thank
And
you.
you
I
know,
did not need that middle image. Thank
since
you.
it's five guys and they have those peanuts that they give you, there's like peanut shells all over the floor and it's just lard and peanut shells.
Oh god, why? Fucking why?
The mental image is too
Okay,
much.
since some people don't seem to get where this came from, it's not that she slept with them inside of a burger joint. It's just that the guy who posted the Zoe post towards the end said, I now cannot stop referring to her as Five Guys Burgers and Fries because there's actually a restaurant chain here in the U.S. called Five Guys Burgers and Fries. So the fact that she slept with Five Guys and then, that whole thing, that's where that came from.
So somebody on the chat is telling me to stop talking about E-Celeb, but I haven't talked about anyone today yet. Jeez, guys.
Who is
I
this?
wouldn't call Zoe Quinn an E-Celeb, maybe more of a genetic anomaly.
Well, I sure as hell call her a game developer.
Okay, that was
Well, anyway, I think I'm just gonna try to stir the discussion to a little bit more productive. Anyway, Aqua Pendulum is in the chat. I've been talking to him a bit about like criticism from someone who has been on the sideline at GamerGate, and he got some interesting stuff that he wrote to me. So maybe I could throw it out there and see if we can get some discussion going about what GamerGate could be improved on and such.
Yeah.
You-
Is this
yeah.
the anti you were talking about earlier?
No. This guy is pro GG.
Oh,
This
okay.
guy is pro GG, but he is kind of like I'm pro GG because the anti GG is so toxic. Yeah, so kind of neutral. Okay, so he gave to me like 5 points that GamerGate can improve. Well, okay, I'm just gonna list out the. Okay, for first one, I'm just gonna read it out. Many GamerGate proponents can't seem to do their homework, as in get their facts right. What the hell is up with you people? You claim to have facts on your side, yet when you open your mouth, you cite everything's wrong. Review all the facts that you can trace as far back to the original source as you can. Remember what was the content about Monday Mass video that eventually got pulled? Remember where he posted the evidence of the DMCA strike? Remember which false flag was debunked? Remember that they lost $10,000 due to the drama with Zoe Quinn, but not shut down, only hacked temporarily by unknown hackers? Remember how Shadow of Mordor promotion event wasn't really relevant? Read Total Biscuit blog post. Remember every details about Pinsoft firing? Chloe actually asked his boss to not fire him. He still did anyway. Review all those facts. I did not waste all this effort documenting the whole thing just for you people to neglect your homework.
That's a good point, actually. That's a really good point.
I
Well
agree.
said.
I agree. Oh, apparently Monday Matt would like to talk to DM about the next council meeting. Oh,
I wonder if
Aww.
that's the real Monday Matt or not.
probably the same guy who doxed me the other day. But whatever. Let's move on to the next part.
No, it's not the real Matt. That's a troll.
Yeah. I don't know. Seems like people got really pissed off at me yesterday for being a dick to Raph. That was fun.
Yeah, but it was clear you were joking. I mean, like people were like, wait, no infighting." They're like, no, guys, it's cool."
Yeah, it was funny. I like gave some one or two dickish comments about portrait and east and leaders, and then like 30 or 40 notification later. It was fun. No one got hurt. Everything. I got joking a bit. So yeah. Okay, so move on to the next point. Um, the infographic designers are either reckless or not playing catch up. Infographic are easily consumed and spread out fast, which is an effective way to spread awareness for your protest and provide curious onlookers searching for the hashtag something to learn. But they are sometimes worded poorly. On top of that, many recent events and GamerGate achievements seem to be neglected from the infographics, to name a few. And Irenaeus, a Kickstarter game about a feminist dystopia, received radio silence from the same outlet GamerGate were protesting against. Gamasutra, Polygon, Kotaku rationalizing and justifying the removal of GTA 5 from Target and Kmart. Polygon relentless hit piece on hatred developers along with Kotaku, written by Nathan Grayson. of all people. Multiple journalists joining in a hate mob to advocate boycotting Stardock. James Fudge, Game Politics, finally issued an apology to Brad Waddell. Complaints to many gaming sites forced them to disclose their attendance up Call of Duty Advanced Warfare review events. Eric Johnson's undisclosed COI in the MSNBC coverage. Adria Reen up Escape provide video coverage for a Harmonix game while dating its PR without disclosure. There are a lot of material just sitting there waiting for infographic designer to dip in.
I think that's something. I made a few infographics in the past. I haven't seen as many going around. What we tend to have is evidence splurge graphics. It would be useful if someone was dedicated to making information that can be spread around in a consumable format. I could say link back to the GamerGate wiki, to an article.
Any graphic designers out in our flock.
Kind of factually controlled information somewhere. And we don't do that very well because everyone's just doing what they want, not what's the most valuable thing.
Oh look, now we have like 2 Monday Mass. Oh, the real Monday Mass is here. Okay.
Yeah, I just DM'd him. Like, dude, you've got a troll account based on you right now. Here it is.
Okay. Alright. For the infographic thing, yesterday there was a little kerfuffle going on with the infographic about Catherine Cross. Like, you know her? Yeah. She was the secretary of Feminist Frequency and also member of Digra. And yeah. There was a little bit infographic flying around and such, because initially I didn't manage to see like the form that was citing that Catherine Cross was actually secretary of Feminist Frequency. So I kind of have to dig around a bit to finally see the IRS form that indicated that yes, Catherine Cross is really secretary of Feminist Frequency. So yeah, playing catch up and fact checks. That's the thing that we need to shore up on. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Okay. Don't resort to shortcuts. Every sensitive issues that your opponents talks about are really complicated topics that they just don't understand thoroughly most of the time. That's why they resort to shortcut terms with convenient negative stigma, with retorting which other shortcut terms is an absolute dead end because appeal to emotion always wins out in the battles of shortcuts. Milo's opinion about trans people, it actually has legitimate ground to say transgender is a mental condition. It's called gender dysphoria in the DSM-5. Flip to page 451 to read about gender dysphoria if you have a copy. People that came into discussion with a confirmative bias about Milo being transphobic have no idea how complicated the issue is. So get to the details of it. Educate yourself in the topic. Ford getting called a stalker, half true. His side story was that he was stalking the real stalker named Jason Huntley, who was the actual stalkers of Dodger, but Jason put all the blame on Ford. Another complicated issue that opponent can easily use a shortcut term like stalkers to appeal to emotion. Once again, it's never that simple. To find out the actual story, educate yourself on the matters. Your opponent's arguments all fall apart when you get into the nitty-gritty details, so have it ready by your side.
Yeah, even a hidden tranny mentioned that in one of her videos that, hey guys, what he's saying isn't just him being a dick, there's scientific evidence behind it.
Yeah,
My bad.
Hey.
I always gotta give a brother the shout, man. I don't care who's talking.
Hi, Lisa, you feeling better?
Yes, I am. I am sorry for flaking out like I did last week. What he said to me normally wouldn't have gotten to me, except I'd had a shit day already. So that was kind of the breaking point for me.
It's okay, we jumped him afterwards.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, this criticism I would like to also touch a bit because you guys all know Adam Baldwin's usually talks about thought terminating cliche, right? Thought terminating cliche. Sorry,
Mhm.
like cliche that our opposition usually use to get us into defensive mode and not arguing any further, like calling us misogynistic or stuff like that. I think at one point we also engage in that a little bit ourselves. Like we all once or twice getting called a shill or a tone police for merely disagreeing with one another. That already happened to most, if not all of you, right?
Yeah.
Well, are you asking if we participate in arguing with them?
No, I'm just pointing out that we also sometimes engage in stuff that our opposition engage to us. That's the thing. It is something that we can do better, like the whole touch the poop thing. But people will be people, and there's not exactly a lot you can do about it except like trying to bring it to attention. Yeah.
I mean, that's right. I mean, like, I'm not going to lie. Every time I see someone post something stupid, the first thing I don't do is go over and cuss them out. I go, well, that's not right, and here's why. And then that's when they kind of do the whole, they go in that circle, and they're just like, no, you don't understand. You're harassment, da-da-da-da-da. I mean, even Pixie Goth or whatever her name is, or Jenny Pixie. What's the other one? Jenny Pixie or something?
Pixie Jenny.
Pixie Jenny.
I mean, Pixie Jenny, actually, I got her to apologize to me because...
Whoa, wait, what?
Yeah, I'll find the tweet later if she didn't delete it, but it was just like, she was saying how all GamerGates want, all women out, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't participate in any of that bullshit. I just want, what we're getting from the FTC now. And she goes, well, I'm sorry, but most of your movement does this, but I know that you're not included. And I'm just like, okay.
Oh my god, the impossible happened.
Well, I mean, if you just go
except she did backhanded say that we still all want that.
Yeah.
Oh.
So she's not really apologizing. She's just putting I'm sorry in there for PR reasons.
But not everyone.
Exactly. Yeah, I guess that's the better way to put it. Well, we were talking about this last night. I have a question for you guys. When do you think GamerGate's over for you specifically?
When there is when there's real industry reform, when the actually more accurately, when there's true market reform, when we don't when these websites that we've been attacking for their corrupt practices are marginalized, when better websites take their place, when we have better outlets for coverage on games, when the market's honestly.
Personally, for me, I'll just following the when the rise finally ends, which probably not gonna end anytime soon. Maybe when the hashtag finally dies off or something. I don't know. Maybe we can achieve any end games. But given that a lot of people have different end games for this, I'll just wait and see until the hashtag finally dies off and we have done like concrete change. Not saying that we haven't already did that, but I like to see as much as possible.
So
okay, you got the FTC to do their stuff. So sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Because this is going to be different for each of us, obviously. For me personally, this is the end game. Like, we're in the meta game now. We did. Because, like, for me, like, there's no going back. There's not a point where I'm going to go back and be like, yeah, so they're okay now. No, I mean, that's done. Like, it is about Games Nosh, and it's about Niche Gamer, and it's about everybody. It's like Total Biscuits, about people that we know who have demonstrated that they have ethics. It's not because I don't think you can get them to go to a point where they're actually going to be, yeah, you know what, that ethics thing, let's do that. I don't think, if they haven't done it yet, they're not going to. And they're not going to do it because they got butthurt about us kicking them in their shit. It's this is it. Like, we have to just make everything that we want happen, and we have people doing that. So it's really just supporting those people and just burning everything else down, just being done with it. You know, if people are going to bring in, people like Leigh Alexander, like Brianna Wu, like all these other people who we know are toxic, horrible shitlords, if they're going to be a part of that old stuff, burn it down. We're done with it. And it's just everything going forward. That's me personally, and it's going to be different for everyone, but that's it. Like, I haven't gone to Destructoid, I haven't gone to any other site, anything like that. That's just full stop done. Everything going forward is all the people I know who have demonstrated ethics, know on YouTube that I can watch and trust for an opinion that's not bought and paid for. Those are the people I'm going to now and forever, until I know that I can't trust them. And they haven't demonstrated anything like that yet, so hey, they're who I go to.
The thing is, I don't think the hashtag is going to be dying anytime soon. I mean, for fuck's sake, we've been here for 4 months. I think even most of us in GamerGate are surprised at that. I know I am.
Well, Bayonetta's going to kill GamerGate, so just
Oh, God.
Well, to be fair, right back in during the days of 4chan when it's still alive, people are already gearing up for like winter something. At this point, we better gear up for summer, for spring, man. We better gear up for spring, and then we can yeah. Although it's funny because I'm in Australia, so it is summer for me. So you guys have your winter campaign, where I'm having my summer campaign.
Go fuck yourself, dude.
All right, let me.
The campaigns are so fucking awesome. It's just, we build something up, we deal with it, it's done, it's there. We build something up again, it's done, it's there. We burn down the old. It's that simple. Like, I don't know who said it because I had my eyes closed. I'm super fucking tired. I only had 4 hours of sleep.
Not only that, but you woke up like 10 minutes before this thing even started.
Yeah, well, when you want to get on things, you got to get on things.
I
Get a cup of coffee, man.
I was gonna say
I don't
I'll
drink
have
coffee.
for you.
Oh God, I could tell you about my coffee experiences in college. Those are horrible. Anyways, back to what I was saying. It's almost like we take it back to World War II, the Russian mentality. We draw the Nazis in. We have a town, we burn it down, supplies included. They keep going, all they're going to do is get cold, starve, and freeze to death. I mean, it's the same thing that we're doing on Twitter with GamerGate, or in GamerGate in general. We're bringing them in, we set something up, we burn it down, we move to the next, we build it up, and then once they get closer, we burn it down and move on.
There you go.
Well, I know we were talking about something like this earlier. I think that the antis are really starting to get kind of desperate.
They are, because now they're trying to claw at everything and anything they can to try and get any form of traction, and we just keep on walking forward and laughing.
Well, not only that, I mean, monumentally stupid moves, like the whole Metalgate thing. I'm still baffled as to how they actually thought they could win that one.
For like the first hour, I really thought that was a joke. Like, really? I mean,
no, I was tweeting the shit out of the Metalgate hashtag.
Oh, me too.
I'll be happy to say we sort of did jump the gun early. However, at the same time, we nipped it in the ass before it could even get fucking started.
For what it's worth, I think the whole Metalgate thing is a bit of a manufactured outrage on outside, because outside of like a few articles that nobody gave a shit about and one new articles that people kind of touch on a bit, there isn't really any like coordinated SJW effort to.
Have
like,
you checked out
matters.
the Metalgate Facebook page?
There's a Facebook page?
Yeah, it's called the Metalgate Band because, we're all fucking musicians for the most part, or we just love metal music and wish we were in a band, like me. But yeah, it's hashtag Metalgate space band. So if you guys want to go check it out, by all means, go for it. For the most part, though, we're just sitting in the darkness, enjoying our music, slitting our wrist.
Slitting our wrist.
But no, seriously, for now, we're just a collective effort of sharing music and having a good time.
Yeah, I'll join it later, and I do listen to a lot of metal music myself, and also some Vocaloid as well because of reasons. But anyway, okay, let's move on to the next.
I kind of think there is,
GTA.
though. I don't think there is such a thing as an end game for Gamergate now. I think we're all pleasantly surprised to still be alive and allowed to discuss it. But we appear
Yeah.
to have just flipped the table and they can't do anything. Everything, the perpetuation of Gamergate is really the fault of how dumb our opponents are. Every
No
week they
kidding.
do something stupid, and then it keeps going. If they just accepted not to do stupid things, which they're incapable of doing, there would be no requirement for Gamergate in the first place. So they have proven the requirement. And as a consequence, people now no longer trust them to be allowed to speak in an unopposed fashion.
Well,
You know.
I think Basemon put it best. They came into this whole thing expecting people to side with them and support them like it's been pretty much their entire lives, and instead of just bowing down like so many others have, we telling them to go fuck themselves and growing in numbers by the day, and they don't know how to deal with it.
And as I said earlier, I think the only goal Gamergate has had is to raise awareness, and everything else we've done, we have raised awareness so high beyond our wildest expectations. We've changed how governments are interacting with these bodies. We've changed how they're having to apply policy internally. It's been far beyond what we might have hoped as a win state if ever such a thing existed. This is all for free, and I just don't understand what their win state is. Why are they continuing? Do they think they can clear their name after there's so much shit everywhere about all the stuff they've been up to?
I
Everyone
don't think
knows.
they legitimately
It doesn't
think
matter what they put in a Wikipedia article now. It's everywhere. All this, what they've been up to, this stupid shit they're talking about. And whenever they try to move left or right, or ban a game, or protest about something, they're absolutely crushed by the majority of people who give a damn. So it just looks foolish that they continue. But they can't help themselves.
Yeah, I think that part of it is that in some cases they legitimately do not believe they are doing anything wrong.
Oh God, no, they do not. You're completely right there.
They don't. It would be very helpful if they would look in the mirror and ask, how do we elicit a better reaction? You cannot expect however many they claim Gamergate is today, whether one guy with a bot network or 3 million, to spontaneously come to the table to various media personalities. They need to present something acceptable to give them legitimacy, which they have failed to do.
Yeah, I was really disappointed when Jimmy Wales came out and was just kind of, no, the article's right. You guys are just a bunch of assholes. I was just like, really, dude?
No, I want to, to be straight honest, I want to slap him across the face with a fucking book.
I think
see that.
I think the problem is there's no citations whatsoever, so it's just that
Oh,
there's no
hello there,
evidence
Kermit.
provided.
Well,
What the
that
heck?
proves that
Oh,
Jimmy
yeah.
Wales' opinion is based on the other journalist's opinion. He is not an independent personality. He is only able to take his opinion from other people rather than actually looking at information himself. It's not a very impressive thing. And I've been pondering the idea of trying to get people into the question time audience in January where he's in the UK, see what would happen. They would never let them ask a question to him, though. They'd suss it out, you know? That would be quite
Actually, when I talked to Aquapendulum the other day about Wikipedia, because he actually used to be a Wikipedia editor, he pointed out to me that this kind of problem has been in Wikipedia for quite a long time now. Gamergate is basically just a point where we finally realize that Wikipedia is just as shit as other places. Like, anyone here read the David Auerbach articles about Wikipedia?
No.
He mentioned quite a lot of stuff, interesting stuff about Wikipedia. The first part is that Wikipedia have like a hugely disproportionate amount of male editors comparing to female editors. He points out that even like for some group that talk about feminism and such, a lot of the editors are males, and also there's a lot of rules and a lot of rules and everything. That seems to bog down the place into just needless circle jerking and see who could edit the best, which lead to people like Real Long or Dragon, as we like to put it in the IRC. That that got their fan club and their connection, so that they can edit what the hell they want until like they finally face the music, so to speak.
I don't think the gender thing though. I don't think that's really the issue though. I think it's you have all these people with with a mindset that are going in and editing, as opposed to people who are impartial. And that's the biggest problem, because Wikipedia is meant to be this sort of impartial resource that allows anyone to go on and just get facts about whatever. I mean, of course, everyone knows you don't trust Wikipedia as a first-class source because anyone can edit it, but still, I think that yeah, exactly. I think that's the issue, is that you have a bunch of editors that are potentially going in with a biased mindset, and at the moment, you then do have a large group of people editing a certain story, and then you end up with this huge group of people that whenever anyone gets questioned, you end up having this huge group of people jump in and back up the person being questioned and sort of shouting them down, which is a lot of what happens anyway on Twitter and in the current media and stuff anyway.
Yes, and that kind of annoys me because, you know, of course, I donated to them last year and the year before that, and they were asking for donations this year. I sent them an email even though it was not going anywhere. It's just like, yeah, you can stop asking me for that until you get rid of that Real Long guy. Which I know is not what's the word? It's not a fair, fire this guy and I'll donate to you. You know, I don't mean to hold him for ransom, but the guy really shouldn't be there.
Well, I mean, also, it's been proven that GamerGazi fucking paid the guy to write some shit about us, so...
Exactly. I mean, it's been proven that he's professionally, he's just...
I think that you're actually being more fair than you're giving yourself credit, because, I mean, you have to look at it, in the sense of, you go there in the same, and you donate money in the same way that you would be a patron of a business, right? Well, if you go to a restaurant and the waiter shits in your food, and you're like, yeah, manager, I'm not gonna go here until you get rid of this guy who shit in my food. And you kind of have to if they're doing something that is actually legitimately, really demonstrably corrupt, and you're like, yeah, I'm not gonna give you money because you have this guy who's been proven to be corrupt. I think that's kind of a fair demand.
Who's streaming Destiny, just out of interest?
When it comes to Jimmy Wales and Real Long, there's one of two possibilities, and both do not put Jim in a favorable light. Either he is, because the information is public of Real Long accepting bribes to edit the Wikipedia article is public knowledge. So either Jimmy Wales deliberately is not checking the source so he can maintain plausible deniability. So when asked, he said he could make the excuse, well, I didn't know. But the easy counter to that is, well, you were informed and you didn't check the sources, so that's on you. But the second option for him is that he's just outright lying, which, honestly, at this point, I believe the second one is the more likely scenario. Now, this doesn't mean that Jimmy Wales has gone completely mental. It just means that he is displaying blatant favoritism and cronyism. And
I think he's just backed into a corner at this point, and I think he knows he's fucked up, and it's just a case of now picking between two sides.
I think they've realized they've all fucked up. Fucking, what was that shit about Zoe Quinn, moving somewhere?
She's right now on a tour of Europe.
Yeah.
She is in Scotland, if last I heard. If I heard correctly.
Wow. I
have
the opportunity to meet Zoe Quinn.
I am so sorry.
I couldn't have prayed
Dude, oh my
for this
god,
in
dude. I can't imagine, how... Dude,
Brian,
Scotland...
you better make sure and wrap up just in case, because she might just spring on you.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
I'd be more worried about...
I want to find out where she is so I can give her a certificate for services to gaming ethics.
I'd be
for raising
worried.
awareness of issues in gaming journalism and
Dude,
shake her hand to get a photograph.
I'd be more worried about her coming online and saying, this disgusting GamerGate guy
I'm up for
approached
it.
me. How dare
If you find out where she
approach
is, I'd be happy to attend and say, hey, I would like to award you this no anthrax certificate of
Oh.
gaming excellence.
Honestly, dude, Scotland's the
It warms
lowest
my heart
place
to people
you
with
go,
purple
because
hair. No,
every Scottish person I know is just an absolute fucking asshole. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you guys
that's
are
because
fucking mean.
that's how
You
we
guys are
treat each other.
mean.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
suddenly
yeah.
I don't
Worst
feel
place
so
you
bad
could
about the
fucking
shoe
go.
joke I made earlier.
No, we just think it's funny. You know,
And
this
then-
is a country that after failing to vote itself independent, the running joke was shitebag Scotland, so, you know. That's how we refer to each other now.
Oh yeah, shite big Scots.
Remember, people, don't stick your dick in crazy. Remember that.
You know what?
That claims.
That's actually good advice. That's actually some
Well,
good advice.
Okay, wait a minute.
I
Let's break
could
this
offshore
down.
all of my funds,
Caboose.
have
Never
sex
stick
with
dick in
and
crazy.
marry Zoe Quinn, and then divorce her and take half her money.
There you
That's
go.
right.
I could probably get that done.
I'm only joking. I wouldn't do that to someone. I'm much more ethical.
Re-
I'm not Zoe Quinn.
well, anyone here remember like the first cut of the first indefensible videos by Camera Lady?
Hmm.
At the end of the video, there was a part that was cut that Aaron actually talked about how how in his estimate, Zoe Quinn didn't cheat with just 5 guys with him. He might have cheated like 2 Greyhound bus up guys. With
And,
him.
and one girl. Don't forget the chick.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, that's key.
Yeah, don't be a misogynistic bastard, man.
Hey, he can't help it. He's in GamerGate.
No, I mean an actual chick.
Dude,
Yeah.
I really fucking wonder, like,
Lego Butts, whatever her fucking name is.
Yeah, Maya Lego Butts Kramer. Like, how do these people come up with these names anyway?
I've wondered that. What the fuck does that mean?
What, Lego butts?
Yeah.
Well, that's
know.
the first time I'm heard. That's actually the first time I'm hearing this one.
I'm Kermit the Frog, so I don't know.
I'm just an
Everything in
obelisk.
his
I just
business.
watch out for Raw.
It's none of your business.
I'm metal. All I do is listen to fucking music and smash shit.
Yeah.
That
I'm
sounds
the
pretty
basic
fucking
of
extreme.
humanity. I'm bringing it back to the basics, back to the Stone Age. Give me a club. Metalhead smash.
And we just got a cameo from Nathan Explosion.
Yeah. You can't take away my ace to throw a tantrum.
Oh man, if we got Metalocalypse on Gamergate, that'd be like the
Holy
bomb
shit, that
Well,
was
you got 2 of them in here right now. You got a guitarist, which is Dead of Pool, and you got the lead singer, which is me. So,
nah, dude, I'd scream. I ain't got
Yeah, I do,
no,
I do a
you
lot
sit
of
down,
singing
Toki.
around stuff myself, so.
I don't want to be Toki.
You could be Toki.
Oh, no, Toki's adorable.
You're gonna sit there. You're gonna be Toki.
Dude, Toki's
This
adorable.
dildos. But no, dude, I don't understand how these people can actually, like, say the shit they say and then not, like, the shit that comes out of their mouths is actually just fucking retarded, and I don't understand how they don't realize it halfway through saying it. Like, I'll say retarded shit all the time, and I'll be like, oh shit, that's retarded, I should probably...
Well,
Well,
I mean,
again, you're not going full Macintosh, so.
yeah. I've kind of started using that as, and this is probably really wrong of me, but I've kind of started using SJW as a term to mean really freaking stupid. Like, okay, example, last night I was on my way home from the gas station, and me and my boyfriend were stopped at a red light. This guy that was behind us pulled into the grass beside us and then ran a red light. And my first words out of my mouth, must be an SJW.
Oh.
Because the rules of the world don't apply to them.
Exactly.
That red
We are
light.
SJW. We're rich, privileged white kids. Nah.
Who decide to bitch about gender identity and racism and fucking
Racial racism.
Well, I mean, my
I'm
biggest
sorry.
problem is
I'm tired, dude.
my biggest problem is not even the stupidity. It's the fact that there is no attempt to have any sort of discussion. It just gets shut down, and all this other shit. And it's just like, okay, Radical Bytes tweet not too long ago saying, oh, all you GGers do is attempt to close down discussion, and this is from the guy that's fucking blocked like 90% of people who disagree with his view. It's just like, seriously, the hypocrisy is mind-blowing. And the fact that they can't actually see that themselves is what's even more mind-blowing.
It's funny, but it's also kind of sad.
And then honestly, all these
Funny.
these fucking figureheads for the entire movement themselves, they're fucking twats. They're like, I swear, those kids on Tumblr have mental disease, and they're just like taking advantage of them, eating it fucking up and shit.
I don't think you're wrong. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong there.
Like,
That's why I don't go to Tumblr anymore.
I'm not gonna lie, I go there to creep on my ex sometimes, just to make sure she's alive. Just to make sure she's alive, because she's still
Okay.
And this just got weird.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. That's pretty cool. Okay. Moving along.
Wait, slowly.
Can we discuss? Can we possibly discuss GTA 5? And
That'd be great.
How it got pulled?
Game of the century. Game of
All right.
millennium.
I'm gonna throw my 2 cents out there first, because fuck you guys. Basically,
Fuck you.
Love you too, dude.
hey, watch your internalized misogyny here. Check your white privileges, boy.
How can you have internalized misogyny? That shit's so confusing.
All right. Anyways, Target pulling it off the shelves in Australia. You know what? They're a family company, to be quite honest, and
Yeah.
they could pull it. So whatever. But when hatred comes to Steam, they don't necessarily have the proper authority to pull it. They sell video games, not doggy biscuits and nappies, as Total Biscuit said. So basically, his opinion on it is the exact same thing as mine.
Well, I mean,
Target has the right because they're a family company. You know, they sell family crap. And Steam is supposed to cater to gamers. It doesn't matter what the hell you play.
Well, I noticed someone talking about, with regards to Steam, at least in Europe, it potentially, because Steam is such a huge marketplace, I mean, Steam probably has, what, like 70% of all PC sales in the EU at least, that pulling it would sort of be against competition laws in the EU, so... I mean,
Yeah, I saw this.
I saw someone talking about that. Potentially, by removing them from the store, you're shunning them from a potential like 70% of their potential market, and it's anti-competitive. But I mean, again, Steam also has the right to choose because it's their storefront. In the same way that Origin is EA's storefront, and they can choose what to do with theirs. But at the same time, at current, they cater to all sorts of people, so it sort of just goes against the fact that they already currently cater to a shitload of people.
Now, when one says the right, do you mean the legal right, or do you mean the moral standing?
Well, I think those are two different things. I think you can morally object to something that other, like a morality thing is, for a lot of people, especially for like SJWs, is it's a mindset. So it's your own personal view on something. So for some of them, like SJWs think, okay, you know what, you have a moral duty not to sell this game because X, whereas someone else might say, well, you know what, I believe freedom of speech overrides that. So those are just two opposing moral views, but as a legal right, because it's Steam's storefront, they legally have the right to remove it. There is no Destructive Creations have no sort of legal demand to have their game up there. It's Steam's choice to allow them the platform.
Yeah, I would have to
I
agree
think
with that.
it's the same with any. It's the same with any sort of storefront. It's the same with Target. It's the same with GameStop. It's the same with whatever. It's a privately run company, and it's up to the decision of either the shareholders or the owners as to what they do. But again, that then comes down to that decision needs to be made with regards to whether stuff will sell and whether you're going to be damaging your own business by potentially being anti-consumer. If shit's going to sell, the market will dictate whether it'll sell or not. So,
That's the way every company should be ran.
well, yeah, it should be like, you offer all products, that's fine, and people who want to buy them will buy them, people who don't, but people don't have a right to tell you what to remove. They will just vote with their wallet. It'll be a case of, you know what, okay, this isn't selling well, so people won't make any more of this.
Exactly, it's supply and demand.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. I believe that in both the case of Target and in the case of Steam pulling the games, those were both consumer disservice. To Steam's credit, they did quickly rectify their mistake, but a game should not be made unavailable because some of your market disapproves for a product that they're not buying. They're not the market for that game, so it doesn't really make any sense for them to pull the game on account of an online petition that gauges 40,000 people online from all over the world that aren't necessarily even living in Australia, that aren't it just doesn't make any sense in any way you look at it.
Mm.
Well, not only that, the game's been out for over a year now, and now they're starting to freak out.
I think that's
over
a key point. I think if people were genuinely pissed, they would have done this the moment it came out, and I think this is a boiling over of tension and people noticing that, oh, GamerGate's popping up and GamerGate's getting a lot of flack, and all this other shit's popping up, maybe I can do something too, and then they've hopped on the bandwagon saying this is sexist, blah blah blah, and because of all the current pressure on a lot of different companies, media and other, then Target's caved purely because they can see the backlash potentially in other mediums.
It bothers me personally, like in I guess maybe 2 or 3 different ways. Like the one way, because a couple of you have already mentioned this. It's Grand Theft Auto 5. It has sold stupid amounts of copies already. It is a ridiculous amount of money. Target pulling it is them saying, we do not want to make money off of this anymore. That's them deciding to do that. It bothers me because of the double standard aspect of it. That's like the first way it bothers me because, okay, if you're not going to sell this game that is rated M, not adults only in the United States, if you're going to pull it because it's rated M, you need to pull Watch Dogs, you need to pull Saints Row, you need to pull Resident Evil, you need to pull every M-rated game. You need to pull Breaking Bad if you sell that. You need to pull everything that's DVD, TV, movie, everything that is in that same area.
Yeah.
That same area. Because it's a family company. That, like, if they're going to do that, so that personally is what bothers me. But the other thing about it too is like, they're pulling it because why? Like you've already said, the people who are throwing a fit about it are not buying it. The game is available and it's rated M, so over here, over in the U.S., it's rated M. Over here, a kid can't buy it without a parent,
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, but the precedent is there over in Australia as well. You can't just walk up as a 12-year-old and say, yeah, give me Grand Theft Auto 5, and just walk out of the store, slapping your money down. You would have to have a guardian or a parent there, wouldn't you?
I think that's the way it goes. I'm not 100%.
I think that's the way it's meant to go. So,
right. Well,
you know what my problem about it is both instances it was pulled on false pretenses. That's what bothers me about it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like this sort of, like, Target pulled it because of, like, sexism and violence against women, and this is completely ignoring the fact that there is the mandatory torture scene with a male character that's mandatory.
Trevor.
If you want to post,
Trevor.
yeah, and it's just like it's just boggling that either they've not done the research or they've not been willing to do that research. And if they're going to say we're going to pull this game because it's violent, full stop, then I agree. Then it's a case of saying, okay, well we're going to pull all violent games because we want to be a family store and we want to sell to
right. And that wouldn't bother me a bit because, again, that would be their decision based on their clientele as a business. And I would totally respect that. I would get it, and I would be like, well, if I want to buy a game and I happen to be in Target in Australia, whatever, I wouldn't be able to buy that game there, and that's fine. I would realize that, and I would be okay with that. It's just the double standard of it. It's like you were saying, it's the fact that they're not doing the research, or it seems more likely they're just kowtowing to the people who honestly aren't going to be buying it in the first place.
I think I'm going to have a controversial, slightly different opinion. I think.
No.
That's all right. Devil's advocate.
Okay.
It's chilling time. It's
in
chilling
the
time.
case of
Chilling time.
Target, sure, whatever the hell. One of the problems with Target is it was selling the game like it was a kid's product because Target is stupid. It's their own fault. They were putting it in adverts next to the kids' toys section for buying Barbies and shit. Come on. What age are these people that make these magazines in Target? They're obviously not very clever. In addition to that, I dislike them pulling it because it's clear they didn't understand what the hell they were doing. What they needed to do was fix their damn store and how they market goods. In the case of Steam, controversial alternative opinion, I think Steam doesn't have the right not to sell it. Although, as much as I may wish to be a freewheeling, anyone can do what they want kind of guy, in the case of Steam, it is so predominant to the PC market, it does have a monopoly position. I mean, here I am.
I have to disagree.
Yeah.
By saying that.
But
go ahead,
to be honest, I would never use Origin the same way I use Steam.
Well, the difference is that Origin only offers EA stuff, and the Ubisoft store only offers Ubisoft stuff, and I think that's the biggest point of why it would potentially be sort of it's anti-consumer in Europe, is because it's a storefront that sells literally anyone's product.
Well, yeah,
and again, it is predominant.
If EA or Ubisoft decided they want to put their games on Steam, they would sell more games. It's just they've done a calculation that they think they're happy to. I mean, I didn't buy this game. This is actually a gift from some relations, which is nice.
What game is that?
Thank you. This is Dragon Age Inquisition, the game of the year. I'm not sure I would call it that. It's actually a bit of a grind.
Wait, who said it was game of the year?
The gaming thing where Total Biscuit got the award.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
it's not a bad
this isn't
game.
just another game that's come out with Game of the Year on the front of the box.
Well, actually, let me show you the Origin right now. Store. Game
John
of the
Kelly
Year,
is
Dragon Age Inquisition. There it is.
John Kelly in the chat is saying that he has a rebuttal.
Yes. The claim that Steam is a monopoly, I do not believe is accurate. While Steam is the largest market, biggest store, the biggest voice in the room, to say they have a monopoly means they have total or near total control over the market, which they don't, on the count that there are alternatives. GOG is an alternative, and also Origin is an alternative. Another alternative is simply selling the game on your website and having a PayPal option to buy it, which I imagine you'll be able to make a direct sale from their website when the game gets released.
I actually agree.
Now, yes.
I mean, I think that's a fair comment. Where you draw the line that considering the monopoly to be is a question. I'm just going, I understand the definitions of 70% market share usually. I don't agree that monopolies are always a bad thing. Monopolies are not a bad thing if they behave properly. And by allowing the game on the store, Steam are behaving responsibly because they're not damaging someone else's product.
I think you could argue, though, that Steam is in such a position that, I don't know, if Steam were to turn around one day and say, you know what, every game on Steam is now $1, then that would pretty much tank. I would say that would pretty much tank any other vendor who distributes a game online.
Yeah.
And even retail. So I would argue that Steam has that sort of power, and that currently they don't abuse it. And I've just noticed someone's just said Steam equals Windows, and I'll agree. But I mean, they're already moving into Linux as well. So, and I mean, anyone that's playing a game on PC, I would say the vast majority of people that game on PC game on Windows.
I also have to make another point. if monopolies do not work, they're mathematically unfeasible. If it does not work. The idea that a monopoly can work is wrong. If Steam is a monopoly, then it's time to enact some antitrust laws. Like I said, I don't believe they are, because there is alternatives. And also to address something in the chat, I said that Monopoly has total control or near total control. Steam has not reached that point yet. They're not the point where nobody else can compete. It's not at that level yet, because you do have options and alternatives that, while smaller, they are growing. But yeah, that was the point I wanted to make.
Yeah.
Well, I'm an oil person, so that obviously had the world's first, what was viewed as monopoly with Standard Oil in the US, that had something like 90% of the market, and then the US government broke it up in the 1900s. And what you tend to find is when you break up in the monopoly, the cost of doing that business increases. So you can argue that by having a monopoly, you might serve the market, but in other ways, having a monopoly, you don't. So it's difficult, but I respect the fact they're allowing a game on, which is controversial, because it deserves the right to succeed like every other game. And really,
I completely agree at that point.
It's artistic expression at this point, and you're just hindering it.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with it or not.
I don't agree with the malicious slant that's been made that the devs are Nazi. From the evidence I've seen, that's false. It's invented just to create controversy. And I don't agree that any of the content in the game hasn't been seen before in games like Manhunt, Postal, or Postal 2.
Another problem with that is...
Yeah, but we also have GTA 5 coming.
Well, GTA 5 isn't really a fair comparison. Although some people might go mad, it does have a gameplay which is orientated around completing missions and things.
Real quick, I need to take off for a few because dinner just got here, but I'll be back when that's over.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
go ahead.
Fucking Modern Warfare 2 had that fucking airport shooting scene.
Yep.
Did they try to pull that?
Yeah.
There was a lot of controversy about that.
Yeah, but they didn't pull it.
Okay. That's because it's Call of Duty, and that's a fucking Titanic game.
Very true.
And
GTA 5 is the biggest.
Yeah.
You have something like nowadays the social justice just completely fucking blew the fuck out because people are stupid. They don't like their feelings hurt, and we get all this outrage over fucking games. Then we have oh, new noise again.
It's not that bad.
Alright, well, we have games like Hatred and Grand Theft Auto 5. Now, when Modern Warfare 2 is out, these people are probably still in high school or getting their gender studies degree. And, yeah, shots fired, but, fucking TV.
What's that noise that's going boop, boop, boop?
Yeah, I was about to say.
No, I've got no idea.
But now that they could have had it pulled like Modern Warfare 2, they could have had that shit theoretically pulled if their movement was at that point, if they were actually a bigger thing at that point, they could have had that pulled.
Well, I'm wondering if that's to do with the fact that that's just killing a group of people as opposed to specifically their issue with only killing women. Even though that's categorically false, the argument they're putting forward is that it's specifically targeting women, whereas Call of Duty was just like, oh, we're just going to do it for controversy. We're just going to kill everybody. And I'm wondering if that's more of a sticking point.
Between Call of Duty, like Modern Warfare 2 and now, like back then, we actually had people who were standing up for the right to do and push the line and push the envelope and everything, and now that has completely flipped. If Modern Warfare 2 came out now, then it would be in the same cart that's being pushed at a target with Grand Theft Auto 5.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I agree with the point before that was just like, well, you know what, you need to pull not just GTA, you need to pull Saints Row and shit. There's other games that do the same shit. So they've all been out for a while as well. So follow suit.
Honestly, Target should just stop like carrying games to begin with. They're obviously not competent enough.
Wait, it just seems like, you know, if you're gonna carry a medium that has the potential to cause controversy, you need to have a very set policy on what you will and will not carry.
Yeah.
So that people understand outright, because Target carried it before and now they don't, so that confuses people. People are now just like, Target, why have you done that? If they'd come out from the very beginning and said, you know what, we're a family-oriented store, so we will not ever carry games with this particular rating, then people would just be like, oh, okay, if I want to buy that game, I don't go to Target. Otherwise, I can still buy my games at Target. That would be an issue. But people are just sort of getting sort of confused now, I think.
Yeah, from what I gather, part of the concern from some Australian gamers, I ain't an Australian gamer, but from what I gather, is Target's such a large store, it's like Tesco in the UK or Walmart in the US. They were able to get it on release much cheaper there, which is a shame that's being lost, but perhaps by them refusing to carry mature games in future, they will open up someone else who will become the dominant stalker of the good and lower the price further.
Yeah,
because obviously people want to buy it. And I also respect Australian gamers. They're very cross because they've just won a fight a few years ago to even be allowed to have 18+ games.
That's a great point.
Although as someone in Australia, I think the 18+ rating is just kind of a empty gesture because I think I mentioned this before, but Saints Row 4 was refused classification here. Now we have an 18+ rating, but we still refuse classification of games. So
now that is censorship.
Yeah.
It just seems to me that Australia's been that way for a while, though, isn't it? You've only just got, not only just, but you've only recently had the 18 rating, haven't you?
Yeah, we only very recently have that.
Yeah.
We only
So,
but the government still like just not gonna do it.
Personally, I think it's just because the parents and shit don't want to take responsibility.
Yeah,
Pretty
but
much.
lots of people don't want to take responsibility, like SJWs, for their actions. But hey, never mind.
Zinger.
I'm not an expert in Australian law, but is there any way you could possibly start a campaign to make it by law that games must receive classification and cannot be denied?
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure about that. I'm not quite sure about that because I'm not exactly Australian myself. But I'll see what I can do about it. But
From what I've gathered, listening to people talk about it, when they the games that they have there, and if anyone knows otherwise, please correct me. But the games that are available and sold have been classified. By refusing classification, that's just them basically shutting the door, saying, "Nope, not going to sell it," because then they do not rate it and it cannot be legally sold because it is not classified.
You know, I mean, I talked about this with Mercedes Carrera when she was on the Let's Think game show that I did a little while ago. This very specifically, actually. One thing that people need to understand about Australia is they're relatively new to the game when it comes to something like this, and it isn't. They're not taking steps back. They're taking steps forward. They're continually taking steps forward. And I know it looks shitty on the outset right now, but in all reality, Australia, you know, from 5 years ago to now, they wouldn't even have some of the games that they have right now. So it is a slow progress for things like this. You know, there are very much. I mean, it's really weird considering they do this to a lot of their own entertainment. You know, that's just kind of how it is, and these are kind of like the baby steps getting out of that. You know, their entertainment sphere is kind of like ours 20 years ago, sort of deal. So, you know, a lot of people worry about the Grand Theft Auto being pulled from Target and stuff like that as like this mass you know, I mean, it's not the government per se doing it. You know what I mean? It's the store, and people don't seem to realize that, you know, a store and the government is totally, you know, disjointed. Those things don't connect. You know, just because they're banning them in Target in Australia too, doesn't mean that they ban them in the United States Target. You know, Target's a huge franchise.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's the sort of thing that you have to have some perspective on how their system works in general with that stuff to really kind of get the broader thing. You know, because that whole not classifying a game and stuff, that was kind of like the old hat for them. You know, they're really trying to get into actually classifying stuff, getting the stuff done. You'd still buy Grand Theft Auto in Australia. It's not like, you know, just because it's not only Target, it was Kmart too. Took them out. And then for some reason, people just forget about Kmart over there taking it off their shelves. But, you know, the idea is that Target made their money already, right? This was a PR move to appease a subset of people, and they thought, hey, you know what, we're going to do this. We're going to look great for doing it. And what they didn't realize is that everybody who even gave a shit, really, knew that they were already selling the game, knew they already made their money, and knew they were just basically doing a shitty PR tactic. And it blew up in their face. A lot of people over there have already realized how bad this is blowing up in their face, but that's the thing. They can't, at this point in time, I highly doubt their management will try to fix the situation. And I believe that, you know, the whole, I mean, doing that, Kmart and Target over on that side shot themselves in the fucking foot with, you know, just the Grand Theft Auto series in general. You know what I mean? Because if they do, like, let's say Grand Theft Auto 6 or whatever comes out, that's going to be, I mean,
they're consistently top sellers.
Well, here's the problem, though. If they do decide to sell it at their stores, right? The people who were up in arms before and who are in Australia, because I guarantee it's just a few, maybe half, you know, the people who signed that petition. It was an international petition, man. I mean, like, that thing was on the internet, and everybody could have filled it out, you know what I mean? From all over the fucking place. So maybe, I'm giving a benefit of the doubt that half of the people who signed that petition won't go and shop at Target anymore. So, okay, fine. But the bigger thing is that the gaming sphere in Australia won't fucking go there to buy it. You know, be like, why the fuck should we support you when you do shitty stuff like this? You're just gonna take it off the shelves, you know, a couple months later, man. Like with the, you know, it's a shitty thing to do, because what they're doing is they're trying to profit from it, and then they're trying to save face and be moral about it, and it's just like, that is probably one of the most immoral things I've ever seen done in the marketing space. You know what I mean? And I think that's where they're going to get, you know, they're going to get hit on both sides for that one. And, yeah, that's just, I mean, that's how it's going to be with that stuff. But anyway, sorry I didn't introduce myself. I just kind of walked into the conversation.
Hi, Mike.
No worries, mate.
What's up? I've been seriously, like, no sleep, just working on the Mukyo comp thing. I decided to go, like, full heavy into it. And I finally fleshed out all the systems for the site. Now it's just data entry.
Hooray!
I looked up how big that job is for entering in the game. Well, not only that, because I'm cataloging the reviewers to be reviewed, right? So I have to make a review page for every single reviewer. There has to be a topic in the forums which it links back to, because I got all that stuff set up so now that I can just enter it in, right? So that people can go in and review the reviewers. But now I have to literally make a page for every single reviewer. And then, just on the PlayStation side, right, I have 235 games that I have to enter, plus all their connecting reviews for those games.
Would you like my...
Have you got a script?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I have all the stuff ready. I just have to go through and do the data entry where I have to go and go get the review score from the website. That means I have to read probably about 10 reviews, because I'm going to try to cap it at maybe 10 for right now and add them later. Or maybe 5. I think I shouldn't do 10, because it's like, because I have to read those 5 reviews in full, do the baseline interpretation, see if they kind of doing any weird political shit in it, and like if those are weird politically motivated, I gotta fucking cut those out, and then do like another, you know, and then find another review that would fit in there. You know what I mean? That's an unbiased sort of review, and oh yeah, man, it is math. Like, it is just, you know, once you get one part done in something like this, there's just so much more. You know, you finally start seeing it. It's like when you finally are in a video game and you get the map, right?
Yeah.
You're like, oh shit, this map is huge. You know, so that's kind of where I'm sitting at right now. But yeah, I'm so happy that some people have been going in. One person went in and filled out like 10 reviewers already at the forum, so that helps tremendously. Like anytime somebody does, you know, even one, that's a great help. But yeah, hopefully by January it will be up to speed. I don't know. I'll have to see, depending on what's going on with Christmas stuff. But,
Yeah.
Happy Christmas, Hana Kwanzaa, everybody.
Thank you.
Whatever you celebrate.
Back about 2 months ago, I did a little kind of academic study on where I compiled all the Metacritic data, not by reviewer, but simply by game. And I think I've got about 6,000 or 7,000 entries in an Excel sheet. Would that be useful to you?
Does that contain all the links?
No, it's just a list, so you could go down it and just hammer them off with a group of people, I guess.
I
what else
actually,
can you do, really?
that's the thing is, like, I've been trying to get people to help me with that stuff, and I haven't found anybody.
Well, it's
like
pretty laborious.
really
So I'd be happy to help do 5 or 6 games a day or something.
Hey man, if you want to help me do that, I'll try to you know, make it worth your while. That'd be awesome.
With sexy results.
This is something to do with Anita Serkis. Sorry, Zoe Quinn's visit to school.
Why not both? Give the man both.
Oh, I was also gonna say, coming up next week. So another GamerGate supporter who's also I think she's done adult video work with Mercedes Carrera. Hazel Moon, she's actually going to be on the Let's Talk Games podcast for Arrow Games.
What? I got a huge crush on that bitch.
So she's going to be on the show, and we're going to talk, because I used to live in Japan and not really kind of focus. I always used to take them away from my students who had like the laptops. I would literally have to take the laptop away from them because some of them were playing Aerogate in the fucking class. And I'm like, can you not do that shit, motherfucker? I mean, come on. You're not helping your fucking profile with everybody else. You're never gonna, you know. But because it's creepy. Why play porn games in class? It's weird.
It's Japan. It's Japan. That's literally all the explanation you need.
Well, no, because like even my other students were just like, "Can you do something about this?" I'm like, "Yeah." It's like I mean, I was like embarrassed for the dude. I like walked up to him.
Sounds like he was praising Shin Shin.
You know, I mean, like in fairness, I mean, as long as he didn't whip it out, I think it's not that bad. You know.
No, but
it could have been worse.
The girl who sat behind him was just like, you know, these were high school kids. You know.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
The girl behind him was like, I don't want to look at this all day.
But, you know, imagine the consequences if it was hatred or something truly mind disturbing like that.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I'll never forget this kid. I still remember his name. I obviously won't say it, but it was like fucking 8th grade science class. And he's just drawing and drawing, and my teacher just walks over and he's just like, wow, you really look like really passionate about this. What have you been drawing? He had like an entire notebook of nothing but like a really, really realistic hentai, and he was just drawing it throughout like all the classes, and I was like, holy shit. My teacher just like pulled it up and he just took it from him, threw it in the trash can, and said, no one fucking look at that abomination. And I was like, damn. I mean, he was doing all the stops, like tentacles, fucking goats at some
Dear
point.
Lord.
I know, he was just like satanic at one point, you know?
And now that person probably works for one of the mainstream like hentai websites or something.
Oh, he's a games journalist. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, guys. Let's move on to like some of the other topics. Okay, one of the topic that is on the side chat is about the Karen Strogan's video about 25 male privileges why being male responding to that Atsunai video by Anita Sarkeesian.
I couldn't watch it. I'm not allowed to watch rape like that.
It's illegal.
I don't know if everyone has seen it.
I've seen it.
Jonathan, which one? Which?
I'll link it. Hold on a minute.
Are you talking about the? I forgot her name. The retort video.
Yeah.
Is that the one that was in part 1, part 2, part 3 thing?
I'm not sure if it was in parts.
Yeah,
but
she has only one part out.
yeah, she has
Yeah,
really
she's-
short hair. Yeah.
She was drinking rather a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, and just on a side note, dude, everybody needs to get away from that play dangerously, dude. Do you guys know his
Mike.
background at all?
Who?
The play dangerously guy.
Mike Cernovich. He went on. He was the guy that went on video and was trying to do this like $10,000 thing with Geordie Tate.
Yeah, he wanted to box him.
Okay, look.
No, that's Sam Biddle. That's Sam Biddle.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
oh,
it. Okay, so here's just a quick thing. Like, we need to start, even though it's great that people are rallying around GamerGate who have maybe some headway or whatever, associating with people like him who have actively shit on gamers. This guy is opportunistic as fuck. He is seriously. I mean, I've seen some of those vile, hateful shit toward gamers and just, calling people pansies and stuff. He is not somebody we want to associate with. We can't just pick up every person who says they want to be an ally.
Okay, here's my thoughts on Mike Cernovich. I don't care what opinions he's stated about gamers in the past. If we're going to go that route, we should just out Milo. And we've already stated that we're not doing that because he's done nothing but help us within GamerGate. Who's echoing?
You.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I have my own issues with Milo too because of he also brings a shitty image to us because of the whole transphobia stuff. So I mean, there's a lot. We need to be more careful about this stuff because at the end of the day, what ends up happening is we put people in figurehead positions that draw the most negative attention to us.
Well,
this
again,
guy especially
wait.
I want to say I don't think we pick anyone as a figurehead. I think I don't know. But I think people come in who have a huge sort of user base beforehand anyway, and that sort of, and then people then look and say, oh, they've got loads of followers, so they must be talking some sense because otherwise people can follow them. But those followers aren't necessarily be from GamerGate stuff.
Well, I mean that's the thing. I've watched these people over time, and I'm blown away because they get a massive following from GamerGate. I mean, he had like a kind of following, but I mean, it blew up after he started associating with GamerGate. These people have I mean, Milo not really because he's actually gone through, I mean, that's what he is. He's a fucking journalist, despite the other shit that's going on. And I think he's probably a reformed success story, if anything. But I still think that he still draws in a lot of negative attention because the stuff that's happening.
Some of the point that you raised about Milo, we already addressed that because it's like Aqua Pendulum is going completely nuts in the chat for resorting the whole Milo is a transphobic thing. But another criticism that he actually brought up when talking to me is about hero worshipping and Twitter circle jerking in GamerGate sphere. Now I grind that axe long enough, and you guys already know how my feel is. But his point is that this is stress relieving, but ultimately unproductive and distractive from other things you should be doing. Keep it to the moderate amount. And I agree. We cannot stop people from trying to erect leaders because people still gonna need somebody. Yeah, people are gonna need somebody to point them stick and some of the stuff. But it's kind of become very weird to see a lot of stuff going on with these figurehead, and then we seeing case like IA or King of Pole. It's just it's just a human nature, but you can't help but just point out, hey, you don't want that to happen again, do you? That sort of thing.
Okay. First, is there an echo still? No? Good.
No, it seems to be gone.
Okay, good. Anyway, when it comes to things that Mike Cernovich or Miles Yiannopoulos have done in the past, so long as they're not relevant to GamerGate, I don't care. Like the whole transphobic thing that Milo said, that was how he wrote that piece was very shitty. Like, he could have made his points without, being so provocative in that regard. There was just there was one comment in particular that I don't think I would not stand by, but that's not relevant to the consumer revolt. It's not relevant that Mike Cernovich hated video games and is now in favor of Gamergate. It's not relevant that Miles Yiannopoulos has criticized the gaming scene and is now in favor of Gamergate, because that's their past. It's not relevant here. On that note,
you can't say that, because if you say that, then you can't say that all this shitty stuff that Anita has done in the past isn't relevant. All the stuff that all these writers a lot of the stuff that we're bringing up from the past that specifically has to do with corruption in journalism isn't relevant. That's happened maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
That's a false equivalency.
No, that is a direct equivalency. You have to look at a person's character as a whole.
How is it not?
Because these people, unlike Milo is actually a shining example of how you change, how you actually do it. But fucking Mikey Boy, for Play Dangerously, he hasn't done that. This shit was just recently, and this stuff was actually intertwined when he was talking about Gamergate. I mean, that's the problem. Like, people are going to be opportunistic and just saying, people don't research. That's where we fall into traps as a group of people, because this is why we look ridiculous to a subset of the norm people on the outside, is because nobody's actually thought, oh, hey, which way are we going to actually legitimately look? Who are we going to rally behind? Because that's what happens. It's human nature. People just rally, even though everybody, I've said this before, even though we're all very separate in what we do, and each person has a different thing, when you start building up a person, you start going to a direction, you start going, oh, look what so-and-so said, you're immediately going to be associated with that person. If you actually look at the law, guilt by association, that's a thing,
No, it's not exactly. There's accessory to crimes, but it's not guilt by association.
Could I say something which I hope is productive? Okay, I'll be silent then. I understand your point that you want to view people. This is a mic. I understand your point. You want to view people as a whole package. But one of the problems we're always going to have is all these people who we may dislike the behavior of are probably still going to hang around to a certain point.
Oh yeah, no, they are.
It's probably best to encourage people who've had issues before to simply accept what we consider to be acceptable. If we say you're always going to have this heavy baggage, they are much less likely to view there as being light at the end of the tunnel, and therefore moving towards that light. And that's just my opinion.
Well, no, I mean, look at Milo. Milo's the example, right? Like, he's the guy who went through. He sat there. He's like, you know what? I didn't realize what was going on in the space. I didn't have a very good opinion about it before. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go do research. All these people have been really cool to me. I'm gonna go play video games more. I'm gonna go do all this stuff. I'm gonna go check out this stuff. I'm going to go. Fuck, he was playing Postal and all that crap. Like, good on him. I hate that game. But I mean, there's he went through the steps, and I mean, I could look at him and go, okay, I mean, I don't agree with your views on the transgender stuff, whatever, but you have gone through and done more research, done more effort to associate with the people who you're writing about than I think anybody has done. I mean, that's why you got to give him props. But I mean, just having that's why I'm trying to make that distinction. I mean, you have. I mean, I just saw something that he posted a week ago, just bashing on gamers, and then it went down, and somebody screen capped it from the anti-Gamergate side. I was just and I see that shit from him all the time, and I'm just like, God damn, dude, really? I don't know. It's just these people are fucking weird to me. I don't think that. I think that's opportunistic. I feel like that's a Brianna Wu move, and I hate that shit. I hate that kind of two-faced fake.
You could argue that Milo's writing up the Gamergate book can also be.
Okay, hold on. Sorry to interrupt you. There's an echo. Michael, it's you. Could you just mute your mic for a second? Thanks. Sorry about that. Continue, Tito.
Yeah, like I said, I just want to point out that you could also use Milo's recent move to write a book about Gamergate as an opportunistic move, but like some people in the chat is saying, like all of them is just one voice. Like
Yeah.
we don't have to agree on everything with each other. I certainly don't agree with a lot of people because I have a lot of criticism within Gamergate myself and have been frequently called like shill and everything about it. And so what's best is that we pick out the best and we learn. We don't get on hero worship too much. We take from these people. We take the good along with the bad, and we continue to move along. Move along. But it's human nature. What can you do about it? The best you could do is like talk about it and hope that people listen to you and do it. But outside from that, there isn't as much things that you can do about it, except for like flinging shit around, which again, not exactly productive to Gamergate as a whole.
Also, another
That's
point I'd like to make. Well, I don't. If before, if Mike Cernovich had written some stuff that is against gamers, I believe at this point he's come out and said that he's on the side of Gamergate because he's a nerd and he defends nerds or something like that. But what I wanted to add to that was I actually agree that we shouldn't be holding faith in Cernovich, and the reason why is because he hasn't really done anything for Gamergate. All he's did was the only thing I'll really credit him for, and only slightly, was challenging Sam Biddle to a boxing match. But even then, what did that do exactly, other than draw up some hype? Otherwise, what he's been mostly doing is just getting into Twitter spats, engaging with aggros on Twitter, and he's been doing a lot of poofling, essentially.
He did have a stream. So yeah, I know he challenged Sam Biddle, but he did also have a stream with Geordie Tate after Geordie's sort of meltdown, discussing some sort of $10,000 thing, and he actually got quite a reasoned discussion out of Geordie, which was quite impressive, to be fair, considering he's a bit off the rails.
But that's what I mean. I mean, Geordie Tate, what he said was completely dehumanizing and wrong. But he's also a cripple who's also lost, who's going through a divorce and lost his job. I mean, this guy isn't exactly someone you want to brag about defeating the bait. He's not really. He's a nobody. He's just a guy who has had some connections which are now severed even before he made those statements.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's basically saying, look, I beat a cripple and who's going through a lot of emotional distress.
It wasn't a debate. It was just a discussion. So it wasn't really a case of anyone beating anyone. I think in the case of like Poll's stream, where it was essentially bear baiting at that point, because he was at that point he was not in the right place to have any sort of discussion. With this one, he'd calmed down a bit, but yeah, as long as people aren't as long as people aren't targeting other people and they're just discussing things, I don't see an issue with that. But I would agree in any sort of sense where brings someone on that they know is basically having a really shit time, and then who then argues them down and makes them purposely flip their shit to make them look bad. That I would agree is not on. But I mean, I would just say that the discussion he did have with Geordie Tate was quite reasoned, so it wasn't really a case of any sort of baiting him in.
Okay, that's fair. But
as much as I don't like a lot of King of Pole's stuff that he's said in the past, or not even the past, but recently, and when he got drunk and kind of did that weird thing, he did handle, I think, the Geordie Tate thing fairly well, I thought, because as somebody who, when you talk to somebody who has psychological disorders, I'm actually going into that field myself. And it was interesting, they talked about it afterward about how he, had narcissistic personality disorder and stuff like that, and kind of feeling out how he was. I mean, they did kind of do a really good line of questioning with him to try to figure out what is going on with this guy, because it's very hard to sit there and look at somebody who's defending saying, "I want you to die in the ways that were
Oh,
only
yeah.
produced in the Holocaust." You know, so you know, and I've even done my own video where I don't think it was totally a narcissistic personality disorder, but it was a somewhat sociopathic disorder, because once you hit that line where you have a total disassociation with human life for anybody who's outside your own sphere, that's you're treading on that territory. But one of the things that he brought up, saying he was crippled. I
Yes,
didn't hear
Yeah,
Jordy Tate.
he doesn't
Jordy
have
Tate,
lower legs.
because the photos I saw of him was him standing up perfectly fine with people. So
Yeah, it was. It wasn't. It was relatively recent. Like I think it was like a maximum of like 6 months or something like that. He lost both legs, I believe, in a car accident.
That is correct.
Yep,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
correct.
Yeah, so you know, like if I had that happen to me, and then I had a bunch of people yelling at me for something I said, I'd probably be fucking pissed as well. So
I'm in no way defending what Jordy Tate said. I find what he
no,
said
of course.
despicable, and there's just no way I could like say that what he said
But
was
I think
okay
people
or
can
justifiable.
sympathize with sort of his position and sort of
That-
And that hammers home what I said in my video, dude. Fucking, if you need help, go seek therapy. I even linked to, you know, the mentalhealth.org thing. So, I mean, if you're ever in a position like that, that's just for everybody, man. You know, if you're ever in that bad place, you know, there are people out there. Even the government, man. There are people out there who are willing to help you. You know.
I mean, like, I sort of wonder, like, with this discussion, it sort of seems to bring up the idea of sort of vetting people and their contributions, and personally, I don't know whether that's a worthwhile endeavor. I think we have help coming from sides that, you know, might not necessarily weigh in on this sort of discussion, and that's because this discussion in particular doesn't just affect games, it sort of just affects media bias and sort of dirty goings on in general. So whether we need to vet someone because they don't appear to have done much, I don't know. But if they're not appearing to do much, then I don't also particularly see the harm in just leaving them to do it, as long as they're not being massive dicks about it.
You know, the one thing that I think is not to just like we shouldn't be like I'm not trying to say expel people, but I mean have a realization for who the people are that maybe you're retweeting and stuff. I think that you know, we need to be more informed. I always say, you know, information is the best weapon, and when you're not going through it with you kind of, I mean, shooting off without information. I see a lot of people doing that. I have to like in my friends and stuff too. I'll send them a message and be like, "Yo, dude, like, when you retweet this person, just be sure that this is the shit that they were saying last week."
Well, I mean,
you know,
the thing to remember is that it's down to the individual whether they retweet or not. The moment you have someone come in and say, "Don't retweet this person" or "retweet this person," you end up with some sort of leadership position, which is completely not what this is about. So it should be down to the individual to just make sure that they do the research, and if they, as an individual, are happy with what this person is saying, and if they believe this person is being genuine, then by all means. But you don't want to have one or like a group of people dictating whether someone's input is valuable or not. It's down to the individual.
That's what I'm saying. I think that the people they don't have the information. That's why I want to like bring that home. Look up the people that you're retweeting, what they've said, what they've done in the past, you know, and make your decision, because you know, that quote unquote hashtag movement, that's how this stuff kind of works. You know, you build your own credibility through this sort of stuff. So you just be informed, you know, because there are people that I see retweeting certain individuals who their views are totally different, and like, I mean, total polar opposites, and would never say some of the shit that, or even relate, or even, you know, it's like being a consumer, you know, like I won't buy a Borderlands game because of the shit that's gone on with that company and kind of the personal shit that I know on that stuff. Like, it would be like the same thing for people in the Twitter space who are like, you know, oh yeah, this person said something, you know, obviously there's so many fucking tweets. I mean, Jesus Christ. My account is rather new because I swapped it over from an old one, and I'm already to like almost 3,000 tweets. You know, I mean, there's obviously going to be something you like in maybe one of those. You know what I mean? And depending if the person, I mean, I've been retweeted by anti-GamerGate and shit a bunch of times. So I mean, it's in good ways. So I mean, obviously they don't realize like my position on it, and I mean, if they do, then I guess I don't know, good on them. I have no idea. But you're eventually going to see something that is being passed around, and because Twitter really makes that sort of thing happen, where it's like you really get detached from the person who said it. You know what I mean? Like something like one of the things that he retweets or whatever, one of the things I retweets could be retweeted the initial 20 times and then blow up to 100-something retweets. It's just like you're reaching the far edges of, I mean, that's a pretty decent amount of number to be retweeted. Obviously it's not Anita numbers with her fucking, or her Insanity crew doing like 1,000 retweets or whatever, which is very hive mind. You want to talk about hive mind?
No, bro, it's paid bots. Get it right.
Paid bots. You know what I wonder, because I sat there and I started looking into that idea, the whole paid bots thing. That's more doable and fakeable than I thought possible. As somebody who's programming stuff, and I was looking at how those interact with like websites and stuff like that, and for a website, because I use like Google to track like the individual, they're really good about that. But other like mains, like sort of tracking stuff, they really don't do it very well. You can totally bypass it and make it look like these are like people commenting and stuff like that. It's pretty fucking scary.
Yeah, I would say to add to that.
One other thing I would like.
Go ahead, Tito.
Sorry. One other thing I would like to add is like Twitter, outside of being a source of information and a way to quickly get information out, is not exactly an idealistic social media platform, because there's so much shit going on with it. Like you have people flinging shit all over the place. There's like only 140 characters and all that kind of stuff. So. I mean, human nature is one thing, but I feel like also the platform itself encouraged this kind of activity that we have seen going on for quite some time now. So it happens. So the best we can do is we recognize it and we try our best not to fall into it. But at the same time, we shouldn't like try to force people into doing it, because that's the nature of the beast, so to speak. That's how I think it is.
I don't think Twitter is even an appropriate medium for transferring information. It's a joke, actually. I don't take it very seriously, and I say some pretty incorrect things in it that I probably shouldn't. I get out of it in the morning. Oh, is my mic muted?
It cut out a little bit, but
Oh, sorry. I often touch poop. Only when I enjoy it, I'm quite able to walk away. But I tend to view Twitter more as a case of controlling and contributing to a medium which otherwise these people would have hegemony over. They would be able to push their viewpoint, and it would be retweeted through all these various circles. I don't think we control it as such. Because they've went to great lengths to try to stop us talking, but we've certainly made them rather embarrassed that they can't use it to push the narrative that there is no opposition to their views. And that's the reason I continue to use it, just to show there is a huge opposition to what they think.
That is very important too. Yeah. So what a lot of people don't realize.
The show of strength is important.
They've slipped in. They've done something. Like, you couldn't do this in the movie space. You couldn't do this in the art space. I mean, even though there are some really crazy artsy stuff, but if they tried to pull half the shit that they've done with gaming, with like fine art, painting, and stuff like that, they fucking get their laughed out and just totally shunned and plagued by their stupidity. The reason why gaming, and I've said this a couple times before, is we were the weak link in the media chain for them to get their little fucking veins into, and we're seeing it, and it's always going to happen. I feel like a new media, if like I don't know, VR games, or I don't know what the next step in media would be, but whatever that would be, you're going to see people fucking coming into that. You know what I mean? And doing the same exact shit. And let's just hope that generation has the fucking fortitude to stand up like the previous generations. And, you know, we see this poison in college campuses and shit right now with I mean, I call it that's toxic. The shit that they say at the college campuses where, quote unquote, that offends me is somehow a fucking argument, that's toxic. You know, that is killing of other people's ideas, experiences, closing yourself off. It's a gross thing to me.
To clarify, do you mean to say that offends me in debate, or do you mean like people shooting the shit and then someone says, that offends me?
No, literally.
People using it as a defense to shut down someone else's argument.
Yeah, they usually when you hear somebody go, well, that offends me, it's like, well, that's supposed to stop the discussion, like it's an argument. It isn't. That's not a fucking argument. That offends me is nowhere in any form of argument. You know, I mean that it's like the same thing with why hatred was initially pulled down, because a group of people said, well, that offends me, so take it down. And, you know, some of the people who, I mean, Gabe Newell had to come in, we talked about that before, and shut those people out. You know what I mean? And be like, no, your game's going back up. And that is ultimately because he's a good business guy, but he's also a smart cookie on that. And I think, if anything, he knows the ideas about, I mean, you know, especially from his background, the ideas of freedom, of creating something and putting it out there.
Yeah, I kind of want to ask you guys, do you think, I got this argument from someone I was discussing with, I have it in the chat if you want to check it out, because I got the argument that I didn't know if someone got offended because I had no proof of it, because that's the reason it got pulled down, but it's obvious someone got offended either by email or someone internally, and they pulled it down.
Well, someone just made a complaint to Steam saying, why are you selling this, basically. Yeah, because there's no other reason that it would have been pulled down, because it was already up there before.
But then there's the, like, 90% that wanted it on there, so...
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's come back and it's shot back up the green light list. I mean, it was high on the green light list anyway, so...
Well, actually, I was in a discussion with my friend, because he was saying it was silly that we were making a big deal out of this, because, you know, every company has a right to decide what they put on their shelves or not. And as we discussed, I mean, there's definitely a fine line there, but he actually did his own research, and he found that there was comments, a lot of them, in fact, of social justice warriors saying that this game's revolting, da-da-da-da-da, and there was actually... he showed me a few images that were actually posted on Kotaku out of all places of these people complaining about it, and they didn't agree with it. So I was very surprised.
Well, I mean, people are more than welcome to disagree with something. You have a right to be offended. That's fine, but it's when yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, I'm just saying that's what I have an issue with.
No, I mean, the fact that Kotaku had people on there essentially saying taking hatred down was stupid, and that they were criticizing the people making those comments, that's what surprised me.
Oh, that's stupid bullshit then.
Well, actually, a lot of these websites that use clickbait-style articles, basically sensationalism, to get clicks, a lot of them depend on you being angry and posting content in response to what you're writing. So that way there's more content on the website, more people looking into the website, and subsequently more clicks, which means more ad revenue.
Exactly. What the fuck happened? Why can't... See, that's one of the things. I try to, like, produce content that people like and makes them happy, and they're like, oh, that was a good thing. Where the fuck did that go? Why do we keep having the anger Olympics going on for sites?
It's much easier to make money that way.
That actually reminded me, in my IRC channel, there was an anti-GG guy. One of the points that he was, what he was saying is that he was talking about how harassment is an issue in GamerGate, and he said this. He said that the way that media's like try to sensationalize and bring the issues up, harassment up, is how you solve it. And everyone just look at each other and say, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Like that's I think that's part of how people are so easily inflamed, how so get
Yeah.
clickbaity, so to speak, because they think that by bringing attention to it, that it will get people to solve it, but they don't realize that it would just inflame the issue even harder than normal. Hence why you see like law enforcement like telling people who got harassed like don't mention it and some other stuff. They don't like tweet it out like Brianna Wu did. No, that's silly because it would encourage even more harassment.
Well, that's because they don't. Yeah, exactly. That's because they don't want to be harassed more. Whereas Bianaru wants attention.
I seriously, originally when it all started, I gave her the fucking benefit of the doubt, and I'm you know what, you have the right to speech and stuff, and nobody should be like trying to shut you down. And now I'm at the point where I'm like, you are clinically insane and a liar. I've been seeing so, like, okay, for the hatred thing, she was like, oh, people are trying to put me in the hatred game and petitioning, you know, the creators to do that. And people were like, you know what, let's email them and ask, right? And the guy's like, I don't even know who that is, but apparently it's somebody because they're getting attention.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, he's fucking lies upon lies. It's just like, you know, it makes it really hard to take that, you know, the idea of like everybody should have, you know, speech and be able to say stuff like it. It just, it's such abuse. You know what I mean? It's like you need to be in the crazy pad place where,
especially when people are giving you the benefit of the doubt, abusing people who are actually giving you, who are actually believing you, and abusing their trust is bullshit. I hate that.
There's a reason why we have the citation needed job, because a lot of these stuff that these people are saying, they don't have a link. Like I remember that Arthur Chu there was a Twitter comment change, and Arthur Chu was like, there was an article where Aaron's mom, where it was saying that Aaron's mom actually talked to Aaron about how he shouldn't publish it, and then during the next tweet he was like, I don't have the link, and I'm not bothered enough to Google it. I'm like, what the fuck, mate? You don't have any link?
If that's his response, then he just lost the argument because he was unable to cite his source and unable to validate or verify his claims. So it's,
yeah, but these people got their followers, and they just like listen and believe everything. That's kind of make my faith. Yeah, that's kind of make my faith in humanity kind of dwindle a bit because people are so fucking stupid.
I'm gonna bow out now, so everybody have a nice
night.
Have a good
one, Deadpool.
Yeah.
See you later, man.
Yeah, sorry I wasn't able to talk more. There's just too much background noise.
Yeah, no problem. As I said in the chat, you're welcome back. Okay, that's
It's okay. The internet never forgets your insult.
Oh, the internet
All right,
does
see ya.
not forget.
See ya.
Plus, we have archives upon archives upon archives, so, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Lies and lies.
I mean, I'm looking at this letter. Someone just posted the letter from Jack Conte, who runs Patreon, to Devi Ever about and just saying stuff. I'm not trying to get you to use Patreon again. You've made it very clear what it will take you to get back on. Well, like, that's insane.
What?
Like, someone's actually stood up.
Can you link in the side chat?
It's in the actual video chat. I can't link it in the normal chat because I'm chatting from a different device. So.
Wait, what happened now? Sorry, I missed that.
I'll post it back into the. There, I've just posted it into the actual YouTube chat.
Okay.
It's basically
Are you talking about that Imgur?
Huh?
That Imgur?
Yeah, I mean, he's basically just come out saying, you know what, you may disagree with us, but we've hired someone to write some community guidelines.
Okay, what did I miss?
A lot.
Honestly, I don't know.
Sorry about that. My boyfriend's nephews came over to hang out for a few.
Can you turn off your webcam?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, Google's a jerk.
Well, we talked about a lot of stuff.
Who's this Grace person? I don't know who this is.
Devi
Yes,
Ever.
I know.
So this is the person that was on Kickstarter to advertise like a pedal for guitars or something, like a sound modifying pedal, and then she basically ran with a load of the money. And was it her that donated money to
Yeah,
Feminist
it was
Frequency with it? Yeah.
She had an Indiegogo, by the way.
Yeah, that was it. Sorry.
Indiegogo about a pedal guitar that have like knobs and then some kind of stuff some kind of stuff on it. And what happened is that it got a lot of funding and everything, but then Devi was like, "Yeah, I use all the funding in my personal shit," and then she used the funding to donate on Feminist Frequency, and then.
And now she's
and
in
then,
debt,
yeah.
I think, and she can't
Yeah.
pay back the Kickstarter fees to people who've basically just had their money taken, and she's run off with it and spent it.
Yeah,
So
and then
then
the IRS is on her ass too.
Yeah, the IRS is actually.
I hope they rip her to fucking shreds. I have no tolerance for that.
Well, that's just blatant thievery.
Wow, that's bullshit.
And if
Actually,
you go through and you fuck the consumers, I want to go at your throat with a.
And also the fact that that she used some of the funds to donate to Feminist Frequency, I believe, may be against some of the terms and conditions of Indie.
Yeah, that's because you can't donate to any one other thing after you've already made your funds.
Oh, I heard about this.
Yeah, so I think she's also breaching.
Yeah, I heard about this about like a week or two ago. I remember hearing something about it.
Yeah, so I think she's also breaching those the rules set out by the site.
Effectively, she's shown she cannot be trusted to run a company, run a project, or manage any type of money because she has no idea how to manage a damn thing in a responsible manner.
I mean, like she gave out a tweet or two that basically "fuck you" to all the backers, and I'm kind of like, what planet are you? What planet are you living on, woman?
Yep.
And there's a
That's
reason
money
why
doesn't
they have.
appear from thin air.
There's a reason why they have that you can't donate to other projects when you get the funding, because that's grounds for a lawsuit right there. If Devi Ever's backers wanted to, they could sue her. In fact, any one of them who donated money to her project could, and they'd have a clear-cut case against her.
You do the black title, and you go down to the.
Well, I mean, how much did she get the full amount she was asking for, or?
Yeah.
She was getting quite a lot. She was getting over it and quite a lot.
I believe when I read it, she got something, and my bad if this is incorrect. She got something like $200,000 to make a guitar pedal or a test demonstrator model.
Wow.
She consumed about 140k on costs.
What?
And then she gave 40k to Feminist Frequency.
Oh my
No,
god.
only 500 to finish frequency, but the rest is like burned on her.
It doesn't matter if it's 500 or 5,000. That's still fucked up.
Yeah, to build a guitar pedal, she got 200,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whatever. Obviously, I'm not an expert.
Fuck, dude, I could have built that shit, and I would have had fun doing it.
My boyfriend could have built some stuff around the house.
Let me explain a bit. It's not that simple. Well, I'm a guitarist, so I know a thing or two about this. It's not exactly a guitar pedal per se. It's like a good guitar pedal module where, like, you have the knob, and then you have these cartridges where you can plug in the pedal, and then you can use the knob to change it. So basically, the end product should be like a pedal where you have like different options for different situations. You can just plug in and then use it right away instead of like buying like 10 different pedals or something. It was quite an ambitious project, and a lot of people in the community was really into it until, like, you know, Devi Ever decided to splurge everywhere with the fun.
Right, well, the reason I was saying that, my boyfriend is actually, he's a bassist, he's a violinist, and he's also a lumiere, and I sat and watched him build a violin from the ground up, so...
Yeah, it's doable. It's just,
very long and tedious.
But that's not
do any work
Well, you know
on
what
the project to deliver it.
The sad part of all that Grace Lynn shit is she's pixel goth, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, she did like 4 videos at the start of GamerGate saying, these are the people that used to harass me and how they buried me. And she even mentioned Anita Sarkeesian in one of her original videos. And then,
Okay, Charlie, hang on. Sorry, let me
and
mute.
then it was just like right after that she pulls this shit. I mean, she deserves all the debt she gets. But what will probably happen with the IRS if she's smart, and this is coming from someone that works with them, she'll probably file Chapter 7 bankruptcy and just won't be able to own anything. And then she'll be entitled to that debt if she like wins a lottery or something for, I think it's 10 to 12 years, depending on how big it is. But yeah, I mean, lawsuit-wise, I mean, you'd be better off getting like a bunch of the people that did the Patreon and doing a collective lawsuit rather than taking it one by one in collective court or what have you. What will probably happen is someone's going to sue her, and then they're going to have that as a collective, and the owner of Patreon or whatever is probably going to back it, and then they're going to send everyone a letter out saying, hey, look, there's a lawsuit regarding this person. We see you donated to them. You are entitled to a piece of the lawsuit. Depending on what the winnings are, you get a percentage of it.
Yeah, I just realized there are several antis that have some pretty big issues with the IRS.
Well, I wouldn't say she's anti. I don't even know if she's anti. I just feel like she agrees with Anita Sarkeesian to a certain degree.
Well, with Grace,
sorry, I don't mean to step on your toes, but like I remember very specifically when she fully went over to the other side. I'm doing the air quotes thing. It was because of the whole thing, which you guys have talked about before, with like the accusation that Milo is transphobic or anti-transsexual or whatever because he has the opinion that it's a different sort of disorder or something like whatever. You know, his opinion is well documented, but she flipped her shit and got all on his face on Twitter and said, you have to apologize for this or you're a horrible person, yada, yada, yada. She got all over him. He said, you're misrepresenting what I said, and it was back and forth. Milo was pretty well argued, pretty well rational about it. Debbie just kept flipping her shit. She was taking a lot of stuff out of context, and then she was like, nope, fuck GamerGate, I'm done with it forever, and that was it pretty much from that point forward.
Well, that shows the depth of her convictions, doesn't it? That a disagreement with one person can change her ethical views on others.
Actually, let me put it into the context a little better. Now, first, he was initially anti-Gigi in the very beginning, and then she she started winning on V, and then he was like, yeah, I'm a pro Gigi now, guys, and then did a couple of streams where he talked about how she realized that the anti is shit and all that kind of stuff. One of the things that stood out is that she keeps spamming the feed of the people who follows her with a lot of stuff, including I think it's her Patreon too, and it went on for a while. And she did also have some sort of communication with Milo beforehand, where he also gave out his email address and everything to talk about that particular issues, because I was actually there. And then later on she decided to like flip her shit to Milo after like she got dogs and got her bank account driven and taking like a few like a month or so break, a month or a week, I couldn't remember. And then after having a fight with Milo, she suddenly started just spamming her Patreon link everywhere and saying, oh, anti-GG is bad and such. And after an indefinite amount of time, we start seeing her as Grace Lynn as this moment. So the whole saga can be summed up like somebody who's trying to profit up GamerGate and trying to fill up her Patreon, but didn't. So they decided to flip out and defected back to the other side, just to get their Patreons up and get the IRS up and whatever. And it's feeling pretty fucking hard. Yeah, that's how the whole thing went down.
I'm just, you know what, the abuse of Patreon pisses me off.
That let Debbie get money without having to do any work.
I think also it's worth bearing in mind.
Somebody like me who fucking puts in goddamn hours and hours and hours of work coding shit for people and doing stuff like that, it's like it's not even looked at you know, on the Patreon sphere. It's always fucking people who are like, who don't do jack shit really, who bitch about social issues and stuff. And it's just like, I don't fucking get it at all, man.
They gotta
Like,
make money somehow.
I look through the Patreon stuff, and I try to figure out, I'm like, what am I doing wrong with it? You know, because it takes a lot of effort, and I want to put these things out for people, but it's just not financially viable. And I'm like looking, I'm like, okay, I must be doing something wrong. So I start doing the research on these motherfuckers, and it just pisses me off. It's like people, they don't produce jack shit. They're getting like, the average range that I found was $500 to $1,000 a month, and all they do is they just bitch all the time about stuff, and they're like, oh, I create art and games. They always tag games and this other stuff. I have not seen one thing fucking produced besides some goddamn squiggles on like MS Paint. Like,
But
I don't
it's the same shit when they need to talk
high hell.
data though.
This is why I really like the new YouTube fan donation thing. If people like your channel, if they like the actual work you're putting in, they can donate.
Well, I mean, that was the idea beforehand anyway. I mean, Jack Conte started it because he was part of his band, Pomplamoose, and they just wanted an alternative way to support his ability to just go out and sort of make music videos and stuff that people enjoyed. So that was the original intentions behind it are really good, and a lot of people do use it as it's intended, but there's a lot of abuse of the system.
How do you do that for YouTube? Because I should throw that up.
Hang on, let me go see if I can figure out how I did it, because I did it like 2 weeks ago. But I can totally agree with you, Michael, as a YouTuber myself. I mean, I put my heart and soul into my videos, and, you know, yeah, I get some views, and then I see people doing nothing but sitting and bitching, and they're getting paid out the ass for it. And it pisses me off.
Well, the question, when it comes to Patreon and other well, it's actually Patreon's not crowdfunding, so I won't bring up that. When it comes to Patreon donations, the ethical questions we should be asking are, what is the promised content, and is that promised content delivered? So long as the criteria is met, even if it is like, hey, I'm a Tumblrette and I'm going to post a whole bunch of social justice videos and I'm going to talk about social issues and like do a vlog and have jump cuts and whatever. If that's the promised content, then under a free market, they have the right to make that content, and the backers, while I would argue that they are wasting their money on that, do have a right to donate to that content. However, if they make promises like, I'm a game developer, I'm designing games, and they don't deliver on the game content, then that's corrupt. That's not delivering what's promised. It's the main criticism for Anita Sarkeesian's Kickstarter is because she does not deliver on the promised content in any reasonable, timely fashion at all. Like, it was supposed to be a 2-year thing. It was actually, no, not even that. It was supposed to be over a few months, and it's been taking years and years, and it's going to keep taking years because she doesn't deliver on time. So, honestly, her Kickstarter backers...
The videos. Like, I think me and Mercedes were talking about this. I don't know if it was on air or off the air, but it was just like, what the fuck is going on with this? Like, you can't, like, how hard is it to produce stuff? Like, I was able to live stream the same, like, production value of her bullshit. Like, just pissed me off.
Okay, I found out how to turn it on, and this is for any other YouTuber, GamerGaters that might want to turn this on. What you do is you go to your Creator Studio, you click on the channel, and on your statues and features at the very bottom, you'll have the option to turn fan funding on and off. But I will say that you have to be in good standing with both community guidelines and copyright, and you have to be partner verified.
Well, that's that.
Wait, you have to be partner verified?
Yeah.
Or
that means you need
explain what that
500
means?
subs at least.
Yeah.
You have to have what? How many subs?
100.
500.
Or 500. Huh.
Yeah, no.
Actually, are you sure?
I'm still sitting at 235. Like, I don't even understand that either. Some of my videos will have like 5,000 views or whatever, and it's just like, how do you get people to subscribe? It's a weird thing. I should just start ranting and bitching about stuff. Then I can make all the money.
The truth is, people are drawn to negativity, and it's very easy to make money online by using negativity.
I make videos about a little bit of everything. I have a few rants, I have some gameplay videos, I have some speed paints.
Hey, I just got a PM from Anti-GG. He bitched out.
Oh god.
Oh, what was he going to come in?
Yeah, he was. He basically just fling shit in the link I have given earlier, and he was just flinging shit. And yeah, if you have such disagreements, let's talk about this. And he said, no, just calm down, dude.
Yeah, I mean, this
Wow.
seems to be the problem is that there's a lot of people that say, you know, I just want open discussion on this, and they either block, and whenever you give the opportunity to actually have an open discussion, it gets shut down for no apparent reason other than because
Alright,
GG is this, and it really annoys me.
I'm gonna post something on Twitter. I'm gonna see if we can maybe get an anti on here.
Because
Yeah.
I PM'd the 3 of them, and 2 of them have turned me down now.
That would be fun.
The problem is you can't question them in public because then their argument falls apart. It doesn't, you know.
My boyfriend said give him a few minutes and let him smash himself in the head with a hammer a few times, and you'll have an anti-GamerGate willing to talk to us.
We're manufacturing them now. We've run out of opponents.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't be able to live with him, and I'd probably wind up killing him anyway by the end of the night because he wouldn't stop bitching about how Anita Sarkeesian is God or something.
The misogyny.
You know,
misogyny hammer.
Guys, I'm gonna need y'all to turn down the misogyny in this group because it's giving me a headache.
Does anybody see kind of like the political sphere that's being created though from this though? Like I really feel like this is like kind of like it's something that will eventually be addressed. I think maybe after the dust settles, but in the future, I do definitely feel like gaming is going to get its own political kind of sphere sides. Because well, how? Because if you actually look at the alignment, let's say this stuff does get fixed or it gets to a point, because I mean, not everybody in GamerGate is going to get what they want. Not everybody on the anti side is going to get what they want, and less so on the anti side. So what's going to end up happening is you're going to have a huge group of people, because there are a lot of people on that side who will eventually feel alienated and start to separate into their own sort of geopolitical sphere, because now they know that they can't taint the whole fucking space. And then you're going to see the rest of us kind of gravitating toward the kind of the mainstay basics of what we're kind of promoting now, right? And then you're going to have stragglers, obviously, in the middle, and I think that's going to create a new dichotomy with the websites. I think you're going to see a serious breakdown in kind of the kind of targeted audiences for each sort of thing.
So you're talking about gaming politics, not politics.
I'm talking about, in a sense, you're going to, well, it's also going to derive into real politics too, because obviously there are going to be certain views that are aligned with certain groups. You know what I mean? I mean, here's the thing: you on that side. That's the anti side, is what I like to call, it's like this Puritan libertarian, or not Puritan libertarian, but Puritan liberal kind of standpoint, where things offend them, so they're going back to when Puritans like buttoned up fully and were, very, kind of anti-sex feminism and then sort of weird politics and stuff like that. So I mean, I think that's going to be like, you're going to start to see that kind of develop. You're going to see those political parties come into these groups. You're going to also see our side, our side is very liberal. We're very inclusive despite what anybody says. And you're going to see our side kind of moving off and maybe taking over a larger chunk of the space while kind of segregating the loony bin, so to speak. And then you're going to see the equal parts. And I think it's going to be really weird because you're going to have the ultra-liberal sort of people and kind of floating onto that side. And then I think we're going to probably see conservative sides coming into maybe the our side, or at least having our side more diverse.
Well, I don't see our faction as being united, because while there are a lot of people who have similar outlooks, not all of them have the same outlook. They just agree on the GamerGate side of things about fixing a broken system.
People come from a lot of different backgrounds and political beliefs and religious belief, for that matter. and I don't think that gamers in or general just unite under one banner.
It's impossible to unite under the one banners, and this is another point that a lot of people was trying to make when when people are referring to us as a movement. No, we are not a movement because I think we are not a movement because there's a lot of disagreement between us. Yeah, I mean we all banded under one banners, but we tend to disagree within among us more than we agree, and also we are revolting as a consumers. So from my
Well,
point
we're
of
not.
view,
I mean, you're very right there, man. Like we are consumer revolt. If anything, we do not. That's the thing. If you want to be a movement, you have to have leaders. That's how it works. I mean, to define a movement, you have leaders. There's no leaderless movement. We are a consumer revolt, very much like the pink slime epidemic that happened with McDonald's and a bunch of places in the United States, like schools and stuff, serving pink slime to kids. That's what that's in basic consumer revolt. But the movement would obviously have to have a sort of
structure,
a council and leadership and things like that would bring it together, and also be able to take responsibility for the lunatic fringe that might try to associate with the group. But with that said, I'm going to take off. I have some Christmas sort of stuff. Thanks for all you guys for being cool and awesome. I'll probably do some more work on the Mukio.com thing. I'm going to focus first on reviewer profiles. If anybody wants to help with that, please feel free to hit me up. And
Will do. I'm gonna help you out as much as I can.
That would be awesome. Like any single person that helps. Like I'm gonna try to figure out a way to get everybody who's to put them on a special like thank you page sort of thing on the actual website and stuff like that.
Well,
so
I was gonna say suggestion I would because GamerGate's willing to we attack like in fucking pulses pretty much. What you could do is possibly make a spreadsheet of the titles that you do want done, and then kind of put them in like groups of 5 or 10.
Yeah.
And then just like retweet it, and then have like kind of a checkbox to show which ones have been done already. I'm sure like random people that see your tweet are gonna go right into it and be like, okay, I'll do 5, and then it'll eventually accumulate. But that's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I've tried that approach. I think like maybe now I'll do a little bit better because I have everything fleshed out. I just threw it up on Kotaku in action to gauge it, and so it's seeming to be doing a little bit better. But yeah, it's very difficult to get people to rally behind. It's what it does is it has to be word of mouth through a lot of people, and that's just kind of how it has to go. But I'm gonna take off, guys. Keep doing keep fighting the good fight, and I hope you guys all have a great night, evening, morning, or whatnot.
Take care.
Take care.
I just thought of something right after he left. You know what he could do? He could get Mercedes to sponsor it, and then everyone would do it. Everyone who does 20 of these gets a free video. Fuck, it'd be done in a day.
Oh my god, there would be a line.
I think Jamie's gonna come in now. He was in. He's the third guy from the Al Jazeera debate.
Sounds good.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
That would be funny though. It's just like there's not enough of them. Where are they?
Well, I haven't heard back from Boop. I think she got pretty pissed from last time. So.
Yeah, but can you blame her?
No, not really.
Oh dear. Looky. Brianna Wu's latest tweet. I'm starting a Patreon so that I can get back to making games.
And then she added on to that. She added on to that saying, "GamerGate is accusing me of doing this for the money." And then she said, being run out of my home has actually cost me money. It's like,
oh, God.
There's no evidence you actually left your fucking home.
And actually, on the contrary, there's evidence that she didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, how much money did
I want to
she
be on the
spend?
record saying that you are a liar. Can't say that enough.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. How much money did she lose leaving her home? I mean, like I stayed at a hotel in D.C. at the LaFont Plaza for a week. That cost me like $600. That's like fucking primo spot right there. I mean, what the fuck is
Well,
she
I
spending?
mean, she was at Comic-Con for the weekend. She was supposedly ran out, so you can use that as basis.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's
currently she's getting about $1,700.
A friend she could stay with.
She got about $1,700
Yeah,
dollar per month on her Patreon. Oh, and she apparently the Godzilla of feminists. Oh,
Hi, Jamie.
Hello.
hey, Godzilla of feminists. What the hell?
Hey, John, you mentioned the satellite thing from 4chan. Do you have a link to that? Because I asked my uncle about it because he actually does satellite engineering, and he actually gave me like he wanted me to answer, and I'm wondering if they actually have an answer to it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, do they know what frequency they're going to do it on? Do they have a reserved space? Do they know who's sending it up there? Have they gone through all the shit regarding, I forgot the actual people that did, I think it was IT or something.
To the best of my knowledge, I can't answer that at the moment.
No, I understand. I was just wondering if you had off the top of your head.
Can you hit me up on Skype?
Okay, what's your Skype?
I'll post in the chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, folks.
Those questions I can actually get answered.
Okay, that sounds like that sounds good. We'll talk more about this on Skype.
Yeah, okay. What the hell? Hotmail address? Come on, man. I don't want to log into a Hotmail account.
No, yeah, I might have to change that, but that is my Skype contact and email. Don't release it publicly.
Okay, folks, I need to go for the evening. It was delightful to talk.
Well, there goes our truth grenade launcher. See ya, Brian.
Have a good rest, man.
Have a good night, Brian.
No problem. Cheers. Goodbye.
Hello and goodbye, Brian.
So, do we have any next guest come in?
Yeah, we can ask Jamie. Well, he's the last one who was in. How he felt the interview went. We have pretty much asked Joel and Brooke about it.
Sure. Just making sure this is working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, it's fine there. I guess it's a perfectly reasonable answer. But yeah, the Al Jazeera thing just came in through Hot Wheels on Facebook as a result, and I emailed him because I was saying, yeah, why not? I'll give it a shot, and kind of worked itself out, mostly, I think.
Apparently, Al Jazeera pulled the debate down or something, and then put out another hit piece.
We're surprised.
Can you give me a link to? Can you give me the original link to the debate, and can you give me a link to the new hit piece?
Let me have a look.
I'm not aware of the new hit piece.
It was just yesterday, actually.
I heard about it, but I've just been really busy. I haven't really
Yeah,
had
I
a chance
haven't
to read it.
seen that. If you can link it, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, here, let me link it to the chat. Okay.
Why are we reading hit pieces, guys? Come on.
It might not be a hit piece for one thing. I haven't actually seen it myself. Another thing is, this might be something we might need to address. It might not be. We just don't know. Also, if we're going to be talking about it, I don't want it to be based on unsubstantiated rumors.
Fair enough.
Well, it's pretty much a hit piece because it does recite a lot of stuff. Like, for example, the movement start with individual catching wins of an account written by video game developer Zoe Quinn, disgruntled ex perceived collusion between her and game journalist Nathan Grayson of the video game news site Kotaku, rallying under the banners and ethic of journalism. A small minority of players who voiced displeasure over Quinn's game Depression Quest made rape threat and doxed her, releasing sensitive information, forcing her from her home. Yep, that's not a hit piece, alright? Since then, GamerGate spawned a flurry of harassment and threats of violence against other industry women which is 3, who have taken stance against sexism in the gaming and in the GamerGate movement, which have been widely reported on in the past 3 months. Some GamerGate supporters have attempted to sway the conversation away from the vitriol by denouncing those threats, but for the most part, GamerGate remains a fuzzy coalition of gamers pushing for ambiguous ethical change in gaming industry. Nothing to say about that.
So we can just mostly ignore this piece from the sounds of it. Ain't anything new.
Wait, Tado, hold on one moment.
I'm loving that ringtone.
Although keep in mind, I'm reading the part where it's actually where it recites those stuff about Gamergate. The rest is basically like some sort of like some interview-ish to interview some other people where they are trying to like shame Gamergate, like some sort of backward ideal movement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can anyone fill me in on this GG erotica thing that's been going around on Amazon? Because I mean I've completely missed that today.
Yeah, I missed that too. What the hell is that?
Before I gotta get going soon, but before I go, Tado, I was about to say, were your statements in regards to the original piece that Al Jazeera does, because that was a hit piece, but the article you linked doesn't mention anything about Brianna Wu or anything like that.
No, it doesn't mention anything about Brianna Wu, but I said that it was a hit piece because it recite a lot of stuff about Gamergate that can be easily proven. I don't think I said anything about Brianna Wu, unless it's one of the.
Like, there's more stuff on Gone Home than there is on Gamergate in here, realistically.
Yeah, yeah, but it does have a lot. But I think it's still a hit piece because for the most part, it's still like telling the narrative or whatever. But it might be just me not remembering what I said. So if I said something wrong, please forgive me about that.
Okay. I'm not saying you did. I just didn't see anything like you were describing in this particular article. I'll read it over later and then maybe give an opinion on Twitter or whatever. But in the meantime, I just got a phone call and I got to meet up with somebody. So Andrew, it was another great stream as always.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime, man.
All right. Have a good night, folks, and I hope to see you all later.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Take care.
Night.
Bye.
I can fill you in on the GG erotica this morning as well if you need me. If you want me to.
I'm really behind on that.
Well, apparently somebody wrote a piece of erotica. It wasn't exactly GG related. It was basically this.
I saw the Amazon archive.
Yeah, let me read the too long didn't read version on Kotaku in action.
Yeah.
I have nothing to do with Gamergate, but heard a story involving some game developers sleeping with 5 guys in a burger joint. Anti-GG thought it was a rape story and blamed you guys. Sorry about that, and thanks for being cool. I hope you guys win over the censorship-loving Nazi.
You know what? I'm okay with this. I will have to say though, my boyfriend totally called that shit like 2 months ago. He's like, wait, he was like,
what do you want? What do you want?
What the hell?
What just happened?
Was that me? Sorry, man. I'm just in there. I thought I had muted my mic.
What the hell?
Well done.
No, I was just in an argument with Twitter, and I was like, oh god, what's going on? No, it's not. I'm gonna leave. Well, not leave, but I'm gonna mute my mic, and I'm gonna deal with what's going on in Twitter. And I'll be back in a minute.
Oh
Okay, well,
I'm muting my mic. Yeah, they're all going, who the fuck is this?
Fill us in when you get back. I want to hear this.
Sorry about that.
Whoa, what the hell just happened?
I feel violated. Help me. Donate to my Patreon.
This stream weirded me out. Here's my Patreon link.
Yeah,
No, but
exactly what just happened on Twitter. I was just like, what? Like, oh, it's just loads of nonsense that was going on. I was like, what more do you want me to do? And it's like, you could let me know. And I was like, but I did. And it's like, but you didn't let me know because I didn't know about it. And I was like, I can prove it 2 days ago that I told you about something. And they're like, no, you didn't tell me today. And I was like, well, I put it out on Twitter, so it's not my fault if you missed it.
Yeah, that's typical, but...
And then they're arguing about, like, but you didn't let me know. And I was like, but I did. I mean, what? And then I just went, and that's why the mic just went all, and I was like, yeah, no, what do you want me to do? I can't do more than put out on Twitter. I can't do more than, like, you're not on my friends list, so I can't DM you on Twitter. What the fuck more do you want me to do? Am I supposed to be, like, a connection or something? Anyway, right, I'm gonna go and sort this out, because this is, I was just wanting to put
Guys, guys, if possible, later on, Gwen Lily Knight might be able to come in, so maybe you can
cool.
see.
I haven't talked to her in a while.
Yeah, she might be able to come in a bit, so...
That's
fair.
You say Gwen Lily Knight, but all I think is Gardevoir, so you need to call her Gardevoir from now on.
Yeah, I met her in a Not Your Shield stream.
No, she is a very cool lady. So I talked to her quite a lot, and she helped me through some stuff that I've been through like a few weeks ago. So, and yeah, it would be nice for her to come in. We probably gonna hang out during Christmas or something because she got some stuff, I got some stuff. So yeah.
What, you mean in Australia?
Well, not exactly an in real life hangout, so to speak, but you know, maybe just like keeping each other company during Christmas or something. I don't know. Let's see how it goes. But yeah.
Ooh, company, you say?
Will there be?
There will be.
Well, she is a lesbian. Just
yeah,
for,
I
just
know,
for you
I
guys
know.
knows.
I know. I was just giving you shit.
You could
a man
convert her if you're
can
good
dream.
enough.
You can convert her, man.
Well, you could be a woman come tomorrow, depending on how we want to do this.
If you're good enough, you can convert her. It's just part of the metagame.
All joking aside, I actually do have a friend that I still have no freaking idea how he does it. He can somehow get some of the most butch lesbians you've ever seen to sleep with him. I have no idea how he does it, but he fucking does. I've seen it so many times.
Does he look feminine? Does he look
no,
feminine? Or
no.
So your friend.
Really butch feminists. I mean, lesbians. They're just ugly chicks that can't get guys.
So your friend is the anti-Birch, is what you're saying?
Apparently. And here's the thing, though. He is one of the rudest, most disgusting people I have ever met.
Serious
I don't
holding.
even know how he does it.
Drugs.
I have a theory. I think like both. I think they just. I think like when he caught lesbian, he just like tried to get them as hateful as possible, and then at the end of the night, was just like having a hate fuck section, and then they just go their way the morning after.
Hey, you know what? Hate fucking ain't that bad. It's actually really fun.
Okay, so one thing that happened once, there was this girl that a really hot lesbian chick that was at this party that we were at, and guys kept trying to hook up with her, and no, I'm not into guys. And all of a sudden, here he comes. And by the way, he goes by the name Groupie. So Groupie walks into the room, walks over to her, leans back against the wall, looks at her, hey, you want to fuck? She just stops, looks at him, and shrugs, okay. I'm just like, how?
That's impressive.
How?
That's amazing.
That's some impressive shit.
Wow, that would not work anywhere in this area. I don't know where the fuck you live, but that's like slut land.
Hey, but that's the first problem. You live in Georgia. Anybody's down to do anything.
Hey.
Well, you wouldn't get that in the UK.
Yeah, you'd probably get like fucking slapped to the point of a concussion in the UK.
No, here's the thing. I had a better chance of hooking up with her than most of the guys did, and then after she got with the groupie, I'm just like, she's been ruined.
She's been tainted.
She has been tainted. And she's like, so you still... No. Oh, come on, but no. You slept with groupie? It's a no. Sorry, no. Yeah. Yeah, and he has an STD too, so that probably doesn't help.
Oh dear.
Your friend is a man whore who
Yes, and he
preys on other whores.
He
I'm sorry.
is proud of being a man whore. He is proud of being a man whore. That was one of the first things. Like, my boyfriend's taking me to meet this guy. He's like, by the way, Ruby is one of the biggest man whores you will ever meet. Don't fuck her. I'm like, I had no intention on it, but okay. And then the first thing I do, I see him and go, how the fuck do you get laid, period? Ew.
Some
You know,
have standards. Apparently, the one that sleep with him don't.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't. I wouldn't say friend. I actually don't like him at all. But his name's Ryan, and he drives me up the fucking wall because every time he gets with a girl, he constantly takes like a month just to like not only brag about it, but it's just like, she's my true love, she's everything to me.
Oh,
and then they
God,
break
one of
up.
those.
One of those.
And then they break up, and then he's just like, I feel like fucking anything. And he'll literally go on Craigslist and look for girls that are like, hey, I need a guy to fuck to make my boyfriend feel like really insecure.
Oh,
And
That's really
he
doy.
came up. No, listen, this is a really good story to describe how
Oh,
desperate
God.
this guy was for sex. Okay, he met with this girl who's had like 3 kids, and she was a chubby monkey, but you know she wasn't that bad. But he was like, you know, I was trying to eat her out, but then she started like oozing shit. But you know, I went through it because I'm a warrior, and I'm just like, no, you're a disgusting little fucker. That's what you are.
Yeah.
Like, if there's like cream cheese coming out of, you know, where it doesn't need to come out of, you need to like put up the white flag and get the fuck out.
This conversation has taken such a steep dive in quality. My lord. Holy
Like,
shit.
if you want to talk about man whoring, you've lost. I have so many stories.
I'd rather just get back to lesbians and the porn charity.
You know,
I got some
like-
stories with that too, you know, free
God.
BSD girl. You know?
Oh, God, I have some
Whoa,
stories.
whoa, whoa! Now we're talking about free STD girl.
This is going to be the point that I'm going to check out because I don't want to hear any of this anymore.
I will say this. It kind of reminds me of this
I will say
podcast I was
this.
listening to. They were talking about school days, and the way they put it is the main character took the term "just fuck her" and took it to a whole nother level. He'd say, you don't want her? Fuck her." No, he took that to literally mean fornicate with her. School Days is the worst anime I have ever seen, but my God, the ending. Okay, spoilers. I'm not. You guys shouldn't watch this anime anyway. You guys shouldn't watch this anime anyway, so I feel no, but I don't feel bad about giving out the spoilers. One of the last things that happens is the main male character is brutally slaughtered.
He earned it, though. He deserved it completely.
I cheered when he died. I'm not just going, yes, I'm like screaming out, fucking yes, die, you son of a bitch!
No, you want to hear the best anime you guys need to watch? Boku no Pico. Definitely the best anime. Everyone should watch that immediately.
Fuck you. No. I saw
What the
one
hell is it?
episode of that shit.
What is it?
Don't watch
You
it. I
just
saw
scared
one...
Jared away, man. You just scared Jared.
Mike, you're not metal enough for this anime. You just don't have it. I'm sorry. I can't give it to you.
Really, I sat through the whole series of Bible Black, so I'm pretty sure whatever the hell this is.
Why are we talking about hentai under the sun?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, I saw one episode of that, and I have a pretty strong stomach for that shit. I fucking love Elfin Lee.
Yeah, well,
Boku no
Lisa,
Pico.
should we challenge Mike to watch it? See if he's metal
Yes.
enough to get through it.
You know what? Let's do one better. Let's do one
Alright,
better.
type out the
Let's
name,
have
I'll
him
get
watch it. Let's have him watch it, and then actually have him respond to it, react to it.
Yeah, let's do a
It's
live
called,
stream of him
Let's
watching
do this shit.
Alright, one
do this
episode. Yeah, okay, I'll do
Boku
it.
no
I'll be down for it. Except I'm gonna be busy until after New Year's, so if we can do it after New Year's, I'll be down for this.
Yeah, that
Well, there we
I
go.
don't think you will. I don't think you will. Everyone that knows what this anime is just like freaking the fuck out right now.
Because people are fucking dumb. That's why.
No, you don't understand. You don't
I do
understand.
understand. I watch people get their heads chopped off with chainsaws. Come on.
Yeah, no, dude.
No,
okay,
this is
I'm-
horrifying by another different
Yeah,
direction.
okay, I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm literally just looking at the Wikipedia brief for this now, and I am just like, the fuck.
Exactly. Okay, let me put it like this. I sat through all 4 LVAs, the recent ones, of Corpse Party, and that is the most violent anime I have ever seen. The first thing you see at the beginning of part 2 is a kid get a pair of scissors shoved into his eyeball, and then watch him get his eyeball yanked out, okay?
That's pretty awesome. Holy fuck, that's metal.
That's so metal.
Yeah.
That's fucking
Oh,
metal.
if you're a horror fan, watch it. It's pretty good.
It's as good as and bloody as Blood Sea.
That being said, I saw one episode of Boku no Pico and rage quit.
No, what was God? There was. Have you seen that visual novel of like the guy that gets like neurological damage and he falls in love with like a fucking?
Yes.
Oh, you
I
mean
love that one.
Sayonara?
I fucking love that one actually.
Yeah, Sayonara.
Did you? Oh God, that was so messed up. Like I could appreciate it, but I was like, God damn. Okay, have you guys seen Shallow Hal?
Yes.
Okay, imagine Shallow Hal, except instead of a fat girl seen as a pretty pretty skinny girl, think of a pretty small girl actually being like a meat blob, a rotting sack of meat that he consistently fucks.
Oh wait, you and I were thinking of the
That's so gross.
Two completely different animes. I was
No,
thinking
this is a visual novel. I forgot. Like, it's really actually renowned.
novels.
I forgot what
It's
it's called.
Sayonara. That's the title of it. It's actually in English too by Jazz.
How do I spell that shit?
Yeah, no, you and I were thinking of
let
two
me type that in the chat.
Type that shit in. I want to look. And then
I thought you were talking about the one that was actually made by 4chan about the guy who has a heart condition. He goes into the school and there's a bunch of different girls with different disabilities.
No,
I thought that's
no,
what you
no,
were talking about.
No. This is. It starts with an S. God, what? It's like.
It's in a chat now, so you can see it. Saya no Uta, basically.
Yeah, that
I'm
one.
gonna regret
Fuck
clicking
that,
on this,
fuck
aren't I?
that show. I mean, actually, no. I'm sorry. That's the best show ever. You guys should watch it.
A Lovecraftian horror visual novel.
Yeah, basically the guy gets brain damage and sees everything like it's out of Lovecraft. So the only thing that looks good to him is, you know, an abomination that will drive you insane.
Right.
I'll look at
So
it
he falls in
later
love
and
with that, and it
working
goes
on
from there.
something.
Like my friend who is very, very, very big on anime, like it's her life. That's the first anime she recommended to me. I'm like, oh, this looks like it could be. Oh my god.
Oh god.
I should get her one of these streams one time. Let her just like anime, just like fucking Gurge.
Dude, I'm actually working on Sculptor of Rei Ayanami right now if we're on the topic of anime.
Did you watch One Piece?
Oh god.
Did you watch One Piece? Join the cult.
I have,
Dude, I am so out of my depth.
I have seen some of it.
I'm
love
sorry.
One Piece.
When it's 600, 700 episodes, the answer for me is I'll just read the manga when it's done in 10 years.
Yeah.
You know,
What
Naruto
about
just
Ippo?
ended.
You ever watched Ippo
Hajime
Makanouchi?
no Ippo? Yeah.
Yeah.
The boxing anime. That one's actually fun.
That was a great. I love it. Like story-wise, I mean, it's like predictable and shit. But oh my, like it has a very like strict formula. But man, it's just like the genius of just putting jet engines behind punches was just phenomenal.
Yes.
It's one thing I needed in my life I didn't know about.
Oh god.
So how about that Game of Thrones?
Screw you guys.
I watched the first 3 seasons of Game of Thrones, and I still couldn't get into it. I didn't like it.
How do you hate it? How do you hate it?
The Red Wedding is the best.
No,
Who
like
has seen, sorry, just who's seen Welcome to the NHK?
It's one of my favorites.
Oh, I love that one.
Read the novel, the manga, the anime, loved it.
Oh god, I love the anime so much.
okay, I'll put that one on my list because I haven't read that one.
It's pretty good. It's really good. I think my favorite anime is Higurashi.
Higurashi?
Oh,
That
I
was nice.
love Higurashi.
Did you play the visual novels with?
Not yet. I know it's coming out on Steam soon.
Yeah. You will definitely want to get the patch for the art, unless you enjoy art that looks like a third grader could beat it.
Yeah, I've seen the only Higurashi I will stay far the fuck away from. Kira. Fuck
Fair
that
enough.
show.
That's entirely
Fuck
fan service.
that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Okay, I saw the entire first 2 seasons. Loved it. I'm a horror fan, so I see Kira and I'm like, oh, cool. The intro alone made me want to cry. Like, what am I watching? And then here comes Rika in the skimpiest outfit, trying to wash a glass window with her ass. She's like 8. Oh, no. She's like 8. She's like 8 years old. And the guys are like perving over this, and I just went, nope.
Oh, wow.
I don't know about you guys, but have any of you ever read a series called Astonishing Tales?
No.
Well, I've just posted a picture of it in the...
Is it Brianna Wu?
Yep.
Oh, it's that one that we've been seeing all day.
I really want someone to have read that, so I can find out.
I'm gonna have to pirate the damn thing if I can find it.
Holy shit. Like, as soon as I saw the characters, I'm like, Brianna Wu, done. I mean, look at that. That's so, like, her image of, like, female, like, fucking body, I guess, is just horrid. I mean,
Have
look
you
at
not
that.
tried it? She's tried to make her body look like that too.
I mean, I'm a total weeb, and even I'm going, that waist is too much.
Oh, yeah.
Icky Tosin, dude. Fucking Icky Tosin.
I know, I've...
Look at how
all
thin.
of it.
Look at how thin the girl in front's ankle is, where
I
she's
know,
got a big
right?
brace on it. It's like, what the fuck?
Look at how thin the wrist is.
Yeah.
You know what's sad? This art is even better than her game.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness, it's a lot easier to draw in 2D than to graph in 3D, especially when you have no understanding of the program.
Look at what I'm doing a screen share of, dude. And I've only been doing this for about 7 months.
Well, I mean, she went through lots of training, you know, through whining.
The only thing about that is YouTube videos.
Are you using a mouse by any chance, or are you using like a tablet?
I have a Wacom Intuos tablet.
Oh, cool.
Oh, cool. I have version 4 of it too, but haven't been drawing for a while. But anyway, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, I actually bought my friend a bamboo tablet. Like,
Yeah, I've
probably
got
about 4
one.
years ago.
I've got one of those, but I can't find the fucking pen for it.
Wacom's a really good company.
Yeah,
tablets.
they're really good, and the bamboo's pretty cheap as well.
Yeah,
So,
the basic one is like $50, I think.
yeah.
No,
I mean,
I
bought mine a
got
while
him
back.
like the fucking like close to $1,000 one.
Oh wow.
I mean-
guys, you want Gwen to come in, or should I? Yeah, but it's full at the moment, so should I?
Yeah, well, to be fair, I'll probably leave because it's 1:30 in the morning, and I've got shit to do tomorrow morning. So.
Call yourself a gamer
I'll-
and you're going to bed before 3 a.m. You should be ashamed.
I know.
Mermaid, before you go, we have to commend you for the moderating last stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're awesome, dude.
Yeah,
I
that
just-
was really you were really in a shitty spot. I'm glad that I wasn't recommended for that.
Well, no, I offered, but it was purely just because, like,
Yeah, I was
people
just
singing
like
shit. There's no point in people singing shit because, like, that's definitely not the forum for it to happen in. If you're pissed off at someone, then deal with it behind the scenes. But if you want to discuss, like, in a calm, collective manner, then I'm all for it. Then so.
Well, he attacked a good chunk
Step
of.
up, but me and Cormac were having a conversation on Twitter as that was happening, and I was telling him, "Look, get this shit together," and he did. He stepped up. He sorted it out. I think that's why I got invited to the chat later on, but that was after he went. But he done a fucking good job, so commend him. Claps all round, man.
Well,
Proper claps, not sarcastic ones.
If anyone needs it done again, then hit me up.
Well,
I think it's just being English.
Or just get me in, man. I can do it as well.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Because
It's
I'm a
alright.
UK Brit. I'll
It's
not
a
put up
British
with your American bullshit.
Yeah. So right, well, I'm going to jump off. Take care, everyone. And
Guys, can I just ask one question?
if I don't get on a stream before Christmas, then Merry Christmas to everyone. So, well, happy non-denominational winter holiday.
Yeah. Happy Christmas, man. And good night from me. And I'm gonna shut up now. Go for a pee. Please.
Right. Take care.
All right.
Have a good
Take
night.
care.
Man.
Bye.
Enjoy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That.
Triggered.
Who's doing the sculpture or 3D?
That would be me.
No,
Can
she's
you-
lying. It's me. That's my talent.
Lisa, who are you creating?
Yay,
Ray
Ray is in.
Ayanomi.
Hey, look,
long
it's
time no talk
Gardevoir.
To answer your question, I'm sculpting Ray Ayanami.
Nice,
Oh,
Lisa.
okay. Hi, Gardevoir.
Hello.
She responded to it. I told you guys. I told you that's her real name.
Yeah, it's totally my real name. Totally. Though my previous image was a Lilligant, I'm still waiting to get a proper picture.
I like that one. That one works.
It works for now, but for branding, it's good to have a custom image.
Yeah, that's true.
Though
So,
whoever
what-
I wish I knew who drew this because it's a great, amazing picture.
Yeah, I love it. I would just keep that, honestly.
Sure. I love Pokemon.
Oh, so do I. Except about Ruby and Sapphire, the remakes. I'm not impressed by them, to be honest. I think it's actually the first Pokemon game I regret buying since Black and White. Could be because of remakes. I don't know.
I just like nostalgia. For me,
I think
it's
a lot of
about the
people do.
nostalgia.
Hmm.
Have you guys seen the video Hunt for Pikachu?
Yeah,
Oh my god, I love that video so much.
it was so cute. This is what everyone's avatar should be. I love that. I was gonna make that my avatar, but it was too small, or I guess too big. And if I made it smaller, I would have just taken all the fun out of it. Love my Robert Downey Jr. He's my man.
Oh, that has to be the most homoerotic thing I think I've heard all day.
It's cool. You know, I'm so straight that I could give Robert Downey Jr. a blowjob, and I would still be straight as long as if he comes,
It's
then I would
straight
be
as long as your
bi-curious.
balls don't touch. As long as your balls don't touch, you're good. Or as long as you don't look each other in the eye. Those two things. If you do that, it's over.
Okay, can you honestly tell me you wouldn't look Robert Downey Jr. in the eyes? Can you honestly tell me that?
I wouldn't look Robert Downey Jr. in the eyes.
Fuck you! You don't know nothing.
Oh god. Oh god.
Now needs an explosion on the other hand.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Oh god, the
can't argue with that
fanfics
one.
about. My god, you know, I should have known better. I'm like, awesome, a show I don't have to worry about yaoi fanfic. Oh wait. Oh my god, the two guitarists. There's like, oh god.
Tokiwa, Tooth, and Squigger. There's Squizga, Squiggle, but I can't say his fucking last name because I'm retarded.
That triggers me that you use that word.
Shut up, no one likes you. Fuck off.
Copyright infringement.
Do what the rest of us do. Get fucking tough skin.
I know, I really want to
Oh
tell
my
people that.
God.
It's just like, dude, come on. You know, like, when I first saw Anita Sarkeesian's fucking interview, or not, like her, you know, her fucking speech, and she was like putting up images of people calling her a bitch, and she was like acting like that was like misogynistic rapist talk, and I'm just like, dude, I call my sister a bitch all the time. You know, it's not a big deal. Called my
No,
whole
are you get,
I mean, come on,
Oh,
Picture's
no,
a fantastic song as well. It's not
oh
underestimated.
god. Helsing abridged. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
But no, when I remember seeing this screen grab once that Brianna Wu had tweeted. She was like, "Oh, I got this really frightening tweet and or email, and the email was just a guy saying, look, I wish you wouldn't block me so that I could actually talk to you about this. I would like to explain to you my side." And I'm like, kindness is frightening to you?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Apparently.
I could see both Anita and Wu in the Nathan Fashion Explosion
Oh
saying,
my god.
hold on, saying, "You don't have the rights to take away my tantrum throwing sprees."
I can imagine them both just having like intense hate sex.
Well, at least we got to Yuri somehow.
Oh. Why?
I mean, at least one of them will have a penis.
Oh, God, dude. Wow.
I'm on.
Oh, did you seriously just say that? Oh my god, dude.
This stream has gone off to the deep end. Everyone evacuate now!
Dude, we went off the deep end when we started talking
run
about
away,
hentai and
everyone.
anime and Bible Black and Torah Dottie, whatever the fuck I'm supposed to watch because apparently I'm not metal enough.
Oh, alright, guys. I think it's time to abandon ship. It just went downhill really fucking fast.
Good, faster the better. The bloodier the crash will be, the bigger the blood splat, better the picture.
Actually,
It's not the size of the penis that counts, it's the penis in your heart.
Okay.
Okay, what?
According to South Park,
Okay.
there's a very mathematical formula.
Okay. I would have put that as a quote on my Facebook page because that was just fucking awesome.
Oh man! So what other topics did we have to talk about? Because I completely missed the list.
Actually, let's Wen take over a bit because we invite her in, but she haven't talked yet.
Oh, Pa. You know, I'm just enjoying watching this modeling being done. It's coming out really well. I really love this kind of work.
I started working on this thing last night. I still need to work on the body and everything, but I'm trying to get some of the hair right now. Try to go ahead and get that out of the way.
She has no arms.
What are you making
Not
this
yet.
for?
I'm kind of working on a fan project based on this abridged series called Abridged.
So you're doing Evangelion Abridged?
No, there's this YouTube reviewer by the name of Gigak who he put out this 4-part Abridged, and I freaking love it. And I have used some of Ray's lines from his version in video games. Like someone tried to, they started bitching at me for some reason in a game, and I go, you know what you need to do? You need to get some tampons, drink a little cranberry juice, and call your gynecologist. I think you're starting to menstruate again.
I gotta tell you,
I like this one. I can't use it, but I like it.
I hated that show so much.
Which show?
Evangelion.
Oh.
Have you seen the rebuilds?
What do you mean? What's wrong with it? Well,
Shinji. Everything Shinji is wrong with it.
Well, here's the thing. That show
basically loses everything in the first in the movie.
that wanted you to
Well,
hate
guys, I actually have to take off. It's been fun, but I gotta get going. Just let me know when you guys are up and doing this again.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to take off.
You
so
got
quick.
your Twitters and everything, like put it
Yeah.
on the chat or something.
Yeah.
Your Twitters and everything.
Lisa, can you do me a favor? Lisa?
Okay.
Can you show me, like, once you're done with the fan-made thing, a fan-made sculpture of, it to me?
Models for favors.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm probably gonna make a video of a turntable thing of it. I post it because I have a couple of other turntable sculpture videos that I need to put up.
Okay, cool.
Alright, well, I will talk to you guys later. It's been fun.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
See ya.
Like, I like just shooting the shit. I'll answer questions if people want to ask me questions. I don't really care.
It's gonna probably kill out of the weeb chat, unfortunately.
Here are some of the topics we have yet to discuss.
Go topics!
Okay, issue with reviews,
How about the topic of dying your dog when it's not supposed to live?
Well, anyone that's a Game of Thrones fan should look at this.
Swag?
That's
Swag
weird.
by
Swag is
journalists.
something that should not be allowed for journalists. Yes, that should be banned. Bribery should be banned. I mean, congressmen get bribed too. Just bribery should be banned.
I mean, even in
Yep.
government, like, I mean, granted, not the politician side of it, but like, you know, if you're working any type of, you know, in a state or federal environment, you know, at the, you know, not in a political format, you're not even allowed to accept gifts for any reason, no matter how petty it is. Like, if someone's like, I want to give you this pencil because you helped me so much, you can get fired for that shit immediately. I do not know why they do not have the same standard.
It depends a bit on the exact position, but yeah, I mean, generally there will always be a rule of a limitation of some sort, just by the money. So for this purpose, I'd actually just plain look at Roger Ebert's book, considering he was extremely against a lot of the swag and just free stuff. He was like, no, be wary of freebies, no free things ever, basically, which is standard.
Yeah.
Hello?
So,
Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be
No
here.
one loves you.
Yeah, which topic do you guys wanna do first?
I wasn't. I never actually got the topic list. Skype it to me.
I want to talk about North Korea. No, just kidding.
Here, look in,
North Korea and
chat, Dustin. Look in the chat.
Well, that's
Is
the only one I
there
see. Is
such
the,
a thing as SJW game?
oh, okay. I
Nope.
thought that was all one comment. Okay, I
Nah,
got you.
there are 3 different questions in there.
Yeah, I don't know which one you guys want to take on first.
Is there such thing as an SJW game? Because I gotta go.
No, there's no such thing as an SJW game because each individual SJW will find a fucking issue with the game. And of course, like, they would go, like, this wifey is the main character, but she doesn't represent all women because she's got big tits and a sword, and she's taking on all these men, and at the end of the day, that's not what we stand for, and it should be a fat person or whatever nonsense they come up with. You can't please these people, man.
Exactly.
Have you seen Anita's game idea? It's basically just reverses the roles of a male to a female.
Yep.
Which is what Tomb Raider is, but seemingly Tomb Raider isn't fucking good enough for these people. So why would our game be good enough?
Yeah, I really just don't know what the genre would mean exactly. I mean,
Basically, what an SJW game is no game at all. You just sit there and hold a controller, TV turned off. There you go.
It's a movie.
SJW game.
It's a movie.
Yeah.
It's an SJW movie.
No, because even SJWs would get pissed at a fucking SJW movie. Like, no, this girl's too fit looking. No, this girl's too this, too that. No this, no that. And it's like, shut the fuck up and turn the TV off. you
wait,
twat.
so it would be the game equivalent of Squirrel Girl in that case.
Hell, it's Squirrel Girlin'.
No, because
Squirrel Girl. Okay, you're not familiar. Marvel has a superhero called Squirrel Girl. She's generally been kind of a meme character, not quite Deadpool, but in that same kind of vein of fourth wall
So
breaking.
basically Deadpool but female.
With
Not
less
really.
violence, more squirrels, and just
Without
more.
the psychosis, yeah, basically.
Yeah, there we go.
yeah, but there'd still be something wrong with it because she's probably got 2 big tits or
Yeah, no.
vagina, and there's going to be something wrong with it, right?
Unfortunately, it looks like the reboot they're making is very. It will be an SJW comic. They turned her short, stubby, fat, ugly, and extremely annoying.
So you're basic SJW.
No more than a joke. Okay.
But that's the actual
Basically a game that's not going to sell to anyone apart from like some hardcore SJWs, and then they'll complain about it not selling to everyone, so they have to bitch about it so much that all these AAA industry guys have to actually market to them.
Ah, fuck that. I'll buy it just because I'm the guy that buys funny fucking games. If it's got good comical perks.
No, but do you see what I'm saying it's like there's
Oh,
a
yeah.
major problem, man. The reason people don't buy the SJW games is because they're fucking shit.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I was kind of referring to people have drawn out Gone Home as the SJW game.
Well, it probably is, but the thing is, Gone Home didn't sell that good, did it? Did it? Triple A's aren't. I mean, Triple A's aren't looking at that going, "Holy shit, this is a new indie game. Look, everyone's buying it. Holy shit, we need to make our Triple A games like this."
Last I checked. Sorry to interject.
You
Last I
first. You
checked.
first.
Sorry to interject, but last I checked, the game sold rather respectably well, like 500,000 copies. So for an indie game, that's quite a good game. That's quite a good achievement. But then again,
Is it?
yeah.
Compare that to other indie games like I don't know.
The biggest indie game.
Oh, I'm trying to think of Minecraft, man. Fuck it, Minecraft. There you go. There's a famous indie game that everyone wants a piece of.
Oh,
Sold
Minecraft's a
1
monster.
billion copies.
Right. So you've got that, and you've got Gone Home. Compare the two, and then come back to me and say that AAA want a piece of Gone Home.
Fuck that game.
No, I don't think like even if it's considered SJW game by like the masses, even then it's not going to appease every SJW ideology. So it's really hard to say if there will ever be an SJW game. I mean, even Stanley Parable would probably be closer to it because it's just such a neutral thing. Even Portal, I think Portal and Portal 2 would actually fit their, their...
there's violence.
Portal and Portal 2 were actually AAA games.
No, I understand. I'm not comparing them to other indie games. I'm just saying, speaking generally, what would be considered a general SJW game.
Yeah, but it's just because they're full of shit. My point is they're full of shit, man. It's just that they are. There's games for everyone. You want a game that's like Portal, there's fucking games like Portal, right? And you can play the games, right? No one's telling you can't fucking play them because you're female, right? No one's telling you can't play them because you're black or whatever. Games don't matter, right? Gamers don't give a fuck. And that's the point, right? The whole point of this shit is gamers have never give a fuck about this shit until you assholes have came in and started your bullshit. And gamers have went, no, it's bullshit, fuck off.
Well, it's more of the lines up. They're frustrated because they're trying to pass these games off so they can add some, I guess, cultural significance to it. And you're right, they're not selling well, and they're blaming the culture that, it's essentially because gamers don't they don't like this because they're uncultured pigs.
Exactly.
Well,
because of that,
there are lots of
they're
games
fucking
that teach
shit.
morals, like Ultima. The old Ultima games taught morals in a way that was fun and interesting. So I don't know where they're getting it from, that games are uncultured.
Ultima,
they're getting it from mainstream because that's what it's the easiest avenue.
No. They're getting it from their fucking agenda that's bullshit that they've classed on mainstream and other research, and when they did research it, they were like, oh shit, my research doesn't fit this, so I'll just make shit up.
Well, no, it's
all full of bullshit. I'm telling you, it's all full of bullshit, and it fucking annoys me.
No,
and
I really think it's just. I really think it's just these people that are looking at the mainstream media and they're looking at these reports by very liberal news agencies, essentially saying there's no women in the tech industry and why, and then they're equating it to how the commercials are presented, what games are selling the most. And they're wrapping it and making it make sense in their own mind that it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's their fault.
Yeah, but if you take marketing for what it is, right? Marketing takes what's selling and does it scientifically, analyzes who it's selling to, and then figures out that's my demographic, so I will cater my marketing to that demographic. Right? You can't take a marketing demographic and go, that demographic is the most demographic that is going for this thing because that's who plays this thing. No, marketing of no, but you've got to like the marketing's playing to that because that's who plays the games that the marketing's trying to market to, right? You see what I'm saying?
No, I completely understand what you're saying. I'm just kind of projecting what I feel like they're thinking because what you're saying is
That's the
irrational
problem.
stuff.
They don't have scientific ideas about fuck all. They just make their own bullshit.
The problem is
and
that these
spun
people don't play games. They don't really know what games already exist. And instead of promoting games that already exist that have done good things, they want to tear everything else down.
They essentially built a two-story school in the middle of New York City around skyscrapers, and they're trying to blow up the skyscrapers so everyone understands, hey, there's a school here. That's how I see it, and I completely agree with you. And it's irrational to me because it's like, if you want to cater to your demographic, I mean, that's exactly what Brianna Wu did. She catered to her demographic, and the way she did that was she only released her game on systems that her demographic own, and that's of iOS. I mean, not a lot of these people own Windows. They don't own Linux, and she's trying to manipulate it so that her game is showing more, where she can get into a market that she can be competitive in.
But it's too big.
Well, no, I'm just saying in the demographic of Apple. Okay, I'm gonna just straight up say, your game of the year on the Mac computer isn't going to be Skyrim. It's just not going to happen. So she has this accolade that she can shove on people. Oh, my game won Game of the Year. It did so well. And she won't allude that it's towards the Apple product. It's specifically for iOS. In fact, she actually blamed GamerGate for not being able to transfer it over to be able to be worked on the Microsoft on Windows. Which my response to that is, you probably should talk to Gabe Newell since he essentially did that for Doom.
Wait. What do you mean for You mean for Android? You mean? Because
I'm
the game, you mean for Android, I guess, right? Or or for Mac, because it is an iOS game, so. I mean, and be honest here, he's really just using this entire thing to curate the game. It's the biggest fault of the Apple market. You don't really have anyone telling you, buy this game, so she's just using our market to just get your name out. It's the only way you can actually do it, unfortunately.
Well, if she posted that game on Steam, it would be a very harsh reality, I think. That's what I'm trying to say, If she posted it in any other platform, she'd probably be facing a much more harsh reality.
Because we use those platforms.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, the people that want to support her, they only use that singular platform, and they're only going to buy that game because it's a cheap phone game. That's all it is. Yep. It's like $4 to get the full thing, and they're gonna say, "Oh, this is the best game I ever played in my life." I've never owned Steam. I've never owned a fucking gaming system past Nintendo 64, but this is the best game I played in my life. It's just like, god damn.
Well, I also got it in a discussion on the Facebook group where someone accused Dragon Age Inquisition of being an SJW game, and I'm like, what the fuck?
No.
I would say there's a valid point on that because Dragon Age and BioWare have been accused of trying to ram people's throat with their gay and lesbian thing.
Yeah, but that's optional. It's not ran down our throats.
It's not optional, but then you have like BioWare parading around like how Dorian is their first true gay character. Never mind that
they're pandering to the demographic. That's at the expense of a much bigger.
It doesn't help that their fan base is also very SJW-like because the BioWare fan base is pretty psychotic about they insisted on having like multiracial romance and will kick up a storm if their canon is ruined and everything. So it's kind of unfortunate, but at the same time, it's almost like the BioWare like put themselves in that position, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, didn't Inquisition undersell?
Oh yeah. Badly.
Yeah, it is. It is quite undersell.
Yeah, it doesn't look. It doesn't really look all that good.
I'm loving it. It's my favorite game this year.
Have you played any others?
I plunged. I plunged about 20-25 hours into the game. I haven't reached the final mission yet because I'm still faffing about with the side mission. But so far it's quite good. But I prefer the GDC version where it look more, look more Mass Effect like, because I like really weighty combat, not this kind of bullshit. This kind of Dragon Age 1 bullshit where you just holding out the button and let the guy fight himself. I want to fight myself, damn it. But yeah, the game is quite currently underselling, which I think is unfortunate. But
Alright, guys, I gotta take off.
Alright, take care.
Alright, see ya.
See you guys
Take
later.
care.
Have fun
See ya.
debating, and don't forget to turn your internalized misogyny down.
Fuck you. Fuck you, dude.
Fuck you, man.
I don't have any internalized misogyny. I just fucking game. Don't give a fuck what people think of me. I don't give a fuck if they're female, male, whatever. If they can play the game, they can fucking play with me. That's aye. So aye, but good night anyway, man. That's the way it works with gamers, and that's why gamers are fucking cool.
Morn, I'll play with you in bed later tonight.
Fuck you. I'm not gay.
Well, that's kind of the point, isn't it?
Guys, look
It
at my
is.
misogynist. Look at my
Alright, guys, I'll talk to you later. Keep it awesome until next stream.
I would disagree that Dragon Age is an SJW game because
I've got to disagree with that. Which one? Because the first one was fucking good.
yeah, the first one is awesome, but I also think Inquisition is pretty good.
The first one was brilliant. It took and upgraded Neverwinter Nights, which goddamn Neverwinter Nights was good, and so was the second one, and so was the Star Wars.
Knights of the Old Republic.
Yep, and Dragon Age 2. Wait, what the fuck are you doing, BioWare? It was like the Mass Effect was quite good as well, sort of, but it started to turn with the Mass Effect, and then it went to Mass Effect 2, and it was like, no, you made a couple of mechanics better, but you started to go off the rails a wee bit. Holy shit, they're not sure if I want the third one, and then the third one, and it was, you fucks, you've went all this way. And there were some, don't get me wrong, there were some bits in the third one that were fucking epic. But the ending, man, I went into the third one thinking, right, I'm gonna play all of them after I do this one, right, all of them. Went into the third one, playing it, I was like, yeah, there's some bits that are a bit shit, but I'll just leave that to the side. Got to the end, and I just thought, right, fuck it, I'm never playing Mass Effect ever again. And they're all uninstalled. So, I mean, that tells you what I thought of the ending. But, I'm so disappointed in BioWare, man. So fucking disappointed. God damn it.
Yeah, but I would say you can still think it's a shitty game. But I still don't think it's an SJW game.
It's not a shit. I wouldn't say it was a shitty game. I mean, there's a hell of a lot of games that are shittier. It's an okay game.
Yeah,
as a game, it's okay. But from what I wanted from it, it was a complete fucking shithole game. Does that make sense? because I expected more from it.
Yeah, but I would still disagree with it. At least Dragon Age Inquisition being an SJW game. I don't feel any BioWare games are SJW games.
I've played.
They
I've
do.
played
They
3
are.
hours of Dragon Age Inquisition, so I don't know nothing much about it. I have got it. I've not played much of it because I'm too busy doing the MMO that is GamerGate. But Dragon Age 2, holy shit, did they want me to fucking have sex with this gay fucker that always wanted to fuck me? And that pissed me off. I kept telling him to fuck off and he kept coming back for more. I was like, no, I don't want you, I'm not interested. He was like, but I'm gay. And I was like, I don't give a fuck, I'm not gay,
You know,
man.
the game tailors those sort of decisions around actions you do in the game itself.
Uh-oh.
So I guess you actually are gay.
I'm sorry, like, I kept telling this gay mage to go fuck himself. And I wasn't horrible to him. I was kind of like, yeah, you're my mate, but I don't want nothing to do with your sexual orientation, man. Like, don't care. And he kept coming back to me about fucking having sex with me. I was like, no, don't want this in my face all the time. Fuck off. I want you in my party because you can heal people, right? That is it. I don't want to be horrible to you, so you fuck off out my party. I also don't want to have sex with you. And there was no middle ground. It was always, no, you want to fuck me, don't you? Yeah, you do. And it annoyed the shit out of me. And that's what I see as an SJW game.
What?
So have you guys seen there's a Keenan and Peele skit where it's like based off of like I don't know, here, let me try to find it for you guys. I think you guys will get a kick out of
Is
it.
it the one where the gay guy keeps talking to the other guy about how gay he is, and then he finally just goes, dude, I'm gay, like the husband walks in? Is that the one you're
Yeah, and
talking
he's
about?
just like a totally normal guy. And,
Yeah.
And then at the end, it was like the self-realization, like, oh, I'm just an asshole.
Yeah,
It's like,
Yeah, I thought you were gonna talk about the one with, I think, what was it? Who was that ex-Sony rep? Kevin Blunt or something like that. He also had a little bit of a skit with them where he was just kind of being as politically correct as possible in front of a woman, a gay guy, and a black guy. And they just kept objecting the entire time from anything. Let me see if I can find that one specifically, actually.
personally, I don't really find like I really like the Mass Effect series. I like how they changed the ending of 3. Which needed to be done because it was just a rushed, shitty crap ending that they originally put in.
They tried to give it the ending to 2001: A Space Odyssey, and I'm just thinking, when what they needed to do was give you the ending to something like Star Wars or Star Trek.
Well, you know what happened, right? Like, the development cycle was all done by a group of people, and then at the very end, because of budget reasons and some other kind of bullshit going on behind the scenes, at least this is what I've been told from people who are around that project, that it kind of like dived into 2 people, got forced into like trying to finish, you know, the ending of the game, the ending of the series. That's a fucking huge ordeal, you know what I mean? That's a lot of fucking pressure. So, yeah, it obviously turned out like shit. And EA, I mean, it was something kind of caused by EA. EA learned the fucking issue. And I believe it was like they increased funding or something for a team to finish that and fix it. So I mean, you know, there's a lot of corporate bullshit that people label onto BioWare, but you know, you gotta kind of, it's weird.
Yeah, they kind of. I will admit this. I think BioWare's kind of gone to shit ever since EA acquired it. EA tends to just think of what they're putting it. Yeah, they tend to think whatever they're putting out is just a product, and then they find out the hard way that other people don't seem to think like them.
Well, that's the problem though. They're not thinking of it as a product, because if they thought of it as a product, they would actually flesh it out. They tend to do so. What the industries do nowadays, this is actually not just in gaming, but in a lot of industries, companies tend to cut their nose off to spite their face for profit. So they fuck up their long-term game for some short-term fun bonuses, which here's the thing with the gaming community, that ultimately costs them money. that fucks them immediately because we're so entwined with the internet, with information and stuff like that. Word spreads around fast. And so, obviously, that's why they did a course correction. Same thing with Ubisoft. They thought they were going to get away with it because they're fucking dumb. And, here's the thing. People who run these companies, not the smartest motherfuckers out there. Really, they aren't.
Yeah.
People with a lot of money and somehow snowballed into it. And they make really poor decisions, and that's why the gaming industry consistently sees people rotating out of the CEO positions. Where you don't see that with some really headlining businesses that know their shit. You know what I mean? So
I think the best companies are the ones that build themselves up by scratch. Be honest, and not people that are handed the position.
It's an interesting thing. So look at Activision, right? From the ground up, they were assholes. They really have been doing the same shit. They're the ones direct correlation with Activision and the crash of '84 for video games. And what's different about Activision now is somebody came in and said, "Hey, Bobby, you got to stop running your fucking mouth. You got to stop making your shitty business decisions public to people because that makes them not like you." I mean, he's a business guy through and through, but he's fucking cutthroat and he does shit, cut the budgets and stuff. They got a PR guy in there, and their fucking PR man cleaned that shit up. And that's what they really needed. They needed fucking PR to come in and say, hey, this is what you do and what you don't do. That's why we have all these issues. I keep telling people it's like, all these issues are because people don't know how to fucking talk to each other, and they just put out the kind of shitty face that they think, oh, well, of course, I could just fucking say this. No, you can't just fucking say that, because what you're saying is stupid, as a business. And we are dealing, that's the thing, it's like, it's the consumers fighting businesses. And, a lot of the shit that goes on in the press is also a reflection of shit going on with the bigger companies, but that's a whole other giant tackle. So, just, it's you got to have a little bit of realization about how these fucking businesses work.
Well, it makes sense the ones who grow up organically would be better just by virtue of the fact that they're competing the entire time. Competition kind of breeds excellence, as the phrase goes. So,
yeah, that's a kind of, but that's like a little bit of a different point, because the company can be inherited as long as it has the competition, as you said. You actually have a sort of organic learning process, and not just a steamroller making pavement. That's kind of, we've kind of gotten into that scenario before, and that's why I always tell people it's really good that we have 3 consoles. It's good that the PC market is emerging again.
Bit of a Steam problem in there, but
well, I sorry, the thing just cut out for everybody. So
sorry, I was just saying, I agree with the competition. Though, Steam's rise in the first place, if you just look back historically to the way it grew up, you had competition. You had Direct to Drive, who, by the way, is back now. They're still in game Steamworks, but technically they're back. You had Impulse. And then they just kind of died off because everyone hated Star Force, Secure ROM, Tage, and Steamworks was just better. So when it had competition, it was great, and we're right now at a point, just only in the last 2 years really, where Steam has just been the only guy in the field. So DRM-wise,
that's kind of interesting, because I've been fucking around with Origin lately, and I was kind of talking to their PR people about a review account for ShipToBlock20.com, and it's not inherently a terrible thing. It is just not as consumer friendly as Steam.
Right.
And I think that's what it comes down to. It's like, what is ultimately the most consumer friendly thing to do, right? And that's what Steam does, and nobody else is willing to do that.
Here's a question for you with Origin, at least. Do you know if you can use Origin if you're not with EA?
The reader will torture me.
Because as far as I can tell, the only games using Origin are all EA, and I'm just not sure if that's the way that the rap is done, that it must be published by EA, or if it's kind of open.
It's kind of that system set up. I mean, obviously, anybody who's really like another company besides EA is going to be putting their stuff on Steam.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, it's terrible because Origin is, you can't have a company like EA running one of the distribution services. You know what I mean? Like Valve, yeah, they do make their own games, but they're more far and few between. They develop that shit in house. EA is like, pulling in shit from a bunch of other people and publishing it, and for a publishing house to have that control over some sort of market to even be in the market space, I think is fucking gross, actually. But you gotta play ball with them if you want to do PC reviews. So sorry if any EA people are listening, which I doubt, but it's plain ball,
Oh, yeah.
And so basically, the reason why Steam is so attractive is because they aren't a publishing house for outside. That's why it works so well. That's why people actually like Good Old Games would be like a better equivalent than Origin, actually. A lot of people
really the only competitor.
Good Old Games now sells new games too.
Oh yeah.
Like I have my review copy for The Witcher 3. That's on Good Old Games.
To be fair, that's the sister company, really. Like, it is still CD Crytek in charge of both. CD Crytek Red versus the ones in charge of GOG.
Hey, just saying, next time you speak to EA, tell them to remake General Zero Hour in HD and fix their engine, and they make millions.
That's the thing, is like none of their gaming decision stuff is handled by anybody in the kind of PR market. Like, it's people create enough buzz. It's so weird. They're so, like, where Valve is so involved with its community, like places like Activision and EA are like so distant. It's really weird. I mean, to give you an idea, right? So Ship2Black 20 last month had 30,000 unique viewers, which is amazing. I'm so happy for that. I'm glad that people are checking it out. I'm glad that people are checking the new talent that I pulled in and helping them grow, and their stuff's getting looked at. But I went over to I talked to Ubisoft, right? And I was like, hey guys, these are our numbers. These, it's relatively growing really well. Do you think that you can set us up with a review account? We can, cover more of the news, would be more relevant to the people and stuff like that. They were like, well, no, you're going to have 50,000 unique views. Like that, 30,000 is amazing to me. That's record. 50, that's phenomenal. You have to be a pretty fucking major site. And at that point, if it was doing like 50,000 uniques, the ad revenue would cover the cost for the review copies. You know what I mean? I mean, it's very expensive to do. People don't seem to realize that, but like getting the review copy or buying copies for review is really, really difficult to maintain, and it's a huge expense. You know what I mean? Because I mean, as I said like before when I was on earlier, like just think of how many PlayStation games there were. There was like 235 or something like that, just PlayStation 4 games alone, and the PlayStation 4 hasn't been out for that long. Same for Xbox One. I mean, the Wii U has, it's similar if not more, and to even be like, oh no, you're going to need to be in this premium category before we provide it. It's just like, it reeks of shitty PR to me. Like they're not very friendly on that side. And a lot of companies are actually turtle shelling into that because they're doing more copies for like IGN and stuff like that because they're clustering their content into one spot. You know what I mean? Which is good for them on a marketing standpoint because IGN ranks things very high. Yeah. And it makes them look good. And it's very bad for the consumer standpoint because that means less voices are getting out there because it's very difficult. Like the movie sphere, right? I don't know if anybody kind of follows how they do stuff, but when you go see, obviously it's a bit cheaper, but I mean, it costs them really nothing for review copies. But the review sphere actually has a system set up so that you can actually go see it in multiple theaters across the nation, depending on where you are, who you write for. And they are very, very open in getting you into those things. Like, even the very, very small sites can get in, become movie reviewers. It's a lot easier. So that's just kind of one of the things that they have good PR. They do it right. There's a wide variety of voices for it. Gaming is kind of funneling into one space nowadays.
Well, that actually gets us back to GamerGate with journalism because since they're basically funneling it to certain sites, that basically means they're curating into certain sites, and anyone who wants to write there in order to make good money kind of does need to rate it highly. Otherwise, they're not going to be picked.
Well, on top of that, like most people don't even pay the people who write for them. I mean, Ship to Black 20 really. I wish I was making enough money to really pay the writers, but it's just not even feasible at this point. And that's just kind of how it is. It sucks. Ad revenue is probably the worst it's ever been. So now I guess that could also be contributed to the way clickbaity bullshit articles and shitty advertising go hand in hand. You see a rise in native advertising. I don't know if you guys have seen native advertising where it's like, Blake, you're breathing into the mic, son.
I am your father.
So yeah, I mean that's it's a cycle, man. If you look at all these connected things, like the native advertising linking into their kind of links to actually pull in money from like Amazon reviews and stuff like that, or Amazon buys. There's a lot of that sort of shit going on. Even me for Muka.com, I was thinking about seeing what I could do with Amazon to actually help pay for all the work that would go into labeling all this stuff and doing all those things by actually having a buy it from Amazon link. Or, maybe buy it from Amazon, buy it from multiple people so it's not just like Amazon. Like Metacritic does that. They have it where it's like buy it from Amazon. But maybe to try to be not so pigeonholed by that, I might be like buy it from Amazon, buy it from Best Buy, you know what I mean? That sort of shit. I'm not. That's very, obviously very blatant, and I would have to make a whole before I even implemented something like that. I would have to have a full-on consumer statement system saying like this is how this is operated. This is to transparency. You would have to tell people, even though like Metacritic really doesn't have it in the forefront. That's what they're doing. They have one. It's kind of in the back EULA shit. So. But that's just something to think about.
Back to the a question where actually we kind of started with. Do you think Dragon Age Inquisition is an SJW game? And I don't think it is.
It's definitely not. I mean, you can't really label these games as SJW games. The people will. I mean, the Far Cry people were being dumb because they were trying to to get a rise out of people.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a social. It totally wasn't. It wasn't even. It wasn't even a libertarian game. I mean, it was the same shit that they've always done. But just because you have a freedom of choice and all that stuff, I mean, it's not. That's the thing. They allow you to play it however you want. I'm sure if you want to make it a social justice warrior game, you can play it as a social justice warrior. If you want to be, I mean, obviously, the framework for games and the ideology between social justice warriors is off by a lot. Like it's not, you could be for social justice, but you don't have to be a fucking a-hole social justice warrior about it, right? There's you could do that, but inherently what you would have to do to actually have that realization is very weird because games seem to project more of a reality than what these people fucking have in their head. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, unless it has a press X to skip combat, it's not a real social justice warrior game yet.
Yeah, I think there's enough choice to give you enough leeway to play as you want instead of just being a social justice warrior again. Because I had this discussion with other GamerGaters, and they basically blamed it for being a social justice. I told them they were going too far, and they pretty much blamed it on the females not being hot enough and stuff like that. And that's I think it's just a stupid complaint.
One thing I wanted to ask you guys, right? And I know I keep bringing up Brianna Wu, but the idea, she said something on Twitter saying she supports, hatred being pulled from Steam Greenlight and all that shit. And then she makes this comment, and there's something that stands out to me. It says, the quote she was saying in her translation of Steam pulling the game off was saying, "Your game is racist and sexist." for their reputation, right? The team is a very sexist, racist reputation. What the fuck, man? Where did they? I mean, they had the whole tie-in with the neo-Nazi thing, and it got explained, and they're like, no, we're not supporting this. This was actually for research and learning about stuff. And that's fine,
really
but
fat butt because you can just pull crap out of nowhere.
yeah, and then but where's the sexist thing come in? Seriously, I mean, I don't really, I'm not going to support the game financially. It has its right to be on Steam, I think, and it's very pro-consumer to do it. But I looked through, I did my research on it before I made any kind of judgment. I watched all the videos, and I kind of read up on the history, and I was, you know what I mean? And I didn't see anything sexist at all. Like, you kill everybody.
Well, that's the sexism. That you kill women. So there you go.
I just.
It's the same thing with the Hitman example that Anita had. Where, like, you can do these things, therefore sexism. It doesn't have to be accurate. You can just do it.
Yeah, but every target in Hitman is pretty much a guy, except for the first kill. Spoiler.
And the most people you kill I've played a lot of the Hitman games, are men.
No, I know. I'm just pointing to the example.
I know, but you just can't claim it's sexist.
But, I mean, you know, she says that's fucking toxic masculinity and all that bullshit, and all these people echo the same voice. And, you know, when I was talking to Mercedes before, she was like, well, what about all the men that are killed in these games? Like, that's the majority of the people who are killed.
Yep.
Like, what, do you have anything to say about that? You know, it's fucking... I mean, the more that I think about it, it's the more I just, like, go, man, these people are fucking mentally fucked up. They need help. Legitimately.
You hear that some people say they're...
Who cares, man? They're white, cis males, genetic, cannon fodder, or whatever the hell you want to call it. No one cares. You can shoot them. You can have sex with them. You can rape them. You can do what the fuck you want with them. Because they're white males. That's fine. Because they're just the normal demographic. So that's fine. But if you do that to any other type of people at all, we have to jump in and say that you're a racist or sexist or a rapist or like whatever other bullshit we can come up with just to call you out on it. But if it's white males, it's fine. That's the agenda. That's our
I think we
ideology.
should all take a collective minute to just say, fuck all those people. Like, literally, not a moment of silence, just a moment of middle fingers up going, fuck you guys.
But that's
it's
what gamers have done. Don't you think that's what GamerGate is? I think that's what fucking GamerGate is. GamerGate is like, what the fuck are you talking about, you retarded fucks? We're all gamers. I go in an MMO. I can be a female. I can be whatever the fuck I want to be, right? And it's the same as everyone I interact with, right? But I interact with them as humans, right? Not as a race, not as a female, not as a male, because I know behind that keyboard, behind that avatar, could be anyone. And to be honest, I don't give a fuck. As long as they can pull their weight and they do their job, I don't care. And I think that's what they can't get about gamers. It's like gamers don't care. As long as you can do your job, man, you're one of us, and that's what gamers are awesome at. And I think that's what they don't get. They're not gamers. They have never, ever, ever in their whole lives ever played an MMO and chose different characters, male, female, whatever. I have. I've been males, I've been females, I've been every race, fantasy race you could mention, and it's the same, and I'm treated the same. Doesn't matter.
You know what I found weird?
I mean, yeah, there is the mic bit. We get on the mic, yeah, but most of the time I'm not on the mic. Most of the time I'm typing, and most of the time, as long as I'm pulling my weight, I'm pretty free to do what I want. There's no discrimination at all.
But like, what I don't get, right? Like, take Tomb Raider, right? The new Tomb Raider. People are like, oh, well, like I from the way that they wrote that, the new Tomb Raider game, and the way that they developed her, and the way that they, I mean, seriously, what they did in that game was like
That
really
game
made
was
her a
good.
hero. You know,
That game was fucking brilliant. I did play that game.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing, that the big thing, right? Like the whole thing that basically at the end of the day, a bunch of these people like Anita and stuff were like, they could not relate to her. You know, oh, it's just a man with boobs. Like that's kind of like the shit that goes on. The man, quote unquote, man with boobs trait.
Exactly, you can't win. You can't. There is no way you can win. You can make it a female. You can make it a male. You can make it a transgender dog. It doesn't matter what you make it. Right, you're gonna fuck.
Of course, she could never relate to it because she'd just blame all the problems on the patriarchy while getting stabbed to death and various other obstacles.
But that's the thing. It's a female character. Like it's a female character killing a bunch of male characters, ostensibly dealing with some real serious female issues. Obviously, the story was actually kind of tailored around to why aren't there any more women on the fucking island? You know,
Well,
I mean, it's brutal.
Well, I did play through that game, and what I got from that game was it was a pretty fucking good origin story of. I have played Tomb Raider, the very first one. I played the second one, and I haven't played the rest of them. But the new Tomb Raider describes exactly why she is Tomb Raider in the first game. It describes exactly what drove her to be that woman that she is in the first game.
Well, I think they've changed it up. I think that they're kind of retconning the whole thing because obviously you're able to do more character development. But I mean, I think the bigger point I'm trying to make here is the idea that these people cannot relate with any strong characters at all. If it's male, if it's female, they don't. These are, I have to say, they're whiny assholes. You can't even relate with a character being strong. Like they inherently dislike the idea of a strong character. I don't understand why.
That's what you're saying.
I think they have mental, like seriously, the more and more I look at it, I think this should be a full-on fucking case study by the psychological community.
They're inherently fucking nagging bitches. Pretty much.
Well, no, I think that they have some psychological.
Just nag about
because
everything.
how can you not relate to? That story. I mean, maybe she just didn't fucking play the game and was commenting on it, which I think that's what she does.
He has
most of the time.
never played any game.
Everybody
We know
else
that.
was just, what?
I mean, GamerGate is proof she's never played any game at all. We know that
Well,
for
no,
a fact.
she's played.
That
She's
fucker
played
is not a
games.
gamer. She's a lying
I've
bitch.
seen her play games. Like she goes to industry events. I've seen her walking around playing games. She's just not. I mean, she probably only recently got into them. She did the talks where she was like, I mean, but that's old hat. There was a video of her in the class going, "Oh, I've never really played games. I had to go and do play games or research."
No. She has never played a game to completion ever. She's not a gamer. She's talking shit. She's making money. She's a scam artist. The only interaction she's had with games is demos, if that, which is what you're saying. She goes about and plays them for a wee bit, and that's it. That's all she does. That's it. She's a scam artist completely. There is no way that woman has ever played the game through to completion in her fucking life.
I don't think that maybe
I'm convinced of that.
Yes, that she hasn't been completing most games that we play, but I'm guaranteeing she played her friends' games. She probably played Braid and finished that. I mean, she's probably gone through and played a bunch of short games.
And don't forget Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, she's a casual gamer. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Oh, did you not see that? Leigh Alexander's top 5 games. Kim Kardashian's was listed on it.
Oh, Jesus.
Really?
Yes.
I'm not surprised.
One of the most sexist things that our media has done is boost Kim Kardashian into the spotlight, and yet Leigh Alexander. The irony is oddly lost on these people. You know, I mean, inherently, I wouldn't want my daughters, if I had daughters, playing that sort of game, relating to a person who's only famous for sucking dick. Like, that's a really terrible thing. to just be famous for. Nothing else. Not being.
He's also
hard-
famous for having a great ass. Let's be fair.
Don't forget, she's a strong, independent woman who's not afraid of her sexuality.
But that's the thing. You know that shoot she did with the cup on the ass thing? That's actually a racial trope. That was actually a very racist thing that was done. That cover is not new. That style cover is not new. That was actually traced back. If I can find the article, I can show you guys. But basically, I remember seeing that in a cultural studies class, and it directly links back to a very racist thing about African American women. I'll try to link it to you.
Yeah, alright. So I just linked you guys into a little chat there, the Lay's top 5, which is, yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, seriously, like, this was on Gama Sutra. Surprise, surprise.
What the fuck?
Came out earlier
The
today.
link is a little bit not safe for work, depending on where you are, but it's kind of links back to that. I'll post it in the chat for you guys, too. Hold on.
Are you serious? And this woman gets to write on that site?
Yes. I am not sure if any of those games are on PC or if they're all just phone games. Like, I generally look at them and I cannot tell which one it is.
What the hell is wrong with her ass?
She has really, really worked it.
Why are we talking about ass instead? We just shifted from GamerGate to ass.
Well, just to clarify, Lee has also taken a stance that she is like not, reviewer journalist person. She's like a fucking personality thing now. So I mean, I take everything.
Oh, so she's even more worthless than she was before.
Yeah, she's basically taking this is like a
that's the
casual
thing,
gamer's
like,
top 5.
If you kind of understood who Lee Alexander was from her inception through Destructoid and stuff, and how Destructoid had to get rid of her, like, it's terrible. Like,
Wait,
seriously,
this is news to me. What?
That's where Lee Alexander came from, dude.
Everything always links back to Destructoid. That's kind of lesson 1 we've gotten out of this.
That's the thing. The people at Destructoid are pretty cool. I mean, I've done some work with them. I've talked to them.
I like Max Scoville.
He's a cool dude too. I did video work last year with him with Destructoid. The the people behind Destructoid for the most part are great people. It's just that their original slogan for that website was also Cox, and nobody remembers that. Like, they were.
How did they go wrong?
Well, no, I mean that's the thing is like they still are to a certain extent, but obviously times have changed, people change, people move from the site. It's not all the original people who was on there. Obviously, you have a lot of people who made their careers also out of Destructoid. You have Anthony Birch who got hired, afterward, and I know a lot of people are like full disclosure about the Borderlands thing. Anybody who follows Destructoid or has been following Destructoid would know that Anthony Birch was part of Destructoid beforehand. He was a major part. He was all over the place. They've talked about him a multitude of times. A lot of those people, that shit was out in the open way before. Just because it wasn't stated in that article, I can understand how they can make a faux pas of maybe not saying it afterward, considering they talked about it so fucking much. But I mean, I followed all these sites just because it was my field. For a long time, so I mean, but the stuff at Kotaku is very much different than any of that because it's like, shit, it is totally fucking backhanded, hidden, sort of crap.
So basically,
it smacks of tabloid journalism. Except I think that even TMZ would do a better job than these people.
Oh my god,
That's
TMZ
like,
would
makes
do.
a hell of a lot more money than Gawker.
TMZ is not the worst in terms of like what they can find and source it properly. Like, they are not that bad.
Yeah, because not because a whole lot of people pays attention to things like what TMZ covers, and in comparison, not a whole lot of people pay attention to video games.
Well, fucking Harvey is a goddamn lawyer. I mean, he's really knowledgeable, lawyer who runs TMZ and stuff. So I mean, like, obviously he's gonna have more sense than these fucking idiots over at Gawker. I mean, it's just, man, Gawker Media as a whole, I fucking hate that site, and I hate that group. But whatever. The thing that I think that a lot of people don't have kind of laid off, and I don't know why. People have been laying off of Polygon. Why isn't anybody?
I heard that we were doing research on Polygon, but I don't really know what the hell's going on there. We really should just go after them. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I made it clear on a previous podcast why the fuck we haven't gone after Polygon yet.
Once we got sidetracked on Gawker, I think we just kind of stayed sidetracked because they kept us there, really. Like, they just kind of tanked for everyone else.
Well, I think maybe because Gawker is so massive as is. But I mean, there needs to be like a little bit of a side coalition doing this stuff for because I mean, the way that they got started, the money that they got from Microsoft, I mean, it fucking reeks of just bad journalism and hypocrisy,
Yeah, I saw a video where a guy compared all the ratings they had, and there were pretty much no Sony games that got rated well compared to Microsoft exclusives, which was mind-boggling.
Yeah, and I mean, they're being funded. I mean, there's a definite conflict of interest there, and that is, I mean, a very, very, very egregious conflict of interest.
It's not only that, though. I mean, you also have, like, Polygon and The Verge are connected with one another, so they have their other larger, in terms of the tech world, news outlet going, which is why we see so much bullshit from The Verge regarding Gamergate. Like, that's just all Polygon. Like, the co-creator of Polygon is one of the senior editors at The Verge. So, that's just a natural connection.
No, that's
it's fucking gross.
That's a big surprise. Anyway, guys, I was just jumping in to say good night. It was good talking to you as far as I did. And listening, I'll probably listen to the stream later on and find out what else you were talking about, because I enjoy listening to streams. But I'm going to go and play some fucking video games, man, because I'm drunk and feel like playing some. So I'm going to leave you, and well, you can invite me back or not. Right, alright, good night, guys.
You want to come
have
back?
a good Christmas, I will never see you again.
Have a good one, man.
Good night, man.
Night.
Yeah, about the Polygon thing, and the thing was, the best game I think they gave was an 8.2 or something, 8.25 or whatever they score things, and that's kind of mind-boggling. All the Xbox games on that site got raving reviews.
Yeah,
How much money?
Yeah,
$750,000.
What?
Well, I thought someone asked how much money they got. I was like, they got $750,000.
No, they got
They got
750.
yeah. I mean, $75,000 is fucking huge. People don't seem to realize that.
$750,000 is a lot of money.
Fuck, man, I like calculate how much it would take to get just to work full time for 3 months, to the point where I think maybe the site like Muka.com would actually be able to sustain itself. And the most I pictured was maybe not 50,000, but $5,000. That's it, $5,000. So the massive amount of money that these sites, like that, or like other sites ask to get started, blows my mind. I don't get it at all. You know what I mean?
You referring to things like Based Gamer?
I'm just referring to websites like Polygon and stuff in general.
Oh yeah. It's odd. I think they had to pay for high amounts of bandwidth.
Well, Polygon kind of just bought all the good people is what their main idea was in the first place. Like their initial roster was pretty much just an all-star cast of journalists and reporters, and that was the entire point.
Until it went to shit.
Hey, spend enough money is the whole idea. Just get people in early and then they'll stay there. Stockholm Syndrome.
My only knowledge of Polygon has to be of them being shit, though.
The problem with Polygon is the site is fucking. It's not conducive to like people searching it. You know, it's a fucking convoluted, artsy wannabe bullshit website. Like, I hate when websites go away. Like, when I do something, it's simple. You can read, you can click, and that's it. Why does there have to be all this fucking convoluted bullshit? Oh, look at us, we're so fucking artsy. Just fucking
Well, my question is, how many articles do you have to go through to get to the article you want to get to?
What, on like my site or another blog site that does a similar system?
On Polygon compared to, like, say, your site.
Well, personally, I'm just gonna say that there's really nothing on Polygon that I would want to read. I've tried, and it's painful. So there would probably be a zero. I would not be able to go through any of those and find what I want to read. And nobody even really links to Polygon anymore because it's gross. You know, only people that I know who've actually been actively linking to Polygon stuff are like far fucking left crazy nutbags.
Oh yeah.
To be fair, that is explicitly now their audience. Like, Polygon did say that they will be a site with progressive views expressed within their pieces. So it's like, okay, that is their audience, and the whole artsy look to it just matches perfectly with that. Like, they're
anti-sex feminism is not progressive.
Yeah, it's not. I agree completely.
They like to
Unfortunately, it's how
pretend they
market.
are, but they're basically trying to regress us back to the Dark Ages here.
They are. They're fucking going full Puritan. That's what my new hashtag, full Puritan. Fucking, it's unbelievable. Actually, I'm gonna type that out now.
Yeah, I mean those people. I mean these people are afraid of boobs. They are literally afraid of boobs.
Yeah,
To be
because
fair,
they ain't
have
got
you
none.
Have you seen the physics on those things?
Yeah, they can kill an elf.
Human. The boob physics argument from the other day just blew my mind.
Wait, that reminds me, I got a video I gotta find.
Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a minute.
Since you're here, Michael, we had two more topics with how you feel about previews and swag with that comes with the reviews.
So inherently, I've talked about this before about swag. Swag inherently is not damaging. Well, I do think you should disclose it, though.
Yeah,
You know?
but I mean in the sense with previews, don't you get stuff with the previews? As well?
Geez, let's see. For previews, I got a Harvest Moon plushie for the new Harvest Moon that's coming out for their 3DS game that's like Minecraft, but that sort of stuff is usually tied to games that have been around for a while.
Okay.
You know? So I really don't have an issue with that. What I do really have an issue with is crazy amount of swag that comes out for brand new games that fucking nobody knows about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the what was it? The dildo thing for Saints Row was kind of excessive.
I thought that was brilliant, actually. Like, Saints
Yeah.
Row the Third had the giant dildo bat. They only made a couple of those. I would have loved to get one of those. I would put that in every single fucking video and be like, this is fucking big. Goddamn
Yeah, I think it's still a little bit excessive, but it's funny.
I mean, what's better than running around with a giant floppy dildo?
I would have like gone out. I would have walked out in public with it. But that's the thing is like Saints Row deserves to be able to do something like that. You know, they prove Saints Row 2. I mean, the game. I mean, Saints Row 1 was a little bit off. Saints Row 2 was a fucking amazing game. I loved it. Like I actually played Saints Row 2 through 4 back to back in a block for this piece I was writing, and I might turn it into a video later. But it was about violence in video games and kind of the evolution of this kind of sandbox sort of stuff. And the hand in hand of wacky violence and video games, and how there was nothing inherently wrong with anything in that, because obviously the story, the way it's built, narrative and whatnot, and those games that deserves, they're great games. I mean, none of those games would reach under a 9 for me. They're just they're so competent. They work. I mean, very much, that's the thing, too. They're sandbox games that are very tightly made, and they've earned that. Things that I don't think are swag, that I do have a problem with, and I also think was also brilliant to kind of show a little bit of the back-end industry, is when they were advertising Dante's Inferno and did the greed thing. They sent like $200 checks to a bunch of reviewers and said, if you cash this, you have to post that you did and show that you're a greedy bastard. You know what I mean? And I thought that was brilliant, because it's like calling them out at the same time. And obviously, it made a lot of people did a reality check during that time, and it was really interesting to see that happen. I don't think any other company could have pulled that one off, but that's the fucking Dante's Inferno, that thing was pretty amazing the way they did it. But they were excessive in their marketing, as in showpieces, not swag. That was the swaggy thing they did. But they said actually no, they sent people boxes of dirt. Like one time, at one of the press events, they slaughtered a cow, or not a cow, a goat.
This is a God of War one, I believe now.
I think they also did that with the Inferno. I don't know. I remember going and seeing pretty fucked up shit when I used to do stuff when that game was coming out. It might have been when I went to the God of War thing. I have no idea. They get blurred at this point. But I mean, like, seriously, they had the lust thing for Dante's Inferno. They did these things at parties. They did a lot of that sort of stuff. So, and they knew they did it so that everybody would talk about it, but inherently for swag, right? What's like egregious swag?
There's swag anyway. You kind of have to define that for me.
Swag is usually anything that you get as a promotional item. Could be a plushie, could be music CDs, it could be toys, posters.
Basically anything you can walk away with.
Yeah, but I mean, there's the normal. I mean, you get USB. I guess you could also say USB drives with the game assets on them. To an extent, I guess review copies would be considered swag, but it's basically whatever that they could give you that's a promotional material that you could take with you and talk about. I mean, that's why they do it. They don't give it to you to be like, oh, hush, hush, let's don't tell anybody we gave you this. They do it so that you do talk about it. That's like what they have whole teams over at EA and Activision and Ubisoft. Like, okay, what can we give these guys that they'll talk about this thing? Not so much the inherent persuade the review, but to actually be like, how can we get the word of mouth spreading on these websites? And that's why they do that shit. Oh, is that the headed a goat to promote God of War?
Goat.
Okay, so the thing that I'm talking about was just like a dead goat, sprawled entrails and stuff.
Oh, okay. This was more like dead goat centerpiece, and then just a bunch of topless women.
Just like a gross out centerpiece.
Yeah.
Which smelled. But anyway, so that's kind of my thing behind that. Is like, I don't inherently have a problem with it. It also allows, I've done this before when I would go to E3. I would give away prizes. You know what I mean? Like, I would make a prize pack, like, this is the shit that I pulled from E3, and I would put some of those things together and make, like, a cool little prize pack. Bethesda gave me an official Bethesda jacket. Like, that's probably the most odd, egregious thing that I've ever been given. I was in a demo or something for Skyrim, and they gave me a jacket. It is cool. It's made by American Apparel. and it's like a nice blazer jacket thingy, and I'm just like, fuck it, whatever. It's like I like Skyrim, okay. So yeah, there's that. I mean, but they give away T-shirts to everybody who goes to like E3.
Yeah, no.
Apple actually does a pretty good job about that too, because they really want to give T-shirts to, because there's a lot of fans who really try to trek it into E3 to see just specifically the Atlas booth. So they try to do that for everybody, not just the press. But Bethesda's like very behind closed doors. They rarely have like open to the public stuff. So that stuff is usually only through that. And then I mean, The Witcher gave away basically like a collector's pack. You know, kind of like their collector's edition, like to test what they would give out to people who buy like the special edition thing, like a little figure statue, code for the game, some other shit. And God, you know, it's just thinking of all the different things. It's like really they're nothing. I mean, I wouldn't like if The Witcher 3 sucks, I would be sad for one, but you know, I wouldn't be influenced by the shit that they like give me the code or they give me a statue or whatever. Bethesda games, I fucking rip the shit out of all the time. You know, I think to kind of ruin your reputation over like some $25 piece of swag is retarded. And
what I'm kind of referencing to more is all the shit they get paid for, like hotels and all that kind of stuff on previews, which I find kind of shady.
Oh, that's a tricky topic. How do I feel about that? That personally, I don't like it too much because it pigeonholes you. But for a lot of small sites, you know, you can't afford to go to those events unless they pay for it. And it's a catch-22 because all these big guys could afford to pay for the tickets, to pay for, you know, people don't seem to understand, out of all the industries, gaming is one of the most expensive to write about. And just to get to these events, like in Vegas, like, so this is how it usually, or E3. I'm lucky I live in LA. I could drive to E3. It takes me about an hour and a half, but it takes, you know, I could drive there. And so that kind of helps out. So as long as I have my press pass, I'm good. But for, let's say, something that was going, like the video game awards that we recently had, right?
Yeah.
I had passes from Nintendo, and I couldn't go. I just didn't have the money at the time because I went and I bought groceries, because that's what it is. Am I going to eat, or am I going to go to the video game awards and cover it for press? So that sort of stuff is very expensive. That racks up, you know, quite a bit of expense, because what ends up happening is a lot of these cities know these events are coming in, and the prices for rooms and amenities and restaurants, everything around there will like triple to quadruple charge. You're talking about a $50 hotel room suddenly becoming $250, you know, for a night. So to cover a conference that maybe goes 2-3 days, is going to cost you $1,000. So when a company fronts that bill, I can see smaller companies, you know, jumping at the chance. I've kind of stayed away from it, but I mean, I'm able to kind of, because E3 is kind of the major thing. Like when I was in Japan, though, my company would pay my Shinkansen. Shinkansen's the bullet train. They would pay for me to get on the Shinkansen and go to Tokyo and do that. For Tokyo Game Show. But I mean, it's like, it's a slippery slope, man, because, you know, these things are, depending on, you know, what's going on. Obviously, like, there's some egregious shit that's happened before, like what happened in the UK where like a prostitute was hired for somebody. Like, that's pretty
wasn't it Activision?
What?
I think it was Activision who hired a prostitute or something during a party or something.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's sort of shit's fucked up. I mean, and also, you know, some of the stuff that happens at the parties and whatever is fucked up. But, you know, ultimately, at the end of the day, if people are willing to help cover expenses for small sites, as long as this small site can have a sort of realization of that. I mean, here's the thing: a preview is not a review.
Yeah.
Right. And so we have to realistically look, like, is this person going to go to this event? Obviously, if you do a preview, though, that's not saying that you can't say that they paid for your flying and stuff. You need, absolutely, 100% need to tell people, Activision paid for me to go and do this. I remember Capcom sent a bunch of people from IGN to Hawaii and a couple other websites, and this was several years ago, and they fully disclosed that before anybody was telling them to. They were like, they understood, you know, if they're getting paid for to go to Hawaii to do this thing, it's like, you know, Capcom sent us here. They made us come here, basically. You know, they did the expenses, they did the travel. That's the sort of shit that needs to be told. You can't just sit there and go do coverage and then be like, you know, not say, like, this is what happened.
That's what, kind of the same thing that happened with GameSpot when they previewed WWE 2K15, when they got brought down to an event where they got shown around and covered all expenses.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. I mean, they have to be. You have to tell people. It's like,
well, that's what
they set this up. They put us down there. They gave us the hotel rooms. I mean, give it. You know, what you do is you put a disclaimer. This is how you should do it if you're a website. You put disclaimer. The event was paid for by a company, and put an asterisk mark, and then at the bottom of the page list everything that they did. That's not only helpful for you to keep transparency. And it could, because that's like the closest people are to actual journalism in this industry right now, and it really sucks because like you don't have people going up and looking up scoops of news. You know, you don't. In the one chance they did with GamerGate, they had a full chance to actually assert some fucking journalism, and guess what they did? They did the total fucking opposite. That's one of the things that pisses me off. There are people who could do honest to goodness journalism, and they fucking forfeited it for their bullshit, for these fucking ideologies or whatever that they build up, or their fucking friends, or you know. They had a chance to do something prolific and raise the bar for game journalism. And instead, they suffocated it the fuck out. You have people who aren't even related to the industry coming in and showing them how to be a fucking journalist. That's pretty fucking sad. You know? And this is who we're stuck with because we made them idols. You know? But... you know, as I said, you have to fucking fully disclose that shit. It's you know, I don't have an inherent problem with it. Other people will disagree with me, but those other people probably aren't running a website. They don't know how much money it costs to do that. They don't know how much money it costs to balance things. You know, luckily, like with my provider, they're fucking really cool about the bandwidth stuff. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, there's some serious shit that you have to deal with. And there's expenses out the ass all the time. You're consistently worried about it because advertising revenue pays you jack shit, and these things are expensive. And I don't know about you guys, but like that's also another reason why the Patreon thing pisses me the fuck off. These people don't do jack shit and they're on fucking Patreon. That's why I was like totally fine with Jim Sterling having his fucking Patreon because I see him doing stuff. He is doing stuff. He's been doing stuff beforehand. I can trust that that's going to be made, you know? I can't trust that fucking, what is it, the Poopy Balls or whatever that fucking person is who's going around trashing people for paying Patreon to you know, Sterling, and they go, you guys should contribute to me, even though I don't do fucking anything, and I'm just fucking a weird person who that's what it is. They're a bunch of fucking weird people who, like, they're not even weird as in weird good. Like, I'm talking about weird bad, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like possibly murder you in your sleep. Like, I'm not gonna name names with that one, but like a lot of these motherfuckers scare the shit out of me. But anyway, there's
some good
that's
people.
Yeah. Trying to make a more cheer topic. Are there any games that you guys have liked in particular this year? I know you, Michael, are probably going to do a game of the year or something on your side, so you probably don't have to answer this year if you don't want to. But the rest of you can.
This year, have I picked up any games from this year? I usually wait a couple of years before I buy a game because I can usually get it cheaper.
Yeah. I've had made some exceptions this year because I haven't had any games for my PS4. I usually wait at least 6 months before I get a game. But I've got some games on release for an exception. But, are there any games that stood out in your mind that you liked?
Picked up Xenoblade Chronicles, got about 60 hours in. I liked it, but I just couldn't keep with the game. That's always been my problem with JRPGs. I like it at first, but then I get like 60 hours in and I just pick up something else.
Oh, that's normal. That's perfectly normal with a JRPG, but that's why I
Yeah.
have a huge collection of them.
Yeah, and you haven't finished a single one, have you?
I have finished 3, I think.
3, yeah. The only one I finished out of all of them, Persona 3. Only one that was able to keep me playing.
I mean, I'm a handheld guy in general, so I've got quite a few stuff on my Vita over the year.
Yeah. Only like really long JRPG I was able to really enjoy. Golden Sun series, all 3 games.
You poor bastard.
Really?
I was never a fan of Golden Sun. For some reason that just game never clicked with me on the GBAs.
Yeah.
It hasn't aged well, really. It really has not
quick,
aged.
guys. So I need to bring this up real quick. Twitter, you could be blocked from following and viewing people's tweets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm blocked by, I guess, somebody, Laura K. Butts on Twitter.
Why are they always butts?
Working for
Just sign out and search it.
Well, that's because guess where they had their head stuck.
That's where they get all their crap from.
Yeah, I got bugged from Adam Stassler for no goddamn reason.
Oh well, it's Adam Stessler. Who the hell cares?
Yeah, he's probably just doing crack anyway.
Yeah, I actually had some.
The problem is it's less. The thing about GamerGate is even when it ends, these people are still going to keep being hurt by it, because their credibility is shot to hell. Their credibility is shot to hell by a large enough group of people. Even when we stop being GamerGate, we're going to keep telling people, don't go to those guys. They're fucking assholes. You know.
So is that I mean, that's the new rules now with fucking Twitter now, is that if you block somebody, you can't view their tweets.
I think it's been like that for a while.
Yeah, well, they're basically just it makes it easier for them to hide in their little hug box now, which is fine by me because honestly, I don't need to hear their shit, and I kind of get pissed off whenever I see somebody retweet something they put up, because who the fuck cares? These people are just annoying little shits.
I reported Anita for basically revealing an IP for a guy in an email.
Wasn't just one. She's been doing that for a good long time, actually, and I guess nobody reports it, because it technically should be removed, because it does have
Nobody
an IP
reports it
address.
because she blocks everybody.
Yeah, I reported it.
Yeah, well, I get the feeling that sooner or later she's gonna fuck up and go to jail. Not yet. Not yet.
I mean, I'm not blocked by Anita, and I've said some shit to her, so.
Yeah,
She's gonna do something. She's gonna do something illegal. She's gonna get her hand caught in a cookie jar. Either her or her boyfriend, fuck buddy. I don't know what the hell he is.
Do you mean
Macintosh by now?
Do you mean the guy who gets the dildo shoved by a strap on?
Yes. Oh, that was great. That was great. I enjoyed watching Mercedes take that guy down.
But I'm seriously, I'm looking through here. I'm not even blocked by fucking Woo either. I'm looking through all the people on block to figure out why.
Well, don't forget, Woo likes to troll GamerGate. I swear to God, everything she does is completely deliberate.
Of course it is.
Even the part where she gets caught.
Maybe I'm on the block list again. I know I was whitelisted and then put back on the block list. I don't know.
Yeah, because the thing is, I think that she is like that one person who is always able to plan even when they get caught. they're always able to turn it to their advantage. Because notice, the moment we actually, the moment we called her on her shit, where she left her house, where she never really left her house, all of a sudden she has a bullshit excuse, and B, she's suddenly screaming about us looking at the innards of her home. What?
Well,
the most we can. What you have to do is you have to mock these people. You have to mock them completely. From what, one of the things that, as much as I hate admitting that an internet aristocrat was right about, he was right about this. You have to mock these people incessantly until they fuck up and make themselves look insane, you know?
I'm not sure about that, but to each his own.
Well,
it's not complete.
I'm just trying to figure this out now. I'm like, really, this person? I hate when like somebody like who's blocking you just magically pops up. Oh, they're working for this group. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but we're still finding out just how freaking deep the damn rabbit hole goes.
Yeah, Brandon Wu has blocked me. I've never even tweeted her.
Oh, I've been on the block list for a
I don't
while.
even. The thing is, like, for all the bluster I had a moment ago, I don't even engage these people.
Alright, so yeah, you're just venting in that case, and yeah, that's the way it ought to be.
Yeah.
Like, don't bother touching anything. Don't get involved. Just let it be. You fully expect them to fuck up in the first place, so it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, the thing is, these people are these people are getting crazier and crazier in their attempts to stop us.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what they did with Ralph and Cloud with Ralph.
What happened with Ralph?
Yeah,
His site was taken down.
Holy shit! I'm on the level 2 of block list.
What?
I'm a level 2 block.
Do you have the link for the block list? I want to see what level I'm on.
There's 1, 2, or 3. I'm guessing that's how egregious I am. Oh lord.
Do you have a link?
Jesus Christ, there's a fuck ton of people on this list. Yeah, hold on.
It's a 10,000 person list. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's 15,000.
Oh, okay, so she raised it.
Yeah, I found my number. It's like 9,000 something.
Jesus. I'm on this list. I'm in the 2000s. So I'm a level 2, I guess. Fucking amazing. Really? I'm looking through all these people who are blocked. I'm just like, fuck, dude. Amazing, dude. This is fucked up. Yeah, right there, Michael Space Jam. Unbelievable, man. Ah, man, these people fucking make me sick.
Holy shit, I'm not on this block list. I was on an earlier one.
So what does a level 2 consist of?
Well, anal penetration mostly.
So where is this thing start? How did I just get there? Block list. Level 1. Okay. Mostly unpleasant, abusive, or bigot tweets. Some doxers, stalkers, tweets that are fake and real accounts. 2. Some abusive, but most are unapologetically wedded to MRA. So I'm fucking tied to MRAs, anti-feminists,
so scared of MRAs.
What is TERF? SWERF ideology?
Huh?
Oh my god, my alt.
I seriously think these people need to be put on a freaking terrorist watch list with the way they're behaving. They sound like fucking Scientologists, I swear to God.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, dude. Can I sue these people for slander?
You might be able to,
You most likely have to give them warning, and you'd probably have to tell them to take you off first, I guess.
Or you'll trigger them.
Yeah, I'm not on this list. How the fuck are you on that list?
I'm actually gonna put it out there. I'm gonna actually tell him. I'm like, I'm thinking about legal action against you guys for slander.
There
I'm not on the
was
blog list. That's weird.
there was
Wait,
that
what I
one
missed?
person who Randy posted on her blog that did something very similar. I think. Like they were accused of it. Then she revealed their emails. So of course.
Oh wait, that was I just looked at level 1. I have to look at if I'm at level
Stop
2.
it, dog. Quit licking my damn crotch.
Wait, what?
Dog's licking my damn crotch.
You're not dyeing your dog's hair, are you?
No. You think I'm selling my kid either?
Speaking of dyed hair.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
That was terrifying.
Yeah.
That's fucked up, man.
Isn't that animal abuse?
What's TERF?
I've heard the term turf as well, and I don't know what it is. These people just.
Off our turf.
Okay, queer dictionary.
Wait, they have me listed under a group of people who are trans-exclusionally radical feminism?
Yes.
I've just been nothing but. I've been nothing. That's what that fucking is. I've been nothing but saying how, like, I'm very inclusive with the people who are in the trans community, and are you fucking kidding me?
So to be clear, you are an MRA who is also part of a group of feminists that claims that trans women aren't really women. Because biological determinism is only a fallacy when used against... What? What the... Okay. So that's what you are. You're an MRA who's also a feminist.
Oh my god. That's something I'm gonna tell my kids one day.
I'm so pissed off. I've been nothing but one of the most reasonable voices to come out of GamerGate, being inclusive to everybody. I've denounced the MRA bullshit because I think it's bullshit. I've fucking sat there and I haven't said that I've been anti-feminist. I'm anti-sex feminist. I'm very pro people who are in for equality and stuff. I fucking have been so inclusive with the transgender community, talking to them. I have many people who I'm friends with on Facebook and shit, and I'm at a loss for fucking words.
All right.
I'm literally looking into legal action.
Allow me to tell you something. Ask you a question. Do you think these people for a second give a fuck about any of that?
I don't think so. I think
yeah. These people are looking for an ideological hug box. They're looking to make money off of idiotic dupes who think, yeah, sure, I'm inclusionary. The thing is, you're not the thing is, you're not so stupid that you're going to fall for that bullshit.
For what it's worth, I'd assume like if the list is still being done in the same way it always has been, I guess, with followers, like who you're following, it will probably tie back to something regarding Wu and Milo's, like the best bet I would imagine.
The reason is because the fucking asshole who runs it, I got in an argument with her because I was like, look, you've done some stuff, you're doing some legitimately terrible things, and you're totally unapologetic for it. And it's funny that she has fucking unapologetically wet, so she put me on this fucking 2-level tier. Fuck her.
BSD
Fuck
girl?
her and her goddamn message.
Yeah, are we talking about Randy?
What?
Are we talking about Randy?
I don't know who her fucking name
Randy
is.
Harper,
Girl with the
Real
blue
name?
hair who has a criminal record, or
Randy.
spice some shit up.
BSDM girl, yeah.
Or like PSTM. PSD girl.
PTSD
Yeah.
girl.
Doesn't
Yeah.
look like I'm on this list. Which is
Because you're a
strange.
oppressed minority.
Little Miss Alphabet Soup.
I was on the last list for some goddamn reason, and I'm not on this list.
Yeah, I just checked all three lists a lot because this page is horrible with this. But no, I'm not on any of them either this time around. Wonder why.
I was on the original Blockbot list, but that was
I've
the
been
last
on-
time I ever bothered to check because, frankly, I think these as far as I'm concerned, these guys really are just a group of idiot kids who are just fucking with my hobby.
Yeah,
This is bullshit though for me because all my public stuff, my persona, all my things are linked. So now I'm having online being searched on through crawlers or whatever on Twitter, and I'm getting my fucking shit tagged on block stuff because of these motherfuckers. No, I'm not gonna stand for that. That's inherently fucking with my sort of stuff, with my business stuff. And no, I ain't gonna fucking let that fly. I'm literally looking into legal action right now.
Well, yeah, like I said. But here's the thing: they're willing to do just about anything to destroy who they perceive to be their enemy.
Even if it means to kill body, they will do something.
Yeah, I mean they're going after Hot Wheels' Patreon. They continuously try to get Rogue banned from Twitter.
I think he's above 10 now, right?
He's at 11.
Good guy, Rogue.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking furious.
Did they take the IGDF guy off?
I know how you feel, man.
Like, that's an actual
I mean,
question.
like, I've gone out of my fucking way to be inclusionary, to help people, to be part of the people who report harassers. I've gone out of my way to defend both people who I thought was being, ridiculously attacked. I even fucking, told Wu that, I don't agree with any of the shit you say. It's fucking whatever. But you're in, America. We have freedom, right?
Right.
Where the fuck is the freedom gone? Well,
the problem with them is even the slightest offenses that they perceive, it's 100%. You're like the worst scumbag imaginable. There's no in between. Either you're just on their side or you're evil.
Yeah, the reason I'm probably not on that is because I haven't tweeted at Brianna Wu because she's blocked me.
I'm blown away.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you could try the whitelist route if you want to go through their system.
I don't know. I want that. They've already put it out onto the internet. That shit doesn't. Those tracks, all those things through Google. I looked it up through Google. That shit's in fucking Google, which is tied to me, which is tied to my work stuff. No, fuck that. This shit cannot go on anymore. This is fucking ridiculous.
The good thing about this is that you don't have to see their crap ever again.
No, I don't give a shit about that because there are people in the space that I work that are fucking blindly following this shit or whatever,
right.
Or because one of their friends told them, oh yeah, you should do this, because they don't know fucking better, and then this fucking ends up hurting my fucking bottom line and fucking anybody else who's associated with this shit.
No, that is ultimately the problem of the block list. Like, it is a block list currently. The moment it's used in any professional capacity, it becomes a blacklist. And no blacklist will ever call itself a blacklist. Ever. So
it's a quote-unquote block list. Good, so they can learn how to change 4 letters between black and block.
Yep.
Or not even 4 letters. God damn it.
Just one letter.
I'm fucking fuming, dude. I'm so pissed
off. I know how you feel, man. Well,
the good thing about a blacklist is that is when legal action does seriously get involved heavily. That's the only silver lining of where this ends up going.
Well, slander, dude.
Yeah.
They're associating me with a bunch of people who are fucking that do some really fucking crazy shit. I mean, there are people who are for men's rights, but then there are MRAs. And then seriously, how the fuck can you group in MRA, anti-feminist, and fucking radical? I mean, Anita's a fucking, beforehand, she was a fucking radical when it came down to transgender individuals. I mean, I harped on her about that shit before. What the fuck, dude? Unbelievable, man.
Made by the same person that tried to sell her own kid.
This is gross.
There is no logic. There is no logic with these people. Let me tell you, there is none. Some people in the world are just bad. They're just bad people.
Well,
it's not even the people that are the problem. It's the companies that would want to use this that are the problem. Like,
Well,
if these
unlike
people
other
did this on
people,
their
I
own,
actually have some legitimately good lawyers, and I'm gonna take this to them.
Go class action on that.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking a fucking class action lawsuit to fuck with these motherfuckers for doing this shit. You want to slander my name? Let's put your fucking dirty laundry out there and what you're doing and how it's fucking illegal to do that. You're basically creating a blacklist on mass scale.
Well, there was a point where they were looking at the code for the block list or whatever, and I think at one point they actually mentioned inside like the little comments in there that it was actually a blacklist or something like that. I'd have to look up the picture though.
I mean, but seriously, if anybody has seen me tweeted, I talk to, you know, men, women, transgender, fucking like everybody under the goddamn sun. My fucking sister is black. Like, what the fuck, dude? It's very hard to piss me off to like this level, and this is like gross. This is just so.
They fucked with your money, man. It's understandable. They're fucking with your money.
Yeah, but it's also reputation. It's just like, you know, I fucking work hard. Harder than these assholes.
They don't work.
well, that's your problem.
Yeah, they don't work at all, man.
You need to stop that and open a Patreon to complain.
Well, dude, I have my fucking Patreon open for legitimate work stuff, and that's why I said I looked into all that shit beforehand, and I'm very grateful for the 2 people who donate to me. I get like $8.50 a month from them. And I'm fucking grateful for that. That people like will find that and to be like, I really like your stuff. I'll try to help, boost it up and whatever. But it's just like these fucking people. They don't do jack shit. They put like a fucking block bot. This is so un-American. It hurts. I'm a bleeding heart. I eat tons of bacon every day with the coffee, and I do that for you, America. I know my doctor says I should stop because my heart will explode. I have a gun. Just what are you doing? Stop it. Stop. I feel like you know like when a dog pees on the carpet, you want to roll up a newspaper and smack him in the nose and go, "No, stop." Like I feel like somebody needs to do that to these people. I know I'm not calling him a bitch if you were linking it to that. Oh, God. Trigger warning.
I was just wondering if I can actually dye the newspaper first.
Ah, jeez. This is just. I'm spent. Alright, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go Christmas shopping for people. That burnt me out. Just seeing that, I was just like.
Well.
Yeah. That cuts deep, bro. All the work that I'm doing for gamers to see that shit. Oh God, what is this fucking world coming to? I swear, man.
Well, that's kind of how it has to start, though. You want to get to a better place, you kind of have to see this first.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, seriously though, like, what do these people not have a fucking clue?
They dismiss their own history. Remember that part. They explicitly do not. Sorry, what?
Someone's echoing.
Oh. Is it me?
Sorry, it might have been mine.
Alright, test.
Wow, turning up the difficulty even slightly on The Witcher 2 really gets you killed like a dozen times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never played any of the Witcher games.
Oh my God, you're missing out.
I played a little bit of the first, but I actually bought the second one. I pirated the first, felt guilty, got rid of it. Bought the second one, and I'm enjoying the hell out of it, but I'm still stuck in the first chapter after like 6 months of playing it.
Alright, but yeah, for the most part, I'd say like these guys they ignore their own history. The concept of free speech, they tie it with the amendment. They don't even tie it back to the notions long before it. They completely ignore all of this. They ignore John Locke. They have no concept of what got them to this point or what it means to be progressive at all.
They don't care.
Right, but they reject all of that history for their current position. So that's kind of what you're looking at. Someone
The thing is,
rejecting where it came from.
if it begins to prove to be completely disadvantageous, they'll reject their own position. These people aren't I wouldn't even really call these people SJWs. They're fucking opportunists.
Yes, that I would completely agree with, and it's kind of the bigger thing. It's like we do have people who agree with social justice on our side. Quite a few of them, really. It's a very common liberal and left libertarian trait. These people are just assholes.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, you've noticed these people vilify the shit out of they vilify the shit out of us. You look on places like you have to, I think a lot of the net really fucking hates us a lot more than we think that they do.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, like I said, they're not really gonna do much. They're just gonna complain about us. But
They're just gonna hate.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm one of the guys who was on Al Jazeera, and my reaction to like the Ultimate Video, I was pissed off because I was editing that out a lot. But
oh, you
my
were in it?
Yeah, I'm the third person who's hasn't showed up into any stream besides this one, I think. So.
Yeah. So far I've met. Actually, I've spoken to 3 people who've been in that video. Actually,
And?
weren't there 3 people?
Yep, I'm the third basically.
Yeah.
I met Brooke and I told her I loved her and I wanted to carry her babies, but I don't know. She didn't respond after that.
You got a long line ahead of you.
I'm just gonna comment and say that was a really, really, really creepy set of things to say, guys. I'm just saying.
Hey,
just
a
saying.
man can dream.
He's Seahorse Kid. It's okay.
A seahorse can. Oh god, did I kill the stream?
I guess seahorses kind of do that.
I'm sorry, I'm typing angry shit on Twitter right now. I'm just.
Are you
Just
serious?
be careful. Just be careful, man, because you know what they did to the last guy who typed angry shit on Twitter.
No, I'm saying that I'm pissed at these fucking people because I've been nothing but, trans positive. I haven't associated with any MRIs. I've denounced a lot of the shit that comes off that end. Also because they're fucking radicals, like fucking radical feminists. I don't agree with radical feminists. Most feminists don't agree with radical feminists. I'm not anti-feminist. I'm anti-fucking asshole. I'm fucking pro-sex for women. They can do whatever the fuck they want with their own bodies. That's their fucking deal. But and I haven't fucking harassed anybody.
No one
The level of bile I have in my mouth, right? Oh man, if I bit into an apple, it would instantly turn it into a brown thing of mush. Like, just so much venom right now.
That's great. Make some applesauce.
Considering the fact that I was having trouble getting on the stream earlier, I'm surprised that nobody else is trying to get on. I was like the last person to come on.
Yeah, I sent the invite to I sent it to Brooke and other people, but they haven't responded.
Send one to Rogue. Let's see if he says no tonight. Probably, yeah. He probably will.
Ralph would have come on. I PM'd and talked to him earlier, and he had trouble with his site, so I kind of understood why he didn't come on.
Well, yeah. I mean, frankly, I'd rather be able to see his site tomorrow than Yeah, those fuckers at Cloudflare were real fucking assholes, though. I mean, go ahead.
Okay, no, I'm saying I'm not sure that there's anything they can really do. Is like I legitimately don't know the exact system very well, but or how much information they gave out, and they're not telling us the specifics, that's the bigger concern I have with the Cloudflare situation. Is like, tell me what you told anyone else about me. That's really all.
Oh
that you
dear
need to tell.
God, they could wreck if depending on what they gave out, they could really wreck Ralph's. They could really wreck. I'm gonna use his first name. I think it's Ethan, right?
It doesn't matter. Don't worry.
Yeah, they could really wreck Ralph's life doing that.
Then they'll make a martyr out of him, and he'll be 10 times bigger. If
Wait,
that's what they
are
want
gonna
to do, they
Ralph?
can.
What happened with him?
Oh, basically, Fart was, as usual, posting shit he finds, wherever, usually 8chan. And in this case, it was the whole, Woo's house, and apparently there was a version of it that was using her doxing information, just tying stuff back to it, piece by piece. So, with Google Maps and other shit. Anyway, Ralph posted an article on that, and that's why Fart got banned, and Ralph posted an article on that on his site, and his site was taken down because of Cloudflare. That's who they contacted for it. Cloudflare supposedly gave certain personal information out, but we don't know exactly what, which is kind of the problem we got now. I think the site's back up with someone else, but we just don't know the information exactly.
Yeah, this is getting absurd. These people are
Like I said, they're gonna try anything to
Yeah, I
stop the truth from coming out. This is like some X-Files stuff, I'll tell you.
That's perfectly fine. Again, if they want to make a martyr out of him, they can. Ralph said it on the stream 2 nights ago. If they want to come after him, and all they'll do is they'll kill him off, and they'll come back with a lot more people. It happened last time they attacked him. If they seriously attack him?
It happened when Moot started banning shit on 4chan.
Yeah.
It got a lot of attention.
Yeah, which is one of the reasons why I hope they kick us the fuck off Twitter.
Yeah,
honestly,
just make us a lot more powerful.
Yeah.
All we do, we would just scatter completely across the net. I mean, this is where we're centralized right now. We're contained.
That takes away a lot of our power, though.
It
Losing
would.
Twitter would be a big misfortune for us.
would,
That wouldn't
but
help at all. I mean, obviously, I have forums and stuff. If people really cared, they could come into there. But the amount of crap that if they started just really hardcore pulling people off Twitter, that would be terrible.
Hmm.
It would
Like
be.
I said, though, we'd scatter pretty far if that happened, though. It would probably take a while, but we could probably get back to the way. We could probably get back to much high. We could probably come back even stronger than before.
Well, the problem is, if we're taking off Twitter, we'll actually start organizing.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're completely disorganized mess on Twitter. You take us off that, and we have to go into our own little places. We will make our own little groups with one focal point.
Yeah.
I mean,
The thing is, Twitter is a network. 4chan, 8chan now, basically has 3 boards that are currently working on the problem. You have the politically incorrect board, you have V, and you have the GamerGate board. Actually, I don't know. I think B might be doing something, but I haven't checked in a long time
It's
with
B.
B. I don't like B.
B's
Yeah.
having fun, and they are acting a lot more like B used to act like, so that's kind of
Yeah.
terrifying in its own way.
You mean they're actually fun again?
From what I've heard,
discussions, except not the same shit you'd expect every day.
yeah. And they are perfectly willing to fuck with people.
Good.
So it's not quite the crazy level B used to be, but it's definitely a lot more than it has been for the
People
past few years.
people on my Facebook now are literally going, "What the fuck?" because my Twitter automatically connects into my Facebook.
Oh, yeah, definitely. In your case, especially since your Twitter's to your Facebook, so yeah, because Facebook's the main other network, and I know that
People are like, "How the fuck could me of all fucking people get put onto that and get associated with that shit?" This is what being
Like I
pro-consumer is. Fucking people.
Yeah.
I swear.
Well, here's the other thing, man. They're attacking you because you're closer to neutral than most of us are, from the way it sounds. You're closer to neutral than we are.
Well, I mean, see, that's the thing is, like, I used to be full-blown neutral with this thing because I really disliked what happened to Zoe Quinn. Like, I think it was kind of a shitty thing, and obviously the whole world figured out what the fuck was going on. She capitalized on that. That's a whole different thing, so people could make,
I mean, everyone feels shitty about that, but...
Well, like I said, I don't like Zoe Quinn, but frankly, I don't think we should focus on her at all because if she wants to be a bitch, she has every right to be a bitch.
Just not to me.
Well, I mean, basically, she's just turning in a marketing thing, whatever. That's done and that. So I never really got totally fully involved until after this shit happened, where the writers that I've seen for so long in the fucking game space, we've been shitting on gamers for so long, fucking finally snapped and started saying shit and doing this mass attack thing. And that's when I sat there and said, no, I'm not going to fucking stand by this. And I swear to God, these fucking cowardice, stupid, just trash. These people are the fucking garbage of the goddamn internet. And you know what? I've hung around bored for a long time for fucking random shit. You know, and it like, just, this fucking is just disturbing to me. You know? Like, as somebody, like, you know, when you, it's like, I've dealt with MRAs, just, that's the thing probably too, is I was getting attacked full blown about a year ago when I had the Ship 2 Block 20 podcast, and I actually did a podcast, and it was, the title I was getting shit for was called Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns to Over-Sexualization, because that was the topic we were talking about, because they basically, I don't know if you knew back then, but when they were doing Lightning Returns, they were focusing on, oh, look, we gave her these, like, amazing boob physics. Like, literally, that's how they're selling the game. Like,
Jesus I saw Christ. That.
Well, yeah, they were doing that. They weren't basing it off of, like, oh, look at this great gameplay, and we're continuing the story. No, it was like, look at the boob physics. Oh, we put her in a slutty bunny outfit, and, like, all these...
It was a cat girl.
Don't forget the Moogle suit.
Yes.
And, you know, okay, so, like, I made when we were doing the podcast, that was a topic, and I used that. I had, for weeks on end, 500 emails filling my fucking email box, just saying the nasty shit from a bunch of MRAs. And then, the following week, when I commented on how I thought it was ridiculous, some fucking really crazy radical feminist shit, I was getting the fucking feminist. So, my email box was literally, I had to, like, step over, because I had both sides fucking on my ass. And I'm like sitting there and I'm like, you know, that fucking made me laugh because it was like, you guys are fucking ridiculous. But to see this come out, this sort of bullshit come out, where it could affect, you know, my you know, it's pretty hard to find me as is. That's why I did Michael Space Jam for my Twitter, so it's like me, but, you know, you can actually find me because that's how this whole shit works. But now I'm getting tied to that. No, fuck these people, man. Fuck these people and everything they fucking stand for. Like, I swear to God, like, this is gross.
Well, if I may go on a small tangent from something you said, my only problem is that Lightning has no ass whatsoever.
Oh my gosh, she doesn't.
Like, that was my only problem with all the over-sexualization they gave to her. She was flat on her ass. Completely.
Go big or go home, right?
Yes.
Yep.
I never thought of...
I've always been a bit of a legs man myself.
I haven't thought of any characters in Final Fantasy that way, really.
Yeah. What I was going to say is, if they were talking about the boob physics, let's face it, that's really all they had that game had going for it anyway. I mean, what, you were actually going to play it for its story?
Oh my God, I have so much to say about that.
Like, you have, remember, we do have...
If you played it, I bet you have more to say about it than I do. I just saw a couple of Let's Play episodes. I'm just like, what the fuck?
The first one more because that's the only one I've played. The rest I've just watched. The first one, absolutely abysmal. Like, it's pretty much the Gone Home of Final Fantasy, and that says how bad it is. Because literally, all you do is just walk. And walk. Just keep going. Okay. Keep going.
Yeah,
okay.
From what I heard, that game was just It was garbage.
Have fun walking in a straight line, faggot.
I'll get it eventually. I mean, it's been 6:40 now, so I'm waiting until it goes under 5, and then I'll pick it up or something like that. I mean, I just got Valkyrie Chronicles earlier today from GMG, so I was happy. Green Man Gaming.
Yeah, I got it too. It's alright.
Yeah. Oh, the only thing I remember Final Fantasy 13 from was what was it? The Spoonie experiment, when he basically did a 6-episode a 4-episode freak out when he watched the thing.
Now I can't even fucking find that list again. Oh wait, I posted it in the chat, didn't I?
Oh, the blacklist? Yeah.
One of the things that they really should have done, if they were going to do something like that, they should have really attempted to make it feel like this combination of Lovecraftian horror and you're actually being railroaded by the bad guy.
Whoa.
That's what that single line should have felt like, you know? You don't know what railroaded means?
Oh, I know what it means. I'm not sure if this
What
is the
does
exact
it
same
mean?
what I'm thinking.
I don't know what that means.
Railroaded. It's a term used in tabletop gaming when the GM basically forces you to do what he wants you to do, rather than you being allowed to do what you want to do, and him actually making the thing he wants you to do interesting enough that you want to go over there and do it. That's
Sounds like
railroading.
something that these idiots could use to be like, oh, it's rape culture. Oh, this rape. So much rape culture.
Actually, tabletop gaming's been really heavily taken over by the social justice crowd. It's really fucked up. Thank God you can really just get rid of most of that stuff when you actually play the game. It's just like, okay, this page, yeah, rip that out of the book. We don't need that. This page, okay, this page is all right. It just gives you basic mechanics. This page, why the hell do I need to know about these people's sexual practices? Get rid of that shit. Stuff like that. And yes, there is stuff like that. I own 2 tabletop games. One of them's called Numenera. I bought a lot of the pieces of, like a lot of the extra books for it. One of them is something called Love and Sex in the Ninth World. I should not have bought that damn thing. It's utterly fucking retarded.
Well, that's greatly disappointing. What world do I need to be in to have not retarded sex?
My God, that was fun.
All right, guys. I'm so burnt from all this new shit.
Yeah,
like,
man. You know, just relax, take a nap, do something that's not play some video games, do something that's not do something that's not going to make you think about this, and try and solve the problem tomorrow.
Well, I'm gonna go Christmas shopping and go see some lights and stuff, and hopefully, suck in the spirit of humanity.
Angrily go shopping.
You've been sucking that in all night, man. We're lewd, we're crude, and we're all completely out of our minds.
But that's, the thing. Here's one of my big issues, right? The internet knows how to joke, and I mean, the world is a dark place, and we've learned to joke about that stuff for the people who are always online, who are dealing with this stuff. And I think that's, the fucking way our cultures are going, it makes us fucking weak. Nobody's fucking strong anymore with anything. Like, people had to deal with some fucking real shit, and these people, like, so I mean, I usually, like, I've done donations. I've worked with.
Are you referring to us, or are you referring to the SJW folks who are like?
No, I'm referring to us being able to joke about stuff, and how pissed off I am that these people are, like, with their whole "I'm offended" or all this other bullshit. Like, I fucking go out. I've done charity work. I've done the food drive, Toys for Tots stuff. I've donated countless amount of times. I mean, like, I to all people. I haven't been targeted. I've just done it to try to help a good cause. And to see these motherfuckers who do nothing but beg and bitch on their goddamn Patreon things, or this fucking stuff on Twitter, or these social media hypocrites, it's gross, dude. Like, to the point where I think it's like, I'm almost now to the point where I almost agree with Ralph, which scares the shit out of me. Just fucking burn it all down. Because you guys don't deserve the place the way it is, It's like you guys don't help with anything. You don't help with charity stuff. You fucking actively ruin charity stuff. I mean, GamerGate actually was raising money.
Down. Burn Gawker down.
Well, no, it's not just Gawker. It's all these fucking idiots. They stop active charity stuff. They stop stuff that legitimately helps other people because it doesn't fit with their fucking agenda, to legitimately help people. And they want to make it weaponizing charity. How about just fucking giving to charity, you stupid pricks? How about maybe that's something that we, might want to do? It's like help fucking people out.
Well, Ayn Rand had a name for these kind of people. Parasites. Well, we call them assholes, but they're parasites.
Yeah, I saw.
They're asshole parasites. Just sucking on shit all day.
No, but think of it this way: they're hurting their own cause because we're trying to bring women, ethnic minorities, into the gaming industry, and we're trying to help out those within poverty and the oppressed. So you're telling us to not help with your cause. You're hurting your own fucking cause. How deluded and how
their cause is to make money. They get paid to whine. They get paid to whine. I do that shit for free, man. I do it for free.
He does it for free.
Not even for Hot Pockets. I do it for free.
Damn.
But nah, I mean, your idea of just burn it all, like, realistically, I'd say that's just the only reason why I'm kind of in the position of like, okay, I'm kind of neutral to, or apathetic might be the better word, to that notion is just because it's like, that's what they want to do to us from everything they've said, and the more this progresses, if we do it, they don't want to, even if it's good. Like, if they would simply have just donated to charity as well, like, hey, we can have common ground here. We both want what's better for just humanity, but no, like, we do it, they can't. That's, I don't understand that mentality. That's just scorched earth.
Yeah, it's starting to remind me of the far right in Congress right now. That's a scary thought.
Guys, can I ask you?
Like, look at this shit. Like, where are their fucking charities?
I think they set up one. They donated about $30 to it. It didn't get completed, so Low Ping donated the other 70.
Face pan.
I don't fucking get it, man. Like, I mean, these idiots would probably try to claim, for like Child's Play or something like that. They were like, oh, well, that's us. No, it fucking isn't. That's fucking, like, I've done shit for that, so is it us too? Is it GamerGate too? Like, what the fuck?
You'd rather see Child, like, starve in Africa than see GamerGate, like, make a charity for that.
Well, you see, that's the thing. They don't really care about these social issues. They don't care about it at all. It's just how they peddle their bullshit.
It's kind of like a slacktivism, you know what I mean? They'd rather just, if they can't fix it on Twitter, they're not going to fix it.
Someone said they had a question for us, I think. I just heard on the stream, like, right before some.
Oh, well, if they got a question, they can shoot.
I haven't seen any questions or topics. I've only seen discussion really.
Then I just saw someone said it over on the stream. I was like, okay.
How about we talk about? I think I have one thing that we may want to talk about, or if you guys didn't talk about it before. What's the guy's name? Jimmy Wales. What do you guys think about his comments about GamerGate harassment from the GamerGate wiki article?
He's an out-of-touch loser, has no idea what's fucking going on, and he's opening his goddamn big mouth.
Yeah, I was about to say that. He has no fucking clue.
He doesn't know, he doesn't give a shit, he just wants to make money off of Wikipedia.
Here's a nice comment for you. from Logan 24x or 24 times 7. If you don't agree 100% with these people, you are dirt.
Exactly. That's.
Alright.
I mean, we've
So
seen them.
what is this now that they're
members of-
now blaming GameSpot, or GameSpot has a thing where they're blaming GamerGate for gamers being dead?
Yeah, I posted the article.
Fuck yes. Every day we get proof that we have a time machine. We just don't know it.
I posted 9 links where a journalist wrote this shit, and they still don't believe me.
This is great. This is great. I remember I saw the discussion for that, and I'm just sitting there thinking.
Okay, I now have to go after I just read through that. That's okay. Later, guys. Have a
Okay,
great
good night, man.
Happy
Enjoy
holidays.
Christmas.
Come around again, man.
Happy Christmas, Kwanzaa to everybody, and
Have your
go-
heart grow 3 times larger so it doesn't explode.
I just I just if anybody is listening, just try to be cool to people. Do help out. Give see a homeless guy, give him some money or something. I don't know. Do something. All right, guys. Later.
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 Oh god.
Mountain Dew.
But someone like MJ loses his cool and does something really wrong. I've never seen him that pissed.
Right before Christmas,
I think
too. It's like,
this is
God.
I think this is like the first time I've ever actually spoken directly to the guy, and
Wait, which guy?
I happen to get him on the day he gets angry. I'll give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Wait,
Sorry,
which
what
guy
was-
are you talking about?
Michael, the guy who just left, Michael Jordan.
Not the basketball player.
Oh, well, I better leave then. Fuck.
You gonna do Christmas things with him?
No, I thought it was the real Michael Jordan, and that he got congested or something.
Hey guys, I just got someone telling me to check my privilege. What should I say to them? Like on Twitter, what should I say to them?
Tell him you're disabled. I don't know. Hell if I know. I'm Native American. Guess what? How much privilege I got?
Just asking for a detailed list on how you're supposed to check it.
You can ask him if it's like checking your oil. Like, do you have an oil change? Did you get a privilege change too?
Check your oil privilege. Grab a privilege change. I don't know.
On another big news, are you guys getting any new video games?
I'm looking through through Steam sales.
Let's got Valkyria Chronicles earlier from GMG.
Is Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes worth it? Because I heard that's like a tech demo. Pretty much.
It's you can if you speedrun it, it's don't do the additional missions and stuff. You can play through it in 20 minutes.
Oh, that's bullshit. And people are paying like $20 for that.
Yeah, but if you do absolutely everything in the game in one run, it's about 90 minutes or 2 hours.
Well, at least it's better than Gone Home.
Yeah, but
Not worth $20 for 2 hours of gameplay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Going Home is even cheaper than $20 right now.
When it came out, it was $20 though.
Yeah, but
I mean, Metal Gear Rising is like the main one of those if you're gonna get anything.
yeah.
I already got that.
I got it. I just actually bought that thing for myself for Christmas.
Nice.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I played I actually got the demo of it, and I got the demo. Yeah, I got the demo of it, and I realized, hey, these controls are pretty freaking awesome. The controls take a little getting used to, but once you got the controls, the game is pretty damn fun.
And I mean, if you're interested in Stardock games, that they're also on sale at the moment. Not on the Steam store because they won't. They're not going to be there. Stardock did Impulse initially. Actually, wait, Galactic Civilization is there, isn't it? Yes, it
I
is.
think I might buy the newest version of Sins of a Solar Empire. I bought the original on disc, and I kind of liked it. I
I'm about
thought
to
it was a
play.
little.
I'm about to play SimCity 2000. I got it for free on Origin.
It wasn't it SimCity 2000?
It's special edition. SimCity 2000.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, there's my Stardock Steam Play.
Well, I got I can go through my. I have the PS2 on. What I've gotten recently is PES 2015, Need for Speed Rivals, Dragon Age, Transistor, Last of Us, Valiant Hearts, Wolf Among Us for the PS4. Yeah, I think that.
Did I just hit the continue button? Fuck! I didn't mean to do that.
And I got.
Hey guys, I just want to add one thing though. What if we were to have like a countdown for like New Year's Eve for the official ending of Stop Gamergate 2014 and just like make fun for how much of a failure it was? Would that be something we could do for a live stream?
Yes.
Well,
I don't care what I was doing that night. I'd join you.
Hang on, what day is the porn charity?
January 8th or something.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was gonna be like January 2nd or something. I was like, well, that's gonna cut kind of. That all dependent on when that hit.
It may look like Game Journals Pro may have been breaking antitrust laws.
Oh, can you link that? Where?
Really?
Yeah, really.
U.S. or EU?
U.S.
Then they would be really fucked in the EU. Because the EU loves antitrust for anything. So.
I posted it in the chat.
Let me take a look at this. I'll stop playing my game to see
Oh, William Usher again. He's like between him and Kane, it's like I must get all my news from these two people. Or anything.
Yeah. The thing about William Usher, he's definitely a hell of a lot.
He's pissed.
Oh yeah. Well, who is it, William Usher precisely? I never really figured it out.
Yeah, I don't know either.
That's the point. That's why he's the question. Or
I think he's the brother of Usher. Instead of yeah, he's like no.
Oh boy, if this is true, then these guys are really fucked up.
You know, I just want to see Gawker crash and burn, and if I could just see them,
Yeah, they're pretty much fucked now with Hogan suing them and the insurance fraud thing.
And the thing, and exactly what we've been, and exactly what we've been doing. We just got to push them a little harder. Just at this point, it's not even really about taking their money away. It's about drawing the focus away, drawing their CEO focus away, just for a little bit, you know.
just so you want basically just too much attention on us, and then someone he just fucks up somewhere else, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, keep the fire burning over there, cause once we get Gawker, we can go after. Yes.
I mean, it could happen, but remember for a minute here, Gawker is using that $1 million loss as advertising. Like, do remember that point. That is, as silly as it may sound, they're using it as a marketing pitch more than anything else. So say, just come to us. Like, we are still going to cover this material no matter how big the loss is. Now,
good.
Remember,
let's
initially,
wreck their shit.
Yeah, like initially they will get a boom in hits and they will get some money off of it. That's kind of how all of these things happen. The entire part, we just haven't had to ride that entire phase out until people stop giving them hits, and they're still doing the same stories and still losing more money.
The
It's a
thing is,
long
people
game.
are going to the other side is going to get tired of GamerGate long before we do. We are very good at being obsessive fucks.
That is the hope. If our autism holds out and we stick with
Yeah.
this, we have
I
no
mean,
problems.
there are only about like a tenth to a fifth of us are actually sending emails, but that's enough. Whatever it is, it's enough. It
When
is
I saw that straw
disappointing,
flow,
but
I was like, oh god. I think the biggest issue is that we really became extremely reliant with Boycott of the Day. I
Well,
don't
that-
think there's. No, go ahead.
Well, we need that like boycott of the day, or else it's just gonna be like a fucking shit fest because like nobody's gonna have any idea. Like, what the fuck are we gonna do then? I mean,
yeah,
like,
that's basically it helped organize us mostly.
Oh, trust me, it's. I think it's the only reason people are still sending emails because they know they have a target. I just find it disappointing that like if I'm trying to think like, well, where else do I get in for the, concise, up-to-date info?
What
Like,
we
here's what I
should
do.
do,
I'm like,
what we should do is basically instead of giving somebody one target for the day, we should give them like 5.
they won't do 5.
They
But, I
won't
mean,
do 5, but they'll do more than 1.
Yeah.
Aim for 3. Video game classic.
Well, yeah, that's true. But yeah, my biggest issue is that I think about it, I'm like, I don't know who else to email unless it's the boycott of the day, and it's like, that's really fucked up. That wasn't like that, and that I should find out I can go to fix that.
Well, I think if you go on 8chan, but they have some posters over.
8chan has resources. GamerGate.me has resources.
Is it up to date though? That's the biggest issue. I remember like we had that one long, like 2-3 week phase where like, who the fuck am I emailing exactly? Like this, like we had advertisers like we don't advertise there. We're just kind of figuring it out with Gawker especially. And
The thing about Gawker is I think they were giving us inaccurate information.
surprise.
Yeah, cause
do we have Polygon's info intact and assured it's that info that's correct?
we will have to find that out ourselves. But we don't have to attack Vox. We just have to attack Polygon, right?
Yeah, I mean Vox was Rogue's thing, and I mean
No, we have to attack. No, Vox is just as disgusting as fucking Polygon and the rest of them. They all have to go down. Sorry.
Yeah, going back to Polygon because we've been really distracted with Gawker and Code 2 and Gawker and Gawker and Gawker for good reason, but.
Yeah, one of the things that pissed me off.
It's so easy to go after, like out of all of them. Like you don't see like
Everybody hates Gawker. I mean, the right wing hates Gawker. People who aren't crazy on the left hate Gawker. Former employees of Gawker hate Gawker.
Everyone hates Gawker except Gawker.
They're our Daily Mail. That's basically it.
No, they're tabloids. So what they're like sensationalist, like hit pieces, basically. So,
Yeah, that. Believe it or not, that's the only problem I have with Milo. He occasionally posts stuff from the Daily Mail. I don't even care that a lot of his stuff is like very right wing. It's just like you post things from the Daily Mail.
Yeah,
Dear Lord, why?
I can totally understand why.
The Daily Mail and Sun are pretty much the same.
Wasn't Jenny on the Sun?
I
And
don't
that like
know.
one segment
Yeah, that's true.
for Base Gamer.
Yeah, but wasn't that in Canada or something?
Yeah, well, at least that helps us a little bit. But who the hell reads it? That's the problem.
That's what I was
Who
a
the
video
hell looks at
for.
that stuff?
Wait, I can actually show you like the site that actually like shows a rundown of like different age groups and like gender people and like all that stuff. Like it shows a rundown of like who the readers are.
Cool, so we got
If we're
a demographic breakdown of these sites specifically.
Okay.
Yeah,
Show us who
sites.
looks at the
That's
sun. Show us who looks at Gawker and show us who looks at the sun.
Which one do you want first, the Sun or Gawker?
The sun.
Okay, one sec. As in Sun News or?
Yeah. Okay, Dad. Yeah, Sun News.
One sec.
Cause those are the guys in Canada, right?
Yeah, they're in Canada.
Okay.
Blame Canada.
Just hold on a sec.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they're one of the few groups that actually gave us a
Well, they're
bit of a
they're
boost.
they're pretty centrist. Like
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the rundown. Okay, so for gender, on the male reader side, they're just about 45%, I'd say, for the male readers for Sun News. And for females, they're just a bit over like 53, 54%.
Really?
Yeah. And then they also show like education wise. I don't know how they get this shit, but they show like it goes by no college, some college, graduate school, and college. So it was interesting. So for Sun News, the people who had no college education or whatever is actually quite surprisingly high, about 60%. For some college, like for people that have like some college education, it's around 54, 55%. And graduate school, that's even lower. It's about 30% ish, 35, somewhere around there. And for college, it's around 55%.
Hey,
Alright, that's interesting.
I'll post you the link. I'll post you the link, guys, so you can take a look.
Sure.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to talk about this earlier, but we kind of can make it the topic next time more. But what do you guys think of the interview being pulled?
I think it's a shitload of fuck.
An interview being pulled. What happened where?
The interview with Seth Rogen and James Franco killing Jingle.
That movie.
I'm happy it was pulled, and this is my only reason why. I'm happy because Seth Rogen was fucking anti-GG, and he was ripping on Adam Baldwin so much, so I really just hate Rogen a lot, and since this was his movie, I'm glad it got pulled, because personally he can go fuck himself.
Weed, LMAO.
Yeah, I support the movie being out, but I will not ever be, someone who's pro Seth Rogen. I hate that guy so much. I hate him. He's just such a d-bag.
I'm sure they're gonna release the movie. I'm not convinced that movie's staying pulled at all. As far as I'm
considering the amount of political pressure to actually
release it, yes.
Yeah.
It's
gonna come out.
You cannot get better advertising than the president saying you made a mistake. This is right now. So I'm like, perfect. It's gonna come out, and I don't know if it's just a PR tactic they did, which would be extremely dumb considering the FBI is involved with the Sony hack and mentioned all about North Korea's hitting there. I was like,
here's the thing, though. I'm fairly certain it's not North Korea that hacked it.
I just don't know, but my confusion from the New York Times article that mentioned that, no, North Korea's behind this. So I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh yes, North Korea. They just recently mastered the tape reel computer.
I was like, what? It's a weird mess to me, and it getting pulled is just one of those. I'm like, if it ain't a PR stunt originally, it sure as hell is one now. And they want to ride the PR over the negative reviews because that shit is getting panned hard.
Yeah, well, the film is shit. Come on, it's a Seth Rogen film.
All the reviews agree with you.
Hey, can I just one question, guys? Do any of you know Pixie Jenny?
Yeah, what about her?
Yeah.
Is he pro GG or anti GG? I'm confused.
Just a goon.
Pixie's anti. She was
Firmly
always anti. And
she's the guy who made Sargon lose his shit on stream.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Really? Do you have a link for that? I would love to see that.
Oh, she completely just dominated him in that stream, realistically. That was kind of like
his questions with a question.
Yeah, that was one
Well,
of King
yeah,
of
that
Pole's
was the
crowning
problem.
moments.
That was one of the few times he actually pulled some good shit off, you know. I have to say I do respect him for that. I call him for all the times I call him the village idiot. I do respect him for that.
Called Pixie on shit, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what the fuck happened between him and Mundane Matt, but that seemed like some old bullshit.
No, they're good. He was on a stream just recently. They don't have any problems with each other.
Yeah, it's just personal drama that gets aired out as laundry, and then they'll patch up afterwards. So nothing to really worry about or talk much about.
Yeah,
It's
but
really
he's still definitely left the movement though, and honestly, I don't.
No, because he commented on the Al Jazeera thing, so he's still in it.
He's keeping tabs. This is still part of his base, realistically, and he knows it just as well as any of us do. You know, he's still friends with people. That's not changing.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
if he's
mean,
still emailing or not, but
yeah, man, he's still in it. He just
Doesn't talk about it anymore.
no,
that
he
much.
does. He does talk about it, but he has his usual show that he does. So I mean, he still has it, but yeah, he does just does his other side, his main thing usually. Yeah, I mean, we're going into a quiet period right now, anyway. So there's not a lot to talk about, except for Christmas, really.
Yeah, not a lot of things have happened in December, but no real big happenings. I'm still waiting for I think they're trying to. I think the people on the journalists are trying to ride out the wave of bullshit. They're trying to ride out
Well, after what
Christmas,
happened,
hoping that Christmas will drive us out.
realistically, they're trying to ride it out for contracts.
Yeah.
Advertising contracts will probably take on a calendar year. So, like, if you really want to get to the nitty gritty with like 2 weeks left, if we could make a massive email push, that could probably fuck up a couple, or at least scare a couple contractors.
I think a lot of people are gonna drop though, because I still think they're watching what's going on here. They're gonna drop silently.
Yeah, especially after what happened to Adobe and Intel.
Okay, can somebody answer
Now,
me this?
how would they use their Macs now?
What was the question?
They're back
How would they
to
use their Macs?
Gamma Sutra or whatever, or are they still out?
We don't know. I mean, that's the realistic answer. We know that they got Intel in ad choice. We just don't know if they're running a program through ad choice or if it's just kind of there by coincidence. There's no real clear-cut answer, and they just kept quiet on that.
Okay.
So.
I mean, I think things are gonna speed up again after New Year's.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet that if they did do a program with them, they're probably Gamma Sutra's probably paying out the ass for it.
Oh, well, hopefully.
Hopefully, Polygon will be the new target after New Year's.
Right, we really gotta find all the information with Polygon's advertisers so we can.
From what I've heard, there was a very large scale on an IRC. There's actually a large scale thing going on with Polygon. There's a large scale investigation
Okay,
of
so it's just
essentially
waiting.
Vox Media.
So it's just waiting for the drop to happen. That's fine. That's good, actually. Then.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know how to use IRC.
How do you not know how to use IRC? It's okay.
I've never used it, ever.
Most of it's already set up for you. Like realistically, just you download the program, and the same way you would type in like a web page kind of thing. If you go into like Google or something, you type in www.google.com. Your server list would kind of be that. You would have a nickname and a password if you want, just a nickname. It's up to you. So you have a name and you have a server to connect to. Hit connect. Then just to join any room, we /J and put the hashtag and then the chat room name. And that's it.
Oh, it seems like the erotic fiction novel had nothing to do with GamerGate. Surprise, surprise!
Yeah, she just heard about what happened during the Burgers and Fries incident and decided to just write some erotic fan fiction off of that because she heard about somebody fucking five guys at a gas station.
Can we invite? Can
Not
we
in a
figure out
gas
who she is
station.
and like just talk to us regularly? We got more erotic fan fiction over here. If you want to start talking about this, like, I'm all for like getting porn writers at this point. Like, no, it's perfectly fine. Go for it.
Yeah, I read that and I really thought that was pretty funny myself.
Anyone who thought anything differently than just someone to try to heard about this and try to make some bucks of it. I mean, it's nothing more.
Makes sense to me. That just kind of sells. We really could have sold Milo X IA.
Okay, but what the hell happened to IA? Like, he went like fucking AWOL, as far as I'm concerned.
I saw what happened to him. Basically, he was taking it up the ass on Twitter. Basically, a lot of members of GamerGate were really shitting on him because he doesn't like to filter himself. He doesn't like to filter himself online, so.
Alright, this was when we were still doing we were kind of in that phase of heavy tone policing and all that.
Until we finally just told people to fuck off with that shit.
Until everyone generally just calmed down. I was like, you do understand, we have a lot of personalities. That's the way a consumer revolt's going to work, always. So
yeah.
just don't worry about that too
Finally,
much.
yeah, it was right at the end of November he walked away.
Yeah.
Because he was also snarking like hell about what was going on in Ferguson.
I've not heard about this. I live in Europe. I try to keep up as much as I can about that thing.
It's basically a lot of people are rioting in Ferguson. I'm not really quite sure what's going on, but the police. I'm not sure. I don't watch the news because I
still fucking
frankly think
rioting?
it's full of shit.
Sorry, what was the question?
What's happening in Ferguson? Are people still rioting?
Yes.
No, they're still fucking rioting. Are you giving me a? Oh.
Well, it may be more Gardner at this point than it is Michael Brown, considering Gardner had the same thing. And I mean, I live in New York, and so that's the one I'm more personally familiar with.
Is that the guy that got choked?
Yep, that's the guy who got choked. Basically, the exact same scenario happened. Cops
I don't know what you Americans do, but we have like one gunshot a year here or something from the police.
Yeah,
So
see, we like to be a little more special on that.
Connecting to primary, unable to resolve server.
I mean, we managed not even to kill Bering Breivik, Anders Bering Breivik, and he's rotting in jail now. He's complaining he has a PlayStation 2, so.
Oh wait, you're in Norway?
Yeah.
Okay, then yes. Fuck you guys. You guys have a great prison system.
Look
Wait
at
a minute,
my avatar, man.
was it Norway or Sweden where
Sweden's our
what's-
problem. That they're rape central of Europe, ironically.
Yes.
There's not a lot of crime here.
Yeah,
we
Norway
barely-
is like the most magnificent place on the planet. So.
we barely have any police, and the police have no guns.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, like the only flaw Norway has is high taxes. That's because high taxes pays for everything else being great.
That's because Norway has fucking oil coming out of its ass, so you know, like they can afford that.
Well, you get 5%.
Wait a minute.
Here.
The cops don't have guns?
Yeah.
They ain't even packing heat. I could steal everything.
Yeah, but the high tax though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And you guys get 5% from the oil each year, so stop bitching.
I'll bitch all I want for having a better system.
Well, actually, was it Norway or Sweden where the people broke out of where essentially the prisoners found that some moron guard left one of the doors unlocked overnight. So rather than using it as an opportunity to break out, they instead baked a cake.
Sounds like Norway.
Yeah,
I can search that up.
That sounds exactly the way Norway. Do you know how, like, putting it this way, like, he mentioned, like, that guy he mentioned complaining at PlayStation 2,
Yeah.
that guy killed, like, 50 people.
73.
Most children at that.
Yeah, 73 people.
Okay,
he
there.
really wants a PlayStation 2. Some people are just going to go that far.
Yeah, like, he wants a PlayStation 3, saying 2 is too old for him, and I'm like, fuck you, 2's good enough. But, like,
I mean, you got to admit that's a pretty funny way. That's got to be a pretty great prison system when the prisoners don't even want to break out. They just say, "Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, cake."
They have one of their better known prisons is like with a recidivism rate of like 16%, I think. They just ship the prisoners out to an island and have them work. There's no fence, and the only rule they have is that if you choose to swim off and swim away, just call them so they know they don't have to send the Coast Guard. That's it.
Okay.
And most people follow it, and most people don't commit a crime again afterwards. Like, they do it, they spend their time, they work, they leave.
That sounds more like community service than prison.
Well, that is basically what rehabilitation ends up looking like when it's done right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Trust me, I'm from New York. I'm a bleeding heart liberal, so prison systems are kind of one of those things I'm naturally inclined to hate over here.
Yeah, well, liberals in the US are right here in Norway. We're pretty much socialists.
That's fine. I'm a New Yorker. Trust me, I'm closer to you than any liberal in the U.S. otherwise.
I wouldn't even consider myself left here with they're almost communistic here, but compared
As
to you
long as
guys,
they
I'm a socialist.
Hey, as long as it works and the people are happy.
Yeah, well, UN
That's true.
we have we've been the last 5 years the top nation in the according to the UN, so I think we're pretty good.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said they're basically considered like the best place to live in. That's consistently stat after stat just matches up.
Yeah, if you can endure the winters here, I mean, well, you're more than welcome.
It gets pretty cold up in upstate New York, but
there's a reason we're good at Winter Olympics.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid we're not very good at walking around using skis.
Well, there's a Norwegian saying that all Norwegian kids are born with skis on their feet.
Yep, Skype.
What was that, Blake?
Well, maybe he's talking to Google Hangout one day.
I think he's talking to somebody else.
Oh.
Alright, see you.
Yeah, it's almost 6 a.m. here. Do you guys want to talk about anything specific, or do you want to close down?
Find out if the chat wants to talk about anything.
I didn't get much to talk about,
Chat's
honestly.
been dead, basically, so.
I may have something we want to talk about if you guys want to.
You have something?
Doesn't look
Yeah,
like the chat has anything.
Alright. Somebody here said they wanted to talk about something?
Yeah, it seems that like with GamerGate so far, we've been doing the emails and stuff to the advertisers, and that's great and all, but is there anything else you'd want to see GamerGate do?
Well, considering I'm the crazy fuck out of all of us here, I'd like to see us march up to Gawker headquarters with Molotov cocktail in hand and
Damn, you're going full anarchist on us.
Yeah, let's fucking anarchist. Yeah.
I mean, I would like to see, even though you might disagree with those people, like Ralph, Niche Gamer, Tech Raptor, and all those people emerge instead of those assholes who earn a lot of money on corrupt shit.
Oh, I'm been a huge fan of Niche Gamer as soon as I found out about it, because
Oh yeah.
It's everything that I kind of like in the first place. So I'm like, oh god. So I'm
Yeah,
trying to get
it's-
excited for that Patreon eventually.
They've shown me interesting games I never knew existed.
They are fans of Glorious Nippon, so I'm okay with them.
Yeah. And I look at Tech Raptor occasionally. They've got good they do have good articles. They have good GamerGate articles. I haven't looked at the other articles. They have good
Raptor's
tech articles.
Staff is good. Georgina's nice. She's
Yeah. She's friendly. She's neutral, but she's but from what I've seen of her, she's friendly.
She's sympathetic to Gigi in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And she's
Well,
a
I mean,
good
we're we're hardly the saints we like to pretend we are, but we're definitely a lot better than they'd like to say. We're definitely a lot better than they'd like to portray us as.
We're shit talkers. Like, we shit
Yeah.
post, we shit talk. We don't do as much as anything close to what we say. It just
we don't harass. We shit talk and we shit post, but we don't harass.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the problems we have with us when you think about it. I don't think they can handle the shit talking, or the shit posting, or anything like that.
No, they can't handle it, and that's
why they immediately go to harassment.
I don't think they
So
even know
there's-
the difference.
It's foreign.
No, they really don't. These are the types of kids who never actually participated in any sorts of sports, never actually, never really faced any sort of actual, what's the word, hardship in life, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not even that. I don't even think they're too familiar with the internet. Like, no, that's.
I was laughing. What was it, Gawker that hired someone to go and investigate Chan language or something like that, so they could actually understand what's going on over there?
Hey, if Gawker
That
wanted
sounds
to
like
know,
fun.
most of us would be happy to tell them about it.
I just want to troll Gawker if they could do that. Like, I just want to like link Gawker to a bunch of fucking like stupid sites or whatever.
I think the only lesson Gawker would learn is that these guys really, really have an odd fascination of chicks with dicks.
They really do. It's pretty funny. I consider I'm sort of slowly becoming a Channer, but that is the one thing
no,
the Chans I do not get.
All the traps, yeah, like it just like no. She's a woman, and she has a penis. It's like, what? Okay, and
I
it goes
think
just
it's-
goes
I
with it.
think
They go
it's-
with it. It's great.
Yeah, I think it's just their twisted sense of humor.
Well, it's a humor until you start getting attracted to it, and that's when you start going. You probably are a Channer now. When you want a trap, that's when you know you have transitioned completely.
Yeah.
No, I definitely avoided, what was it, 4chan before? I was like always scared of that site for some reason. It's like 8chan came around because of GamerGate, or not really because of GamerGate, but because of GamerGate I heard of 8chan. And it's like, you know what, fuck, I'm gonna give it a try.
Yeah,
8chan is fucking awesome. It's better than 4chan. Fucking nerd.
Yeah, it's all.
If we have any people on the stream right now, Moot's a fucking sellout. 4chan's
He's a cuck. He's a cuck.
Whatever happened with Paul? Did he really close that down, or what?
Yeah, he did. He just drove everyone the fuck out.
The poll situation, I think, is that they were secret IDs, is what Hot Wheels was saying, and that they would be following you topic to topic. So it's not like the general idea is like you go into different anonymity within chance. Like you don't know who you are. You can just argue with yourself if you want within the same topic normally. Now, when IDs get turned on, you can't really do that so easily. But it would usually last for only that one topic, and then, a new topic forms, and you're okay again. Not here. It was following you, so it was basically as if you had a user account. And
Yeah.
when you're on a chan, especially a politically incorrect board,
That's the last thing you want.
Yeah. So he basically just drove off all of Pole to join 8chan, and the rest of them were happy enough.
Oh yeah, well, he hasn't fucked with them yet. He will fuck with them eventually, because I can imagine a lot of people are going to start really raiding 4chan now. And the thing is, when 4chan counter raids 8chan, what do you think is really going to happen? It's not going to be, oh no, we're being raided. It's going to be, welcome back, motherfuckers. Business as usual, you know?
We've already seen RB's what old B was more like, so I don't want to see that raid. It would not be pleasant for them.
Well, there's nothing more I'd like to see than watching, I do have a really twisted I really do take a twisted delight in watching Tumblr get raided, you know?
Nothing good comes from Tumblr. They deserve everything.
Let's be fair. They have been one of our strange bedfellows in this entire thing.
Really?
Yeah, somehow.
I have not touched Tumblr.
Well, not every Tumblr fag is a complete and total faggot, you know? They're just...
I think I think probably the biggest proof of that was the South Park episode with the sissy, and he had like very clear lines with that one episode of the extremely overly hypersensitive, politically correct Tumblr fags who were like, even before the episode came out, were like, this is the worst thing in the world. And then you had literally like the rest of Tumblr going, that was exactly on point, and I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you had that very clear divide of, you are Cartman, you are literally everyone else who hates Cartman. So.
Damn, I suck at this fucking game. I'm playing SimCity. Horrible. Everybody's rioting. Not even like 5 minutes in.
So you're playing a GamerGate hack?
Oh my god, somebody's got to make a mod of that.
Just think of them as SJWs.
We won't pander.
Are you living in San Francisco in your game?
It looks like it, honestly.
And don't worry about those people.
You know, side note, we need more GamerGate mods.
We really do.
I mean, I made one for Dark Souls or whatever, where every time you die, it just says blame #GamerGate.
But what game would it be good for? Like,
I don't know. Now I gotta think about it.
Be like Deus Ex and replace all the Illuminati references with SJWs.
I mean, nah, Civ would be too hard for that. But, I mean, I would kind of enjoy sort of Civilization hack of.
Didn't someone say they were gonna make like a kind of Civilization-ish game or whatever based on GamerGate? I remember it being in a stream where someone said they were working on something like that.
They could make a 4K GamerGate game? I would play the shit out of that.
Right? I can't remember who the hell what set it was doing though. I remember it was one of these streams I was watching. Someone, it was there in the charity streams, the 24-hour one that we did or whatever.
Oh, nice.
Someone was talking about it. God damn, it's gonna piss me off. Gotta remember what his name was.
We could just ask him. We could ask on Twitter about that. I'm sure other people will be going, "Wait, what? We're doing that?"
Someone said they were doing it at least.
I mean, what else could you? Some Skyrim Dragon maybe, but
I don't know. Skyrim's already got Macho Man, so I don't know if they need anything else.
Yeah.
Here comes Macho Man.
This will be the moment where I try doing a terrible Macho
What
Man.
I'd like to see is something that makes the combat in Skyrim more difficult. I mean, yeah, you can amp up the you could really heavily amp up the difficulty of the game, but what I want is to see something where you see enemies in the distance, you actually have to prepare before you start combat. You know, kind of like something out of The Witcher, which I'm playing right now. which is why I might want to add it.
Witcher 1 or 2?
Something I would like in Skyrim is something that doesn't make it bullshit.
Go on.
That makes it a lot less bullshit. That's my perfect mod right there. That just fixes everything and just makes it not bullshit.
You mean fixes the balancing issues?
No. Just makes it like not bullshit. Because it is kind of bullshit.
Would you be interested in Divinity at least?
Never tried it.
Because I figure if you're going for a different RPG on PC, Divinity took like the extremely old school approach to things. Like there's no hand holding whatsoever, and you have basically the open world in front of you, but good luck getting through it. Fun game by Larian though. Probably my favorite RPG this year.
Kind of thing. And, I think I'll look at it.
Yep. Yeah, that's Divinity Original Sin. I think earlier in the year, not last year it was, where they released Divinity Dragon Commander, which was like the most ridiculous hybrid of genres you could mix up. They were trying to mix up like RTS, TBS, RPG, card game, like, tabletop. It was like, what the fuck is kick a genre? Nope, everything.
It looked interesting.
You got to play a dragon. I mean, the RTS part I really didn't like too much, but since you can disable it, I was okay with it in the end.
RTS, yeah, that's. I'm bad at that. Really,
did they do the same bullshit that they did in what do you call it? In what the hell was that game? Brutal Legend.
No.
Because that was some gay ass shit.
Nah, I mean Dragon Commander was just fun in the fact that like you can turn into a dragon, and once the appeal wears off, you're like, I'm turning this shit off. This RTS I'm not good at, and it was just playing from there, just math, and I can do math. Original Sin though, that's just the RPG, which is really good. So. Let's see. Yeah, I think that was out this year, so that would be my favorite RPG of the year. Finally figured it out.
Side note, did Titanfall come out this year?
Yes. Titanfall came out this year.
Still fucking playing it.
Within 8 months was like $5. Literally $5 was the price on Origin last month.
Yeah, my friend got it on was the Xbox, whatever they had on sale for the season pass and the game. It was like $10 or $15 or something like that.
I saw my friend playing it. The one from the Al Jazeera video on his computer. I was like, that thing looks fucking fantastic, actually. Like the speed and mobility you have in Titanfall really were not explained as well as they should have been.
Right? I mean, once you get used to it, especially with the robots and shit.
Oh yeah.
Addicting, man.
But then why did it go down to $5 so quickly?
I don't know.
People really hate Always Online. I don't know, like when I saw him playing that and then playing Advanced Warfare, I'm like, I'll take Titanfall. Like, you're a fucking ninja in that game. Like, if you've seen Attack on Titan, I'm getting back to anime, but still, you are quite literally with maneuver gear on. You jet around anything at top speed with no problem whatsoever. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Not to mention, if you kill someone when you're both wall running at each other, it's fucking crazy.
Yes.
The feeling you get.
So.
I remember that was the first kill I got in that game. I was like in this little like corridor, right? And I'm jumping on the wall, and he's just standing there running towards me. And we're both doing like jumping back and forth, and I just shotgun him in the face. It was like, yes.
Yeah, like they really need to make a sequel to that, and if they wanted to, just a melee combat, which would be extremely hard to do at that pace, I know, but that's just waiting for an Attack on Titan mod. It's perfectly set up for it.
Yeah. Or to make an Attack on Titan game based on it. Never watched it or whatever, but I'd play that.
Yeah, I mean, the engine they have is just great, so I'm like, I really hope they make more.
Yeah, honestly, for a sequel, I hope they just add like a single player or something to it. Just to, because they have like the story missions in it, but they're just like a normal multiplayer match and no one pays attention to it.
Yeah.
Like, it's really throwaway. I don't really get why they even really talked about that.
Yeah, I mean, even from what I've heard, like just get vanilla because nobody uses anything else on deluxe. Like, no one got the DLC. It's like, nah, just vanilla's fine. We're all playing the same shit.
Yeah, I think when last time I checked the playlist, I think there was like 100 to 300 people in like each one. Some were down to like 56 or something now.
Yeah. So, kind of not the best business model in the end. I do hope they made good money off of it.
I don't know. I stand by not to do paid multiplayer maps. That just kills the community for so many games, especially like lesser games. Just destroys them.
Yeah, he's the only ones who can get away with it are basically anything from Activision, really.
Yeah.
Destiny could get away with it. Call of Duty can get away with it.
Look at the money they spent on Destiny. They have to be able to get away with it.
Yeah, basically. Spend $500 million and they made most of it back, supposedly. Realistically, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I have no idea. I've never looked at the numbers for it.
It took on a very similar approach that Ghosts did, in which it was saying, like, no, we sold fantastic, and then it's kind of like, well, we shipped fantastically, we didn't sell. That's
basically what Microsoft normally does.
Yeah. So that's I'm pretty sure eventually found out that Destiny ended up being the same way, so it's like, you shipped a lot, you didn't sell 325 million. You shipped that much, though.
Yeah. Well, all my friends who played Destiny, they all keep telling me the same thing. It's just like, yeah, I play it. None of them are like really happy to be playing it though. Like they got, it's kind of a grind.
Yeah, I've heard, and like when you hit level 20s when everything's supposed to open up, but it's like, I'll just wait for the PC version when it comes out, because
inevitable PC version.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
I had a feeling Destiny wasn't going to turn out that great, because first of all, it was going to be an MMO, and I haven't seen an MMO turn out all that great since what was it called? World of Warcraft.
Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 is actually pretty good.
Yeah, very good.
You could also go back a little further if you want to go with different kind of MMOs, but Secret World was actually good. Still has a community.
I heard some of the puzzles in the game are ridiculous, though.
Yeah. I
Like
think it was like
Google.
Defiance. Like Defiance and Rift were by the same company, I think. I don't know how well they did. I think only Secret World's kind of outlived both of them at this place. I mean, these are different. I mean, these MMOs tend to focus a little more on the individuals, I think it is. Like, individual storylines, just going through it.
Mm-hmm.
Final Fantasy 14 has a really nice party system to it, and you can play as a Lalafell, so I'm happy. I was a Lalafell paladin for a while there, so I was like, that's it, I'm good.
Whatever works. No, I seriously just started playing, Warcraft again. So my brother's been trying to get me into it, and it's just like, it's better than before, but I played it at launch, so anything really could be better than that. I'm not really a big MMO person. I tried Guild Wars, like the first one, got like part way into it. I think it was like level like 16 or something like that. And it's got to the point where it's like everyone, if you do like, what was it, like this like country versus country thing, where you try to like win the favor or something like that, it's an arena thing. It was like the PvP in that game. I don't remember how exactly it worked. But anyways, we get to the point where every time you verse like I think it was like South Korea or something like that. They'd use all these bugs, and like this one bug that always pissed me off at the time, they just basically used like a necromancer, I think it was, and just multiply the little summon thing he gets off the dead bodies. So you'd start it up and the game would be like going like 1 frame a second. You'd be wondering why, and the door opens up and there's just like an army of things chasing you.
So you had warning, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I just thought it was funny because you had to win like a certain number of matches, and then you got the favor for your country or something like that. And we won, like we were 1 game away from actually getting it. And we were like all super pumped up for it. And it's like, and it's gone.
Damn. That reminds me of the EVE Online thing that we saw from not too long ago, where they just had that giant intergalactic battle.
I kind of wanted to see that. I never actually watched any of the videos of it.
Kind of boring to see, but it's just interesting that they could actually pull that off, really.
How many people ended up? Or they actually said there was like a real world cost or whatever attributed to how much of them, like money they lost there in that fight. It was like a really funny number. What the hell was it?
I know exactly what you're talking about. I just don't know what the exact numbers were either. It was, I think it was something around like a very few small amount of guilds who were mostly primarily even behind all that money. So, like, very few people got extremely rich off of that battle.
You're talking about EVE Online.
Yeah.
Hmm. Was this that recent fight that was just like
that giant intergalactic one that was ridiculous? Yes.
Well, there have been two.
It was $300,000 in real money. That's awesome.
Yeah, there have been two big ones.
Oh my god, it's a fucking earthquake. Jesus Christ, now everything's gone. Whoa, whoop-de-doo!
So you are in San Francisco.
Oh my god, I want to kill you last. Ah, it's fucking killing me. Here we go again. Let's make another fucking city. Out of nowhere, a fucking earthquake.
If there's nothing in particular you guys wanna do, I'm gonna start closing this thing down.
Yeah, it's fine on my end.
Yeah, it's fine, man.
Okay. Any last statements, son?
Yeah,
Email.
fuck this game.
Anything else?
if there's anybody out there still listening, like I said the last time I was on this chat, don't take this shit too seriously. It'll drive you nuts.
Yeah, that's what happened to Michael just a few minutes ago.
I mean, he had reason to take it seriously,
He had good
unfortunately.
reason. The problem is the other side takes this shit way too seriously, and they're wrecking people's lives just in order to
Prove their shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Anything else?
Nah, just thanks for having me on at least.
I mean, any of you guys are welcome. I'll have to look if I do something before Christmas again. I'll let you know, but if not, I'm gonna do it after Christmas.
That's fine.
Alright.
Yeah, hangover stream's always good.
Well, yeah, and like I said, one thing I do have to say though was about concerning the streaming, you might want to do one for New Year's.
Yes. Yeah, why not?
Countdown to the end of Stop Gamergate 2014.
You might want to announce that in advance, because you just know there's going to be plenty of others doing the same thing.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's true. You fucked up, man. You done.
Yeah, anyway, so I'm gonna stop the stream. You guys are welcome anytime. I'm gonna PM you so you guys can join and plan to come in the stream. And yeah, that's about it.
Yep. Because I'll definitely be there on New Year's, because it's New Year's.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna stop the stream. So bye to those who are listening. Bye.